Hi, and welcome to the AdaKay Show. I am AdaKay Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody, and I hope you're ready for another day of Verdict Watch with the Karen Retrial. Right now, they have the ceiling fan up and going, so Celine Dion is already performing for the morning. Today may be the day. Everybody's thinking, today's the day. We'll see. We shall see. What do you think? Do you think today's going to be the day? I don't know. I hope so. For everybody's sake, I hope today's the day that we get an actual verdict. I'm making something here. It has been a hot minute since I have felt this good, and I'm happy for it. Yay! All right, let's see who's first in chat. Erin. Oh my gosh, at 5:34 this morning. Woo, that's early. And Miss June. And thank you guys so much for commenting, liking, sharing, sharing. We love it when you share. It is important, as my friend's little girl would say, important that you share. Right now, we have me on. Like I'm bigging it. We have the ceiling fan working extra hard this morning. They've not had the judges come in yet. Thank you. Okay. We have some very sad news, and I'm going to give me a second. I'm not doing a great job at this morning, but it's better than nothing. Uh, I got to get it up on screen. How is everybody doing this morning? I really hope and pray you guys are having a good morning. I got my coffee over here. Yay. I've got my coffee. I've got my liquid IV, and I am ready to go. It is very sad to announce the passing of Anne W. Burrell. She was born on September 21st of 1969 and died June 17th of 2025. Many of you will know her from the Iron Chef. And it is so sad and heartbreaking to announce her passing at the age of 55. She was and is an amazing woman in her field. I was lucky to get to meet her once. As a photographer in a big city, when you have a contract with the arenas and conference center, to get to go in and be able to be exposed to a lot. And she was very much in the early part of her career with the Iron Chef, and she was at a cooking convention, and oh my gosh, y'all, boy, could that woman cook. She can cook. Excuse me. I was blessed to get to sample some of her food, and oh my God, it was amazing. So we have some comments. Come on, jury. Well, you want to, is that how you say your name? You have a right to that opinion. And I, yo, Uzi, Uzio, is that correct? Definitely. So everybody, just so you know, everybody here has a right to an opinion, and we welcome it. And it's okay. It is okay. Everybody has a right to their humble opinion here. Just be nice, and it's respected. And we look forward to healthy debates. So thank you very much. Why is it not closing? Thank you. So, excuse me. What is today? What is today? What is today's national day? What is it? Let me Google it. I gotta Google it. Today is National What Day? Who wants to take a gander? National Wanna Get Away Day today, National Splurge Day, National Go Fishing Day. All right. Now that I can work with. That we can work with. Images. Let's see. Oh, she's a cutie patootie. We're gonna use her. We's gonna use this little darling. I'm making my little screen thing. And so, give me just a minute to get it going. Okay, so we had some questions yesterday, and there were 3 questions were number 1. Oh my gosh, did I forget? Oh, at what time, basically the timing of the DUI, was it at 12:45 a.m. or 5 a.m.? The second, they wanted to know about the videos. How much weight should they consider it into evidence? Number 1, are they evidence? And the judge says, yeah. Well, first of all, back to the timing. Um, the 12:45 or 5 a.m., the Judge Canone said that they are the fact finder, and that is for them to decide. The evidence is the evidence. The videos, how to consider the videos, and basically Canoni said that they are in evidence, and you are to give it the weight that you deem appropriate. She kinda went on a little bit about that, and I didn't agree with it. The verdict slip: guilty on sub-charges, convict on all or the entire charge. And I have to be honest, I don't believe or feel that Canoni made it any better at all. I don't know about y'all, but I don't think Judge Canone, uh, did very good job on that. What do y'all think? I need your humble opinion this morning. Oh, by the way, this morning came a little early for me. I couldn't go to sleep. I just couldn't go to sleep last night. Hello, one sunny day. Hey, defender of faith. Thank you for liking picnic day. Really? I didn't see that. Yes, not guilty on count 1, guilty on count 2, involuntary manslaughter, and guilt on OUI, guilty on count 3. Is that what you believe is gonna happen? It very well could. So is that what you're believing, June? I like your predictions. I really do. I gotta get some cooler behind this girl. We're gonna give it some glow. Let's get some pink, purple. Intensity amount. There we go. Text. It today, and then I'll change it in the afternoon for the national. Did you say picnic day? I will change it in the afternoon for the national picnic day. But for now, I got a cool picture of a young woman with a fish that I thoroughly think is cute as a bug. And I can because, well, because I can. All right, let me save this and get it shared, and we're done. I should have done this last night, but I forgot. Go fishing day. It's also National Picnic Day. So we'll do the fishing for half a day and picnic for half a day. Welcome, welcome. Good morning, everybody, to the live Defender Faith one sunny day. Why doesn't who answer the questions? The judge? Okay. Some of the questions she can answer, but some of them she cannot. Then they had a second group of questions. And those group of that question was if they found someone not guilty on counts 1 and 3 and hung on count 2, basically is what they're saying. Does that constitute a hung jury? And that is what happened last time. I was about ready to go digging. Thank you so much. Well, at least they haven't thrown them out. Now, I do have somewhere, gotta find it. I thought I had the jury verdict form, the original. Oh, don't you do it. Okay, they're coming in.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This
And
court is in
God save
session.
the
Please be seated.
Queen.
All right.
I always want to say, God save the Queen.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same 3 questions before we send you back out to deliberate. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Well, with that, Mr. Foreman, thank you all. We're going to send you back out to deliberate.
All right, please. Here's following.
Okay, so to continue answering the questions, there are some questions that they can answer the judge, and there's others that cannot. Answers or questions that are concerning the finder of fact, what something can and can't be considered as evidence is she very well can.
Jury is exited the courtroom.
2 to
Please be
5
seated.
years.
All right, counsel, I think it worked out well having everybody planning on being here at 4 o'clock and being no more than 10 minutes away. So we'll see you here a little bit before 4 this afternoon.
Thank you. All right. Let's see, at the recess, please exit the courtroom.
All right, we are officially back on the verdict watch. I am let me get to what we're going to talk about today. Just kind of waiting for all that. I'm going to play this. Oh, I better not. I'll get in trouble. Yep. Amber Rell passed away. I was talking about her. She was an amazing, amazing chef. And I was blessed and honored to taste her cooking when she was here in the San Antonio and Austin area for a convention when she was in the Iron Chef, and it was amazing. Amazing. It really was, and I really am grateful to have got to meet her. Didn't do anything. I just met her. But what was amazing was her personality was so what you see on TV. It was freaking amazing. So with that, with heavy hearts, we want to say thank you for years of your love of cooking and entertainment and the way that you helped grow cooking, TV, entertainment. Thank you so much. May you rest in peace and may your families find comfort and peace during these hard times. Okay, so I have lined up something, and it has to do with Kohlberger. Yes, I want to talk about Brian Kohlberger. That is a trial that we're going to be covering.
It was about question number 4 after the third question that was read by.
Sorry. I don't disagree with you. If it turns out like last trial, do I think Commonwealth will try again? I don't know. I will say that they are up for they're up for an election soon this year for DA, and it depends on who becomes the DA, and it depends on what their agenda is. Well, case one, I don't disagree, but when you look at the possibilities of punishment, it's different. I've read it to y'all. Don't think I still have it up. I'm trying to find it and I don't see. Let me get it. It's over in our downloads. Let me see. Okay. I do have the verdict form. And that's the argument for the verdict form. I'm looking. Nope, that's not what I want. I didn't even know that was downloaded. Interesting. We're going to turn on the volume for
Yeah,
this,
it's only
please.
the judge and the jury members, and there is several trials that happen throughout the course of this case at this courthouse behind me. They use a separate entrance, and I'm not going to get into details about that for security reasons, but the family members of the O'Keefe family, the victim in all of this, John O'Keefe, his family is always escorted with state police. That has always been the case, and they coordinate with the victim's right advocates and the court staff to where the defense team walks out at a different time. And they are also escorted with state police. There's been no interaction that I have seen of the parties. There has been no interaction with this crowd, with the O'Keefe family that I've seen during this trial. So it resembles, I'll say, to what we saw in trial number 1. Julie?
Appreciate it so much. Matt Johnson live for us in Dedham, Massachusetts. On this case, we'll be speaking soon.
Okay, so let's talk about the 2 forms because I got them. Nope, that's not what I asked for. That's not what I asked for. Okay, there we go. Why can't I get it? It won't let me pull it. There it is. Okay, I have the 2 forms. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Control Z. Why does everything have to float around and not do what I ask it to do? Why? Okay, I got to get my forms back in place. Give me a quick second. No, that's not what I need. I need my feed. There's my feed. Pops up over here. Everything. I've got so many windows open, y'all. It's insane. And now when I'm trying to open up more windows, it's like, "Rah!" Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read to y'all or show y'all if I can. Let me share screen so you can see what I'm looking at. So I'm going to show y'all what I have. I'm going to show you the window. Okay. That is the original verdict form. I didn't want to do that. I'm going to do that. And I'm going to go over here first. Give me a second. Trying to get everything laid out. Y'all, it's a lot. Got about 15 windows open. Okay. So here's the lesser included. And I have to turn my head to read. Here you go. This is for you. The lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide felony, OUI liquor and negligence. If found guilty on that, state prison 2.5 to 15 years or a fine up to $5,000 for either, or jail or house of corrections for 1 to 2.5 years, fine up to $5,000. Not eligible for probation, parole, furlough, or deduction of sentence until 1 year served. So she would have to serve 1 year, minimal 1 year, by this form if she's found guilty of that count. Okay? Geez, these are bad. Now, we're going to go over to the jury form and we're going to look at it because I read it and I went, huh? I know a lot of us understand it, but when you look at the average bear, are they going to understand this? We'll see. All right. I'm going to pop this up and get it bigger. So, the above entitled case, we, the jury, say the defendant is not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser offense, period. Now, here's where the confusion is. Guilty of the offense as charged, manslaughter. It doesn't say guilty, not guilty on number 2. And then below that, it says manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following. So if she's been found guilty of this manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then they have to go down and check it while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. So she's guilty of the offense, but is she guilty of one or both? I understand that. Guilty of a lesser offense, involuntary manslaughter. Should say guilty, not guilty. That is where the question is. Then you have guilty of the lesser included. Motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI. Is she guilty of the homicide operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or motor vehicle homicide with a greater than 0.08? And I find this interesting that this is in a different color. This down here looks like it was added. Guilty of lesser operating under the influence of liquor, check one or both operating a vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating a vehicle of blood amount of 0.08 or greater. They need to have a number 2, 3, 4, and 5. Not guilty somewhere. It should be guilty / space not guilty. That is where the confusion lies, in my humble opinion. While I don't condone drinking and driving, it's quite unfair considering more people admitted to the same. I think that if you're on the witness stand and you admitted, then they could charge you. Just saying. Yeah, I agree. While I don't like Karen Reed very much, the investigation was a circus. I feel bad that John won't get the justice he deserved, whoever was responsible for it. I will say, yep. By the way, go to our merch shop. I'm not wearing my hat today, but here is the wonderful mug that I absolutely love. Coffee is a perfect temp. So, and this is where we're struggling with this case. And this is where people are frustrated. And I don't disagree. This is where we had the same problem last year. And that is a huge concern for a lot of us today. But didn't mean to do that. Thank you, Maud, so much for all your help. I'm in live chat if you need. Well, that's the whole argument. I know my bun is like massive today. Can't flatten it. It's what happens when hair goes to your butt. Excuse me. Yeah, that is my question. I've kind of Googled around, and most often than not, you're going to see guilty, not guilty by each count. And that's what they asked for. I don't think that's an unreasonable request. Guilty, not guilty. And then lists the offense that they're charged with. Nothing we can do. Okay, let's listen to this for a minute.
Our guest standing by with me, I have retired FBI Special Agent Jennifer Coffindaffer and criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Matt Timpanek. Good morning to you both. Matt, I want to begin with you, if I may, please. I was getting Jennifer's prediction in our last hour and want to get yours in terms of what we think the jury could be stuck on and what you think the result in the end will be. Your thoughts at this early hour this Wednesday morning.
So yesterday, the question seemed very pointed at. It's like, what do we do if we are found not guilty on 2 charges? We don't know precisely what it is, but we probably can assume that it's murder 2 and leaving the scene of an accident involving death. That's where the first jury was. And so then it becomes like, all right, but we're hung on charge 2, count 2, section 5, misdemeanor OUI. That feels like the most likely situation doing that. However, if the jury is kind of disguising where they're at and they just chose the lowest charge to actually where they're at, maybe where they're actually hung up, like motor vehicle homicide or involuntary manslaughter, but it feels that's kind of where it's at. And you have to think, what's the most likely result? If there's somebody on the jury who is, I don't care, I'm not going to convict her no matter what, that count could very likely be hung. What was interesting, the 2 questions that stood out to me the most yesterday, one, are the videos evidence? And it's like, this was an 8-week trial. Every single time those videos were admitted, Hank Brennan asked the minimum to evidence. So that at least one juror didn't know there were evidence.
Right.
Number 2, it was the question, it's like the DUI at 12:45 or 5:04. It's like the entire case dealt with a time frame at 12:30 to 1 a.m. So it's pretty safely to assume we're talking about 12:45 because this whole case doesn't occur at 5:04 a.m. That's just where part of it when Officer O'Keefe is later found. But this whole incident that we're talking about occurs at 12:45.
Yes, excellent observations you're making there, Matt. I want to welcome in Jennifer Coffindaffer, retired FBI special agent, standing by. Jen, we talked about your predictions and your thoughts, and for anybody who didn't see the last hour, you think it's that manslaughter charge that the jury is stuck on. As I'm looking at the crowd growing outside of the courthouse this morning, and we know that even though it's a quiet crowd, a respectful crowd, which is great, very different from what we saw the first time around, with so much noise and so much vitriol many days outside of the courthouse. Tell me, do you think that this jury should have been sequestered either for the whole trial or even for just the deliberations?
Yes, Julie. I've always thought and maintained from the very beginning that they should have been sequestered. I also find it,
Okay, what do you believe? Do you think they should have been sequestered?
just a terrible state of affairs that now they're allowed to congregate right outside the courthouse. For anybody who's been in that area and at that courthouse, it's so easy to see them when the jurors are brought in, no matter what entrance they use, they are everywhere. And I just think that that is not creating any sort of impartial environment. And I just think it's really a shame of the circus atmosphere. I can't imagine being the mother, being John O'Keefe's mother, and having to see all of this, whether they're quiet or not. They're all dressed up in pink. They have their kids out there. Like this is some sort of show or drama or movie they're coming to see. This is a murder trial. John O'Keefe is dead. And that is really, I think, the upsetting part of this, again, is the circus that remains.
Right, Jen. Well, and something else I think that's an important point to clarify for any of our wonderful viewers who may just be joining the coverage, who maybe didn't follow the trial from its inception. Jen, you and Matt know so well the history of this case and how this is one that the Reed team deliberately wanted to be tried in the court of public opinion. And we know that there were a lot of O'Keefe supporters who did not want to be out in public for fear of getting attacked. I had one of his cousins on the show the other day, Renee Rizzitano, who said that we've been called murderers. I mean, stop and think of that. The O'Keefe family being insulted in such a way and to have to withstand such attacks and hatefulness is awful. Jen, I'm wondering, do you think that is why we're not seeing the visible showing of support outside of the courthouse for John O'Keefe that we are Karen Reed? I'm just curious. I don't know, and feel free to disagree with me, but I'm wondering if you think that it could be because of fear of any type of harassment or verbal attacks.
Julie, I 100% concur with you. Watching this case for the last 2 years, if you come out in support of a guilty verdict or even say the most minor comment against Karen Reed's innocence, you are met with a host of individuals that will attack. That's both online, but these individuals are living it. They are called, as you said, murderers, the family members supporting the murderers. It's been horrible to watch, and I think that is 100%. And behind the scenes, Julie, you have individuals that are doing work to find information that is negative against anybody who comes out, and then they post that and go after them socially. So it's really just in their best interest, honestly, to stand back and just watch, but very unfair.
Right. And appreciate you sharing that for anyone who may be unaware. Trust me, I've seen it. I know what this is like. Matt Timpanic, you do too. Your thoughts on that point?
I think what it is this case should have always been tried in the courtroom. Unfortunately, over the last 2 years, to get the notoriety it has, bloggers and content creators have tried to make this case so much bigger than it is, that it needs to be.
What? Really? It is tried in the courts.
This has to be a discussion. It needs to be held everywhere. And that's perfectly fine. But I can tell you that it shouldn't be in the situation where we're calling families of the deceased, the victim in this case, murderers. It shouldn't be a situation where people should be worrying about whether a blogger is going to show up to their place of business or their house yelling at them and calling them liars.
Okay, he has a beef with Turtle Boy. For those of you who don't know, or Adrian Kearney is his name. So you got a beef with him. Don't make this about him. This isn't about him. And part of the thing is Turtle Boy is like in news media. Are you going to get angry for Court TV having Vinny out front walking around talking to people about the case, getting their humble opinion? And then how many other news media camped out on the doorstep of the O'Keefes and all of the victims' houses? I'm not victims, all of the witnesses, the Alberts, the McCabe's, all of them. Adrian Kearney was not the only person, news, social media, whatever, that camped out. He's the only one they went after and brought charges on. News media in general has been brutal in this case, and you can't sit there and single out one person. I'm flustered with that. When I lost my husband to his situation, we had news media camped out, even blocking our driveway, wouldn't let me leave with children in the vehicle. I had to call the police just to back out of my driveway. So I don't look kindly on his comment.
And stuff like that. That's not what the founders of the Constitution envisioned by the First Amendment. And unfortunately, that is what it's transpired into. It has evolved the last couple of years. Not that getting justice for John O'Keefe, but rather that Karen Reed has been framed and she should be vindicated by the court system. And if that's what happens, so be it. But that's not really what has happened the last couple of years. It has been an onslaught of people online in your face telling you that if you believe them, you are a sheep, you are a liar, you're part of the system. And guess what?
So thanks to technology, we're seeing what really happens if you were physically there. I've been to a trial and people were getting in each other's faces saying, "You wrong, you're stupid. How can you believe this? This is insane." I mean, it's no different. The only difference is it's gone from personal and personally being there and making it personal one-on-one in your face to now online in the media and around the world. It's not changed. It's just we're more aware.
At the end of the day, if the jury acquits the defendant of all charges, so be it. But the victim and the families and the witnesses should have never been subjected to the harassment they have been over the last few years.
You're exactly right. Thank you so much for that.
I'm not going to say exactly right. Now, I don't believe the victim's family should be harassed. Yeah. I don't think the family of anybody should be harassed. At the same time, some of the stuff that's happened has been not to John O'Keefe's parents, but some of the witnesses they brought on my hearing aids are doing this wigging. They brought on all of it on their own. It is all on them. It's their fight. They brought it on themselves. Everybody's making the McCabe's and Alberts and everybody into victims. But what about the video with Adrian Kearney and his girlfriend last year, just wanting to get dinner and walk to their vehicle, and they couldn't get through because of the harassment that they got? He wasn't doing anything at that time.
Matt Tim Panic, Jennifer Coffindeffer, thank you both. Jen, I know we need to let you go. Matt, you're coming with us, so we're going to hit a break. When we come back, we'll stay in Dedham, Massachusetts. We're live on Verdict Watch.
And do you know
the
what?
clock ticking
You're
again.
right.
The jury's in the deliberation room.
I'm going to mute it and let it keep going. You are so right. This is not just about this trial. I think the people of Canton are fed up with the corruption, and it's evident there's corruption. Very evident of the corruption. And we're going to talk about this trial here today. I've got some stuff lined up. So we're going to talk about the Kohlberger trial. We're going to watch a few things. What is under here? Oh, that's where that went. I have a cat who loves my makeup sponges. I have to hide them. Very political. You're right, case one. Very political. And sometimes it takes a case to show the corruption. And I think this has been that case that has shed the light on some corruption. So I've invited Miss Diane, but I think that she is got a job all day today. Wow, that was a big jump. Okay. So the corruption is huge in this town, and it is evident when you have Trooper Michael Proctor, and I say Trooper, I say X, Trooper Michael Proctor, and the way he handled this case, and the fact that he was removed from office in a dishonorable way and fashion. And that goes to show that his behavior was unbecoming of an officer, and rightfully so, he was removed. That said, I struggle with them bringing this trial forward because of that charge and those corruptions and all that. That said, it is now in the hands of the jury. The jury is now the ones who will be the finder of fact in this case. And everybody is believing we're going to have something today. But if this is like any of the other trials, we're going to have problems because the jury seems to be based on the information given yesterday. They seem and appear to be hung on the lessers. So it sounds like they have, my top knot is like doing this crazy thing, and I'm trying to get it to loosen up and lay down. I don't normally put my hair this high up. There we go. That feels better. Yes, please remember to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you will know when we go live. And also we just got new merch, in my humble opinion. That's what it says down here. And I'm a hoe. I'm a hoe. I mean, it was funny. I showed this to a friend of mine, and I thought they were going to catch it and go, ah! But she was like, in my humble opinion, she was reading it. Third trial will be so awful to endure. I don't think we're going to have a third trial. As I was commenting on a comment up here, let me find it. That do I think they're going to have a third trial? I don't think so. I think that because of the fact that we are in a voting year, it's a political year, and here it is. Thank you for answering. In my humble opinion, I don't think it would benefit them to have a third trial. I think that if for some reason that we get another hung, if they go to a third trial, they better drop count 1 and 3 and just focus on count 2. But it all depends. I believe it all depends on who is the new DA and what their agenda is. It will go one way or the other. If the new DA decides that they don't have a dog in this hunt, this is old, this is tainted, and is politically dirty and harming, to bring charges on her again, I don't think they will. Now, if the new DA wants to come in and be what they call balls to the wall, we're going to get a conviction no matter what it takes, or we're going to get an answer, guilty or not guilty. I don't care if we try it 10 times. It just depends on their agenda.
She's accused of murdering her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Our cameras are inside the courtroom.
Good way to put it.
By the shot of that level.
I'm going to pause that. Yes, his trial was like a knife that cut open an infested wound. I feel bad for them all. I feel bad for the jury that they'll come out being accused by one side or the other, no matter how they choose. Yeah, there's no win-win. There is no win-win in this situation at all. We need to vote Morrissey out. And I think that one of the rumor mills is that Brennan took this trial because he was promised support in running for district attorney. He originally took this case for $75,000 to try, and just before trial started, month or so, I don't know, but before trial started, he upped the fee to $250,000. So we don't know if it was 75 plus to 250 or just a straight 250,000 for this trial. But I think some people are believing that the support of him being DA is dwindling, based on how he's handled this trial. I don't think there'll be another trial either. If another hung jury, the amount of money spent on these trials is outrageous. Does the state want to spend like that again? They can. My thing is that I would venture to say that we would have a lot of angry citizens because it's their money they're spending. I don't think the town can handle another trial. But I agree that if they do go for another trial, they need to cut the first 2 charges, and just go for manslaughter. Yeah. But in all honesty, even some of the people in the audience that have been viewed have all said, "We don't want another trial." The town is split and torn. People have lost friendships over this. So I think that, on that side of the boat, I think it would be very, very detrimental. The other thing, yeah. And then the other thing is if they try it again, where are they going to get a jury? They would probably have to change venues. Auntie Bev would still be the judge on the case unless they find a way to get her recused. I don't know. Wasn't it 300 plus just for Aperture alone? Yes. They have spent millions. I mean, millions. See, people don't realize you're not just talking about what's spent on the case itself. You're talking about hiring extra police officers, overtime. You're talking about maintenance. You're talking about, I mean, just all of the things it takes to put on this trial. Yes, of course, the state can go again, but will they want to spend like that again? Mister, I have a degree and maybe I don't XD. I have no idea what that is, but okay. You don't have to have a degree to know what you're talking about. Although this girl's going for her degree, which reminds me,
Lovely white
I
fan
got
there. We're also
homework to do
outside
tonight
of the
and
courthouse
tomorrow.
looking at the crowd as
Lot.
everybody is waiting for a possible
Lot of
decision today.
homework.
The clock is ticking on your screen. We're approaching the 16-hour mark. This is day 4.
Remember, they went 27 hours, 26, some say 26, some say 27.
Deliberations started last Friday for just a short amount of time, carried into Monday and Tuesday, and now today. And on Tuesday, the jury had some questions. They came back with a few questions for the court. So we wanted to recap those for you if you missed it. One of them was, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, say, for example, offense 2, number 5, convict on the overall charge? Here's a look at the response that the attorneys gave in the courtroom.
I do not agree how the judge handled this. I think it made it more confusing.
When it came to what the judge would answer the
I
jury.
think the
Both
defense
sides got
had
to
the
weigh
correct
in.
answer.
Let's take a look.
Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
No.
Your Honor, I
No,
appreciate
no.
the effort that the court went to amend the verdict slip as
Yes.
it relates to count 2, and I think there are some excellent suggestions.
I think so. Give it a try and let me know. Never had anybody ask that. I would say yes. We got hats, shirts, bags, totes, t-shirts, mugs. I have another mug that goes, "What?" I'll be ordering that one. Yes. But that said, I think so.
by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered by the amendments in the verdict slip. So we certainly could say something like, does convicting guilty, the question was, quote, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? The answer is no, obviously. And perhaps we could formulate an answer that says something along the lines of no, new verdict slips have been provided that will make it more clear, or something of that nature. As well as a decision of guilty on the OUI charge 002 number 5 is an explicit acquittal on the higher charges in offense 002, which is a proper statement of the law. And then there are suggestions that we have regarding the edits that the court has made to the verdict slip. And I'm happy to go over those with you and put those on
Okay,
the
go
record.
ahead.
Okay, go ahead, but I'm not
With
going to
regard
accept
to
it.
going from the top to the bottom, just under number 1, number 1 reads, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. We would propose that the court add the language, the consistent language that it's added throughout the verdict slip. If you, quote, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, comma, stop and sign the verdict slip, period. That's the only place that that language doesn't appear, and I think it should appear.
Okay.
The second is a relatively minor issue. However, under number 2, sub 2, the parenthetical check one or both of the following, I think it should say, just to clarify it further, if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
All right, I think I'm going to leave it because it appears only under the guilty.
It appears only on,
Under the guilty. So go ahead. I'll hear you further.
going further.
Yeah, I'll hear you further, meaning I'm letting you say what you want to say to preserve preserve for your appeal, but I ain't listening to you. And I's going to do whatever I want to do. I have, what am I, on Twitch or Twitter, whichever, Twitch. Somebody wants me to put a crown on. Should I wear a crown today?
Under number 3,
They saw my
toward the bottom
crowns.
of the
They
page,
want me to put a
in the
crown on.
parenthetical that the
Let me
court
know.
suggested, which we find is excellent. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense
Okay.
of involuntary manslaughter, we would simply add that clause.
So we'd have to add it in all of them,
Correct.
which makes sense. I think
Correct.
we had it in the first one.
Right.
Okay.
And then moving to page 2, at the top of the page under sub 4, again,
Hold on one second.
of course.
Okay.
We had the same suggestion. It appears that the court is not inclined to give it. If guilty, check one or both of the following. And there's a typo. It says the
We
parenthetical says
fixed it.
check one of. Okay.
Yes. So we changed of to or.
So my only suggestion to that would be to, again, add the if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
Okay.
And
On
she's
that
not going to
page,
do it.
Going down to the bolded parenthetical, same thing. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of motor vehicle.
I'm
I
going
don't
to
have
zoom.
any disagreement with the edits.
Okay.
We've all
The-
heard this.
Idea of instructing them on the nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty, I don't think needs to be explained. I think that the edits, this proposed instruction explains it.
All right.
Where's my captioning?
Would
I
I-
don't have any issue with if you state, if
There we
you decide on a lesser included offense, it does not include the earlier offense. And I'm not sure of the exact language that can be. I don't think that's necessary, but that is something I wouldn't have an objection to, but I think the form was filled.
I think the overall thing, instead of boring us to death with his Auntie Bev did what she wanted to do, did not change the form in the manner in which it should have been changed. So we're going to zoom here.
What do you think of what the judge did? She ultimately brought them in and then said to work through it top to bottom. Effective enough? What are your thoughts, please?
When you look at the verdict form, and I talked about this on my YouTube show of the weekend, it's not as complicated as the defense made it out to be. In the actual jury instructions themselves, not the verdict form, it lays out exactly what you do. If you think that the defendant is not guilty, you check the box and move on. If you find that whatever charge you found to be guilty, the highest offense for charge 2 is motor vehicle manslaughter. If you find her guilty of that, check that box and move on. There should only be, of the 5 numbers, there should only be 1 box checked. There shouldn't be 2. There shouldn't be, 2 and 5 or 2, 3, and 4. No, it's 1. 1 box is all you're checking based on the charge. And I definitely
She can be found guilty of multiple charges from what I understood, right?
think that the defense, like, I remember their other verdict form, they wanted to put, like, not guilty after every single charge, which could have opened up a double jeopardy issue. If she were to be found guilty on that page, be like, well, they acquitted her here, but they found her guilty here. So I definitely think that the judge did the right thing, just kind of simplifying it and explaining it to the jury.
Simplifying it?
As I've stated previously,
This is not simplified for the average person who has no legal knowledge. I'm looking at it from somebody who's never been in a courtroom, who's never been in a trial, who has never been a juror, and has no idea what the heck is going on. That is where I'm looking at this, y'all. Why can I not mute this dang phone? There, ringer muted. We're not open yet. Business ain't happening yet. So, in my humble opinion, I don't agree with this form.
this is where the jury was going to focus pretty much the entirety of their deliberations. The first jury didn't reportedly thought that murder wasn't proven, as well as the leading the scene of accident. So this is where I believe they'd be focusing their time. And based on the questions we got yesterday, that seems to be the case.
Right, right. And Matt, you explained that so well. And we've put up on the screen for our wonderful viewing audience, page 2, the page where there seem to be more choices than on pages 1 or 3 of the verdict slip. And so here, looking at that, just as you explained, you can see at the very top would be the option for not guilty. And then if you just follow it down, as you said, this isn't multiple boxes, but one box. As you look at it, Matt, thoughts on whether this is too complicated? We've heard that argument. You touched on it a bit. We've heard some people going, oh my, a lot of words on the page. Your thoughts, please.
I think that when the instructions usually lay it out. The reason we do jury instructions is so that the jury can get guidance on something like this. This verdict form, remember, and during the charge conference, David Yannetti asked for the lesser includeds of this offense. And with it brings all of the lesser includeds of motor vehicle manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor and negligence, as well as simple misdemeanor OUI. So when you're putting it all together, it's all right. If the four-person must start, it's like, all right, let's start at the bottom and work our way up. It's like, all right, was she under the influence of alcohol at the time of the incident question? That was one of the biggest things. Like, well, the times, like, no, the indictment states that it was on the day in question, January 29, 2022. So whether it was 12:45 in the morning and 5:04 in the morning, that's still January 29, 2022. So if you found she was operating under the influence, the verdict would be guilty for that charge. So I think that it's not overly complicated, but I think that the way...
Once again, we are used to this. We watch it. We've seen it. We've had exposure to this process and to other forms. So, and your life experiences, but doesn't mean every single juror in that room understand this form. And not to dish young people, but the juror 4-person, I believe, is very, very young. They said he's been walking in with a big gold chain and kind of hip hoppy. Nothing against that. They're very smart kids. And I call them kids because I'm old enough to be their mother over more than once. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that it is not as common to everyone. And they need to make sure that they have this in a language that everyone, and a format that everyone can follow, and not assume that everybody on that jury has a college degree. Can't even assume that everybody on the jury completed high school. There are people I know who've served on juries who haven't even completed high school and struggled locally and struggled understanding the process and what was going on because they barely could read. It's horrible that we're in that boat in today's day and age, but we got to keep that into account. Make it
not
clear for
maybe not
everybody.
following the instructions made it a little
hate-
bit more difficult.
Hate to say dumb it down.
And with so many words, yeah, it potentially could be, but overall, I think the judge did a good job clearing it up.
Right. If they start from the top and work their way down, it should make sense. Hopefully that
Well, he
did
said from
provide
the
some
bottom up.
clarification. We'll go over the last question on the other side of this break. Matt Timpanic, stand by, please. The last question pertaining to what if we come back not guilty on 2 counts, and what if we're stuck? What if we're undecided on a 3rd count? What does that mean?
How are you feeling today?
Feel good, Matt.
I was our Matt Johnson just a short time ago, asking defendant Karen Reed how she is feeling this morning as the pressure is on. We're
Oh,
approaching
she's
the
not going to see anything other
16-hour
than
mark
great.
of jury deliberations. We're in day number 4. Live look at the courtroom. You see the lovely fan. We are waiting to see if the jury arrives at a verdict or if we could have another mistrial. It's a possibility. The last question the jury sent out on Tuesday was, if we find not guilty on 2 of the charges, but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1?
Oversimplified.
listen.
Thank you.
We received a question from the jurors.
Oversimplify it.
If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this, and sending it back.
And that is essentially what the judge did.
Yep.
Let's bring in our legal analyst guest, attorney Matthew Timpanic, has experience on both sides of the courtroom. He's been a prosecutor and he's currently in the private sector and does criminal defense work. So Matt, what did you think of how the judge handled that question? Was her response appropriate?
Welcome.
It was right on the money.
Welcome.
When she was reading it, she knew exactly how she
Y'all.
would respond. The jury was fishing around and be like, hey, what if we find not guilty on 2 of the charges? What happens to the 3rd? If we're hung on 1, does that mean that we're hung on all of them? And it's like, no, that's not how it works. You need to decide whether or not you have a verdict on all 3 charges. That it's not just 2, it's 3. So if you have a verdict on 3, then you tell the bailiff and you can come back in to deliver that verdict. So the judge absolutely did the right thing, saying it's like,
See, I agree with you 100%. The jury isn't necessarily worried about the consequences of the verdict. They're asking for guidance on if they can even return a partial verdict. And this lawyer is full of bullshit, because they can find her not guilty on count 1 and 2 and be hung on 3. And that was the issue that we had with last year's trial. And that is where we are yet again. We are in the same boat we were last time. So if we're in the same boat we were in last time, then that means that obviously the jury form and the way you presented it last time and this time, which is the same, is not clear to the jury. It's easy for us to sit out here with no pressure and no stressors about having somebody's life in our hands and look at that form and say, oh, it's easy to understand. When you're in the boat, it's a whole nother ball game. And so This tells me that there is a problem with the way the form reads. If you have two juries who have now become stuck in the same exact place
This is a
each time.
theoretical question. This I can't answer.
Right, Matt, right.
You
So
can't.
now we have this possibility that the jury could be hung on one of the charges. Matt, what do you think the likelihood that is?
Mods, go to mod chat.
It's getting, I'll probably say more better than 50-50 right now. If I were to guess, I think they're hung up on count 2, and this is very important. If they are hung, so say they decide verdicts on 1 and 3, but are hung on 2, that means they're hung on the entirety of it. So, and this is something the jury doesn't know. A part of me thinks the defense team, if they could go into the jury room and be like,
What happened? Did they have a little glitch? Looks like they did. We'll go back.
And should they have been sequestered for the trial or for just their deliberations? Let's bring in our legal analyst guest, attorney Matt Timpanic, on the program with us. Matt, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think the judge should have sequestered them for all of this trial, or even just a small part of it, the deliberation part that we're in now?
I didn't think it was really necessary because remember, the jurors are brought to an undisclosed location and they are bussed over every single day. I think there were reports that the people figure out the bus route, but for the most part, it seems what they were doing, and then they were not looking in the facts of the case. I don't think it's really necessary. When you do a sequestration, that's really the last resort, because you're taking those jurors away from their families, away from being able to care for, like I said, care for their families. And that's a huge burden. And that has to be an absolute last resort. If there was evidence that jurors were being like tampered with, like somebody actually showing up to their house, following people home, that would need to be a sequestration. But as far as I know it, I haven't heard anything of that nature.
Appreciate it, Matt. So we have 7 women and 5 men on this jury.
Okay, I did ask our viewers, and I did end the live earlier, but it was, do you think the jury should have been sequestered? 66% said yes, 16 no, and 16 doesn't matter. That was in percentage. That was the results of our poll.
Your thoughts on that, the final panel deliberating, depending upon which side you're on, would you feel encouraged or discouraged in any way by the makeup?
In this type of case, depending on, I believe I heard there's a lot of younger women under 40 on the jury. If
Younger
I'm the
men?
Commonwealth, I'd probably be a little discouraged because of the disgusting things that were sent in the text messages and the lack of honor in the investigation, that some jurors might have taken the Bowden instruction to heart, that if you can't trust how the evidence was got, you can reject it. That was something I posted about previously, and the first jury didn't really take that into account, but it's entirely possible the second jury did.
Sure. Looking at the makeup, there's 7 women.
Okay, that is something that I think is really would affect me as a juror, and I would take the heart as the Bowden instruction, and the fact that we have witnesses and testimony that has been proven to be false, manipulated, or flat out wrong. And then I wouldn't take that person into account at all. But I really believe that a lot of this is going to be really more about the experts. Who do they believe? Who do they not believe? When it comes to the experts, I think it, to me, was a battle of experts versus last trial. I think it was more about the battle of witnesses, because last trial, they threw every witness up on that stand that they could find. It felt like they were trying to drag the witnesses out from underneath rocks. They threw all the crap at the wall and figured out what stuck, what didn't stick, and then they changed it this trial.
And again, 5 men on this deliberating jury, not sequestered. These are residents of the area. Matt, if the
Y'all, I just got an alert. We hit 175,000 views. Oh my gosh. We hit 175,000 views. Wow. I am shocked. Thank you guys so much. And by the way, I didn't say anything. We have hit 523 videos in a year. July is my official launch. That's when I was monetized, or June. End of June was when I was monetized. So within a year, we will have over 550 videos, I hope. So thank you so very much for your support. Thank you so much for all your views. We appreciate it. Yes, please, please remember to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. We do want to chat with you every time I go live. And please feel free to comment and chat because we absolutely love having you.
Jury does come back hung. Let's say on one of the counts.
Welcome, Murphy
is retried.
Empire.
What's
Good
done
to see you.
differently? Is there a change of venue or a change of veneer?
What I can tell you is they might do a change of venue. The problem is this case has literally infected every square inch of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. You can't go anywhere that people don't know about the case, haven't formed an opinion. It's just more prevalent in Norfolk County more than anywhere. You can't send it to Suffolk. You can't send it to Bristol. You can't send it to Plymouth County. All of those people have already formed opinions on it. So I think that potentially if it's retried, the difference is going to be jury selection.
Most definitely. Matt Timpanic, great analysis from you as always. Thanks so much. We'll be right back with more verdict coverage live. O'Keefe.
I will say this. I don't think they can retry this. I mean, they may want to and they may fight to. I think in general, if they retry this, I think this case will be a political career crusher if it hasn't already been. Well, it's crushed already some political careers. It's definitely ex-trooper Michael Proctor is gone. I kind of want to know what he's doing now. Does anybody know what's going on with that man now?
And right now, the jury's out over 16 hours. We're showing you a live look at the courtroom, a live look at her arrival, and a live look at our friend, Court TV lead anchor, Vinnie Politan, who's standing there outside of the courthouse. Vinnie, wonderful to see you. Tell us what you're seeing and hearing where you are, please.
Absolutely. So right now, there's a couple things happening, right? The deliberations resumed. High anticipation that today is the day by folks I spoke to on the way in here. This hour, though, right now, the crowd's a little thin, weather related. There's some storm systems that are passing through. They should be done in about an hour or so. So the crowd's a little thin. People are covered. They're hunkering down. Some have gone back to their cars. But before that, when you had the arrivals of Karen Reed and the defense team, I was able to walk through the crowd, high level of anticipation that today's the day. And it's for a couple of reasons. Number one, and from my perspective, number one, the notes that were sent out yesterday, it seems that they've made some progress, if you believe what they wrote. Number two, there's no court tomorrow. So, Julie, you know about the Friday factor. I'm putting a little dose of the Friday factor on a Wednesday because this jury's not coming back tomorrow. They have tomorrow off for Juneteenth. It's a holiday. So I think that speeds things up a little bit as well. So you've got all that in play right now. And I think because we heard from the jury, if we hadn't heard a word from them, I think everyone would be kind of like, well, what's going on in there? But we did get some sort of an idea from the questions that they sent out. So everyone's trying to read into them, analyze them. But I think it also demonstrated to us that they are making some level of progress. Third factor is the way the day ended yesterday. The jury wanted to leave early. Why did they want to leave early? Was it because they had come to an agreement and wanted to sleep on it? We've seen that. So some folks are wondering if that's the case. And then what we've seen a little more often than that is that a jury, it's been a long day. we're not agreeing on a few things here. Let's give each other some space and we'll come back fresh in the morning. So I see those as the two scenarios as to why we ended early yesterday. But you put all three of those factors together, and I think there's, again, a high level of anticipation
Yes,
that
please
this
subscribe.
Wednesday
I want to get to
is
3,000.
the day
Come
that
on,
we hear
y'all.
from
Give me
this
to
jury.
3,000. There's enough of
Yes,
you on
I
here.
think you're right, my friend. Vinny, if you don't mind, I would love for you to lend us your legal expertise here and focus in on that last question.
By the way, if you're watching and you've never subscribed before, just know that if you subscribe and you write I sub, that enters you into a drawing for a $50 in value of either a gift card or merch at the end of the month. Please subscribe. If you subscribed, comment, and I'll do it because I'll get it started. All you have to do, it's free, is put I sub in the comments just like that. That gets you in the drawing for the end of the month giveaway.
From the jury. If they should come back not guilty on 2 of the counts and undecided on another one, what does that mean? Vinny, if you had to guess, your best educated guess, which count do you think they may be stuck on?
Okay, well, I think what I've been doing is I'm looking at all the questions and seeing if there's any common denominators, any links. And I think this jury, and then we learn the lessons of history. The last jury, after I interviewed one of the jurors, they said it was count 2 where they were stuck. You know, you look at the other questions, what are they all relative to? Question 1 is about the OUI charge. There's some question about what time frame is it. That relates to count 2. Question 2, are the video clips evidence? Well, that could apply to everything, but there was a substantial portion of those clips that were directly related to Karen Reed and drinking. You look at number 3, they specifically cite as an example offense 2. And then you get to question 4, 2 of the charges. So I think putting those pieces together, it's charged to count 2 of this indictment where there is some disagreement. Where is the disagreement? Again, if I go back to reading all of them together, it is possible, it is plausible that the disagreement is on the least of the lesser included charges, which is just straight up OUI. If they're debating that and that's where they're stuck and they're in agreement on everything else,
you hear me, Joel? Thank you for joining.
that would be shocking,
Please stop.
but very, very possible. Now, in reading that question, though, I'm going to question 3 right now, Julie. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? I don't know how to interpret what exactly they mean there. Are they saying convict of the overall charge? Does that mean they're starting at the bottom and going up? And if they decide she's guilty on count 5, that they don't go anywhere else? There, they would need to be informed that, no, you start at the top and you go down. And hopefully the judge's instructions yesterday, along with the amended verdict slip, has them doing that. The only way that I see them perhaps deadlocked on all of the charges there, if in fact what they're saying is true here, that number 5 is where there is some debate and they're wondering, if we convict on 5, what do we do with the rest, is if they're going from the bottom up.
Right.
It's possible that they don't agree on any of them and they all may agree on one of them. I don't know. But is it bottom up or top down? And that's where it's incumbent on our system of justice to make it easy for jurors.
Yes.
Yes.
This is true.
It's hard enough for us.
Right.
It's hard enough for us, for lawyers. It's hard enough for appellate. Like, make it easy. For
Right,
goodness
Vinny.
sake, these 12 people didn't volunteer for this. They didn't sign up for this. Make it easy so we can get
Yes.
to the truth here.
Yes.
Oh,
It
sorry.
should be a more user-friendly form. I agree. We have the form. We can show it again. I know you've looked at it carefully, Vinny, and studied it. And when you really look at it at first, that second page of the form, there's a lot of words and a lot of options.
All you have to do is hit the subscribe button, comment I sub, and that will get you into the drawing. I asked my son for a blanket and he brought me the wrong one.
And I think you just hit the nail right on the head, my friend, that I think that first question was because they may have been going
Good morning,
bottom up.
Daniel.
But when you look at it top down, and as the judge instructed him, that's the way in which you must work this form. Go in order, 1, 2, 3. Don't start backwards and start at 5. That would make no sense. You want to start at the top. And then if your verdict would be not guilty, then the inquiry ends there. And so that's why it was so key that question was answered, as you noted, Vinny. And looking at the form, perhaps it could be a little simpler, but here we are. You and I don't make that form, nor do we make the decisions about things like sequestration. Vinny, you've been amongst the members of the crowd throughout this trial and last trial. Curious if you think sequestration would have been beneficial.
Julie, I just got a copy. Matt just handed me of the amended verdict slip for count 2.
Amended.
So let me
When
go
was
through
it
that.
amended?
The amended has been released. So if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any of the lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Then it goes to guilty of offenses charged, manslaughter while operating under the influence. Check one or both of the followings. What she's added are these notes in parentheses, and I'm trying to, I can't figure out how to scroll on this.
Yeah, I know you're
Matt
reviewing
has
it
to help
right
me,
now.
but
Vinny, when did she amend it? If you
Right.
know, what's Matt saying? Did this just happen this morning?
No, yesterday it was amended. It just wasn't released. There were copies given to the jurors, but not made public.
To the
So we have
public.
a copy of it right now.
I see.
Can I bring Matt in here to help us scroll?
Sure.
Help us scroll
Let's
here.
welcome him in. Hi there, Matt Johnson.
Matt's going
What
to
do
be
we have
my
here?
scroll. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to read it from the top. So it goes number 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. That's the same. Then the addition is in parentheses. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Then it goes to number 2, guilty of the offenses charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Then it gives you the 2 choices. Check one or both of the following. That remains the same, manslaughter or .08. Then there's a new paren. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip.
This is so
If you
much
find her not
better.
guilty of If
I'm
you find her
looking at
not
it now,
guilty of
too.
manslaughter while
Yes. We'll see if we
Well,
can get this in our system to show everybody at home.
Yeah,
Because you're right,
absolutely.
Vinny, as you're saying,
Absolutely.
it's pretty much telling them stop. If you've arrived at a decision, stop. You don't need to keep going. And it pretty much forces them to go top down, as Her Honor had instructed. Wow, what a difference this makes, huh, Vinny?
Much better. And part of the reason a lot of people were saying, why don't you put a not guilty box next to each
why
lesser
not?
included? The problem is the law in Massachusetts doesn't permit that. They don't permit partial verdicts for lesser included offenses. So if you put the box in there and they actually check a not guilty verdict, then jeopardy attaches.
Bingo.
And if they get hung on a lower lesser included offense, the person can't be retried for the top offenses. That's the way Massachusetts wants it. That's the law. The judge is following the law. That's why she didn't put those not guilty boxes as a choice there. But the jury clearly needed more guidance because we had similar problem, slightly different, but a similar.
So if you do not find that she hit him with the vehicle, everything is mute. It is, because in that lesser it says causing the death of John O'Keefe. So if you don't find that she caused the death of John O'Keefe on a elevated charge, you can't find her guilty of the lesser? Is that what you're telling us?
A problem with the first jury. So this is much clearer. It's in bold. I always read the bold, right? You're not going to pass by the bold. It's not a footnote. It's not an oral instruction, a verbal instruction. It is written down on the slip so they can all read it together and understand how you do it step by step. So let's hope and pray, because all we want is the jury to understand how they are to communicate whatever their agreements are inside that jury room. The
Right.
first jury didn't know how to do it. They did not understand it. And if the second jury is having problems as well, it's not a problem with the citizens, the 12 in the box, now 24 in the box. It's a problem with Massachusetts system of justice and the way they communicate.
Okay, Aaron, I think let's read this exactly, Eddie. If they said she caused the death of John O'Kay, why wouldn't they think it would be a higher charge? Well, intent. Intent. So I think that if they find that she was drinking and driving and inadvertently, accidentally, not with any intention to harm anyone, she backed up, hit him, didn't know it, and drove off. That is why you have that lesser charge. It's the intent that distinguishes the charges. So, from my humble opinion, and I'm not a lawyer yet, I'm on the fence. I'm graduating this for those who don't know me. Hi, I'm AdaKay. I'm deaf without my hearing aids. So you'll see an interpreter pop on when we have a deaf person watching. But I am a criminal justice major graduating this fall with a degree, and I'm trying to decide either do I want to go into law school or get a master's and then PhD in criminal justice. Not sure yet which route I'm going to take. But in my humble opinion, I'm a hoe. It's intent. And I think that's where but the problem is you've got to find first that she did or did not hit him with the vehicle. If she did not hit him with the vehicle, it's all not guilty. Just plain out not guilty. If you believe that she could have hit him with the vehicle in a state of drunkenness, then the lesser charge 2 count 5 would apply.
With the jurors. So they need to fix that. I think hopefully the judge fixed it on this verdict form. Let's hope, because that's the bottom line. You don't want a jury to agree to something and then not know how to communicate it to the judge and to the court and to the public.
You're absolutely right.
And you're
Vinny.
right.
And as I'm reviewing this form, and we're working right now to get it ingested into our system so that we can show it to everyone, and you'll see what Vinny and I are talking about here. It's almost like the way Judge Beverly Cannoni was saying it to the jury when they were in the box yesterday afternoon, and she was saying, you know, you start at the top. If you find not guilty, here, just stop. The inquiry ends right there. But if you don't, keep on going. And then it's almost like her verbiage that she used yesterday in the courtroom has been now attached to this in bold, as you noted, Vinny, to make it so simple so that they look at each number one by one and understand what's at stake here. So this is a big deal that this was added yesterday afternoon, and I think perhaps a little known fact as well, because since this wasn't released until this morning, moments ago, we weren't able to pour through it. Vinny, tell me, seeing
Do we
this
have
now,
it in as the gavel drops?
noting that it's Wednesday, you made the point earlier about how tomorrow's Thursday, tomorrow's the Juneteenth holiday. We don't know if court would even be in session on Friday after that. Do you think we're likely to see either a verdict or the jury come to no decision today in the declaration of a mistrial today, this Wednesday?
Yeah, my gut tells me that today's the day that the jury will speak. And when I say the jury will speak, they'll let us know where they are. You know, we're deadlocked. We've reached a verdict. And hopefully if they've reached a verdict on one or more counts, they communicate that. And they don't leave any gray area here. Here's where we are on charge 1. Here's where we are on charge 2. Here's where we are on charge 3. That is so crucial, so important in the way all this has played out, especially after the first trial. I think the other thing that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts should do on these verdict forms, if it's a lesser included, instead of just listing them as numbers, because they're all listed like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you just look at it, they all kind of look the same. If it's a lesser included, I've seen this on other verdict slips in other states, indent it. And maybe don't call it number 3, call it 2A, 2B, 2C.
Yep.
However, you want to make it so it's clear that it's a lesser included rather than a completely separate charge. Because if you just list them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they all look like they're the same, but they're not the same. They're not the same. There's a huge difference between the top charge and the lesser included. Big difference in how it impacts what could happen if they're deadlocked. And I think that clarity would help. But
I'm going to pause that right there for a minute. I'm going to share this with you guys. We did download what was the suggested form. The suggested form, not the form that we currently have. So please understand, this is the suggested form. So here is what I believe the Exhibit A. So this was the one that the defense put up. Type, crime charged, manslaughter, guilty, not guilty. Lesser, involuntary manslaughter, guilty, not guilty. If you've, see, this is simpler. In the above case, we, the jury, say the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence, not guilty. Lesser included, involuntary manslaughter, not guilty. If you find the defendant guilty of the crime above, stop. If not guilty, you can go below. So if they go guilty up here, they have to stop. If they say not guilty, they go to the next level. Okay? This is so much easier to follow. This is what they should have had, in my humblest of opinions. Just because everything's about the state implies it was intentional. Aaron E., and that's where the charge of involuntary manslaughter. Evening about the states implied that it was not involuntary. Everything about the state. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for liking Karate Cat Mom. I don't think involuntary manslaughter should be even an option. Maybe the jury will speak for all of us and be ticked off at the judge for the lack of answering questions and just vote not guilty on all charges. Welcome. Good morning, Karate Cat Mom. The state never argued that K are off JOK by accident. But they did. Minimally. Not until closing arguments did Brendan say that they didn't have proof that she did it intentionally. Yeah. How in the hell can you sit there and put on a trial for red rum intent and then get up on closing say, we don't believe she did it on purpose because you knew that your case was too weak. So now you're cushioning it for the lessers. That's why you did that. But this is the Commonwealth. And then here's the other type right here. This is the form that was suggested and denied by Auntie Bev. I got to say, it is a little more easier to read. But remember, he is not a lawyer from that area. And, well, they don't do it that way.
I think this judge's instructions are perhaps something she may use every time in the future when she's got lesser included charges in a case.
I sure hope so, Vinny. I'm with you. Let's go through, while we have a moment, these lesser included offenses for anybody wondering. So we've got the big umbrella of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol. And underneath that, the possible lesser included offenses, if they don't find her guilty of that charge, could be involuntary manslaughter. That's an option. Motor vehicle homicide, which is a felony, OUI, including negligence, another potential option. Or the operating under the influence of alcohol offense, the lowest of them, that number 5 that was used as the example yesterday. And Vinny, speaking of course, everybody wants to read the tea leaves with that question when the jury said, what if we were to say, for example, we find her guilty of count
Good
2, subsection
morning,
5. What does that
Ronnie,
mean
you're
of the
here.
overall charge? And everybody right
I
away.
was asking about you in private chat, going, is she okay? Is she mad at me? She's gone. I don't see my buddy. I need my queen mod. No, good morning, love.
Said, oh,
Welcome
does
to the
that
queen
mean
mod.
they want guilty of operating under the influence to be the only charge they're finding? How important it is, do you think, that we take them for their word that that was an example?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I don't know if they realize the impact that that has on everyone, whether it's John O'Keefe's family, Karen Reed, her family, the lawyers, the public. You start sending out saying not guilty,
Good
and then
point.
you start
I'll
giving
read it in a minute,
examples. You know, I would think you would know, but maybe they don't, how people are going to react to that.
Good morning,
There's going to
Miss
be a
Ronnie.
visceral reaction and expectation. People aren't going to say that that's the expectation, but why would you use an example if it wasn't where you actually were? Because then,
Thank you, Miss
could
June.
you imagine? You know, you send out a message saying, if we're, you know,
All right, guys,
if we're not
thank you
guilty
to
on
my
2
fabulous
charges,
mod. We do have the updated form. I have to do this to get to it. Forgive me, but it's the way I have to do it. All righty, then. Let me see. Oh, let me do this. I got to download it. Desktop. Give me a second. I'm downloading so I can embiggen it. That's not the one I want. Let me check downloads again. Nope. It said download. Okay. I saved it. Why can't I down? Okay, let me get it. Let me exit out of that. Stop sharing. I'll find it. Let me get it. So what we're doing is that we are allocating. Here is the example. Let me get it over here so I can read it and make it biggin. Yes, I know. By the way, I want to apologize yesterday. I lost the stream yesterday. There's some kind of weird attacks going on. Okay, so here is the back page of it. Let me go to Discord and download the front page. Download image, save, go to file, to desktop. Okay, we got them both up and going. So let's go to page 1. So what we're doing here is we are going to go and read the new updated version. Okay, dokie. Can I embiggen this more? There we go. Okay, so the verdict slip. This is the updated version. They have highlighted not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charge or any lesser offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Guilty of offense charge, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one of the following. So she could be found guilty here. They did bold a lot of this. So there are quite a bit of changes. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of the blah, 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 then you move on. So that's what she's done. If you have so there is some clarity. Does this help? What is your belief? Does this help or does it not help? That to me helps a little bit. It's not what I like, but it does help a little bit. Let's keep going. And I'll be right back. I got to take a quick comfort break.
and we're hung jury or hung on a 3rd charge, and then you come back and that's not indicative of the final verdict, people are going to be like, well, what just happened? Why would you send that out? It's almost cruel to the parties involved, both sides, that you would send that out. I mean, the gut punch that the O'Keefe family must have felt when that note was sent out, and then the level of potential optimism that the defense felt and Karen Reed felt at that moment. It's almost cruel to both sides. I'm not blaming the jury. No one instructs them on how to do anything, specifically in the way they communicate back and forth. But that's the impact of it, right? So I'm taking it that they would understand that. And if they understood that, I think it would sort of mirror or track where they are in their deliberations. If not, then it's tough. It's really tough on the parties involved in this case if it comes out very different from what they've indicated so far.
A point well taken, Vinny. You're so right. As you know, when you're on a jury, it's a very isolating, intimate process of deliberations. It's secretive. You're in a small room with other people. The doors are closed. There's not a big gallery of people watching. So you're right. You wonder if they're thinking at all about the big stage watching, you know, all of the audience all over the world who are interested in the outcome of this case and how just those little tidbits of information can be received and the impact that they may be having on parties on both sides. It's an important point.
Yeah, it's important. And I had jury duty. I didn't deliberate, but I had jury duty.
I remember you telling me.
And I was in the box. I ended up being an alternate. And the experience that I had, and I have to think this jury as well, they're in such a small courtroom, is that there is an emotional aspect to it where you understand how important this is for the parties involved. Like for me, it was the plaintiff, it was the defendant, it was a doctor, and it was a patient, who was struggling. And you felt bad, and you felt for both sides on a very human level. And these folks have been, and that was a 4-day trial. This was a trial over the course of months. And you're in the room with John O'Keefe's family. You're in the room with Karen Reed and her family. You've got to understand what they're going through. So from a human perspective, I was very cognizant of that, extremely cognizant of that. And I think it would have seeped into my deliberations to a certain extent. I think in the end, absolutely, you follow the law. But in terms of communicating with the court, I've got to think you would understand that the impact it would have on families on both sides if you're throwing out not guilties and you're talking about that, and it's not anywhere near where you are in your deliberations.
It's an excellent point, Vinny. We'll continue the conversation right after we hit a quick break. Stand by kindly, please, my friend. We're looking at 16 and a half outside of the courthouse. As you know, that's where our Court TV lead anchor, Vinny Politan, is with us this morning. Vinny, we're going to break down this verdict slip in just a couple of minutes together. We've got it in our system so we can show it to everybody. But first, I want to start by asking you, please, what are you seeing with the mood outside? I know you've been talking with people in the crowd. Anything this morning noteworthy to share with us, please?
A lot of optimism. This crowd is 99.9% Karen Reed supporters. Yesterday, I found 2 that were here for the other side. But you can tell by the colors that people are wearing, the shirts. There's a lot of optimism after yesterday. I think they are all absolutely expecting not guilty verdicts on all 3. They absolutely are. They believe today's the day. I wouldn't call it glee. I would say it's just the optimism. And then if you talk to them and you ask them, well, what do you think? And they're all talking about, justice, and they're talking about corruption. They believe that there's corruption. They believe justice in the case is to go after the people who were part of this conspiracy that's been alleged by the defense. That's where they are. Almost all of them that are here at the courthouse, almost all of them. Some are just, a smaller portion they haven't proven the case. And that's where they are. The optimism is there. I think what we'll see is, as the afternoon continues, the size of the crowd will grow like it did yesterday. I came here in the morning because Monday it was packed from start to finish. Tuesday, a lighter crowd in the morning. It built throughout the day, and by the end, it was jam-packed because everyone was expecting the verdict. I think if word goes out, they're all connected by social media, following different accounts. Everyone who's a Karen Reed supporter within driving distance will be here once there's word that it looks like a verdict has been reached. But I think even without that notification, the crowd will build during the course of the day.
Sure. I think you're right, Vinny. I want to welcome in now our legal analyst guest. You know him as well, Vinny. He used to head up the homicide unit in Norfolk County, Massachusetts. He's a heavy hitter in the private sector now. Attorney Rick Grundy also with us. Rick, we just got some big information from Vinny and Matt and our team there that the judge did in fact amend the verdict slip after the jury came back with the confusion, in particular over page 2, count 2, and how they should work through it. So we've got it. I want to put it up on our screen and let you take a look at this, Rick, and see the difference here as we scroll through and see how right after you look at number 1, you know, of course, that's what they're going to consider first, whether Karen Reed is not guilty. That's the first option. And then it says right there, if you find her not guilty, stop and sign the slip. And then we move on to count 2, the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. Check 1 or both of the following.
Okay, guys, just so you know, I have 2 people now in, and by the way, I broadcast over multiple formats, media formats, and I've got 2 people who have asked me to put on the crown. They saw my crown's in the background, so I put the tiara on. The crowns are a little more difficult, so the tiara is on. I'll come back a little bit so they can see it. There you go. You got your wish.
Following, depending upon what you find. And then another bold warning, stop and sign the slip. It works through all of these lesser includeds very clearly, forcing them to stop if they have come to a decision. Rick,
True.
you've been looking at this slip for a long time in Massachusetts, now seeing this amended version. What do you think, please?
Well, I think, you know, as we said, there's certain legal aspects to it, not including the not guilty. But as Vinny and yourself have been saying throughout, you got to take into consideration who these people are and what they're trying to deal with. It's like being in a country and not speaking the language. I think even little things like when they came back, and I think they asked their questions in hypotheticals, because one of the instructions they receive is never reveal what your vote is during the course of your deliberations. So when they come out and say, well, what if we found this way on a couple accounts? I think that was, we've done that, but we're not supposed to tell you that. So they're feeling their way in the dark, no doubt about it. I think the revelation of these amended instructions also may piece together the timing of yesterday's break. Initially, and to some extent, I still think that might have been I think we're there, let's go home, let's sleep on it. As the minutes tick by this morning, perhaps not. But if in fact they got this later in the afternoon, they might have said, all right, now we realize that we have a whole lot more work to do to get through this as we now understand it. Let's not dive into that this afternoon. Let's come back tomorrow morning. One other thing I wanted to mention with respect to the jurors and having young jurors, for all the young litigators out there, when you have a case that's, for whatever reason, they're going to need a lot of jurors, watch out for your May trial dates, because it's endemic within the system. And one particular reason is they want to have a large group of jurors. And in May, all these college students who have deferred are
free.
Available and looking to do their jury duty. And It's happened to me in the past. You're going to get swamped with younger jurors. And if your case is not good for that, you're going to have a task on your hands to limit those jurors.
Rick Grundy, such great.
And I have 2 crowns back there. And we hit 175,000 views in 1 year. I think that's huge, guys. That's huge. Our subscriber count, just so you know, has gone up to 2,933. We are 77 away from hitting 3,000. Y'all, we have more than that viewing right now. Please click the subscribe button. It's free. And if you put I sub, and I'll have to go back and find it where I did it. If you put the I sub up there, like this, you will be entered into a drawing for a chance for a giveaway at the end of the month. It is free. And if you don't want the giveaway, that's fine. Go ahead and sub. Please help me get to 3,000. I've been really, really hoping to get to 3,000 by the end of the month.
Information, insight, and analysis you just gave us. Where do I begin? I know where I want to begin. I want to back up a little bit and focus in on what you said. Such a great point. You said jurors are instructed during their deliberations not to reveal their vote and how they're leaning. So here we are taking them for their word when they passed to the bailiff that note last night about, well, if we want to find Karen Read not guilty of 2 counts and we're stuck on the other, what does that leave us with a hung jury on all 3? I see what you're saying, that maybe they're just saying that, and maybe it's really not 2 not guilties. Vinnie Politan, what's your thoughts on what Rick Grundy just raised here for us?
I trust Rick, but it's cruel. It's absolutely cruel to communicate that.
Diane,
and then I'll get back to it.
I mean, Daniel.
Could you imagine being in
Hartzell.
Jonathan's family
Thank you,
and
Daniel
you're waiting for
Hartzell.
this
You were
verdict?
freaking amazing.
And you hear
Gotta
that they're
read.
talking about 2 not guilties. If you're Karen Read, the rest of your life is up in the air. Are you going to be locked up or are you going to be free? And you're hearing 2 not guilties. Wow. They didn't, and I think they can interpret that 2 ways. And Rick could be right on with that they completely just want to throw something out there, potentially. But they didn't indicate which counts, right? 2 of the counts. They didn't indicate which ones, but they did indicate one of the charges. So I don't know what to make of it. I really don't know what to make of it. I just, having sat in that box, I was so wary of the emotions of the case and of the people involved and how important it was for them. And that was just a malpractice case. This is a murder case. It doesn't get more serious than this, but it's possible. And at the end of the day, I always end all analysis of jury deliberations with, at the end of the day, we have no idea. We have no idea what these 12 people are saying. You know, there's only one time I think that a camera's ever been inside a jury room, and that was they voluntarily did it, but we don't know. We don't know.
You're so right. We're going to keep trying to read the tea leaves, so to speak, after we hit a break. Vinnie Politan, Rick Grundy with us, and thank you for being with us at home. We're almost at the...
Okay, guys, I'm going to read something to you. Former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor was fired by the Massachusetts State Police March of 2025 to the joy of many people for the misconduct related to the Karen Read investigation. He was found to have violated agency rules, including sending derogatory messages, sharing sensitive information with non-law enforcement personnel, and drinking on duty. Despite his firings, Massachusetts police officer standards of training certification remains intact, meaning he's eligible to seek employment with another law enforcement agency in the state. I don't think they would hire him. Here's more details. Okay. The misconduct, the violations, including sending inappropriate derogatory text messages, sharing. And that's where he talked about Karen Read's flat butt, leaky blow knot, or whatever he said. Sharing confidential information to unauthorized people concerning the case. And he was found guilty of drinking and driving while on duty, like several other of the Canton PD. Despite the termination, Proctor Post's certification is still valid. This means he can apply for a law enforcement job in other agencies within Massachusetts. Proctor was the lead investigator in the Karen Read trial, who was accused of red-ringing John O'Keefe. Proctor's actions and the investigation to his conduct are still relevant to the ongoing Reed trial. He, oh, sorry. His family is still supporting him and feels that the termination was unfair, and the federal investigation into potential misconduct related to the Karen Reed case involving Proctor concluded without charges yet. Does not mean that they cannot bring charges against him. That does not mean that he potentially, or anybody in this case, can potentially still have charges brought against them. They are just not at this time. Okay. And here we go.
So did you drive your car into John?
Thank you.
I did not drive my car into John. Didn't reverse it. Did not hit John with my car.
Is there any chance this was an accident?
There's zero chance this was an accident.
That is one of the pieces of evidence introduced in the case against defendant Karen Reed that we just watched. Welcome back to Court TV Live as we continue on the verdict watch in her case over the death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. We're getting closer and closer to hitting the 17-hour mark. And we know that one of the questions the jury asked of the court was how they should consider pieces of evidence like the one we just watched. They asked the judge if they can consider the clips as evidence. Might that be concerning to the attorneys, particularly the attorneys on the Commonwealth side? Let's bring back in former prosecutor and Court TV lead anchor Vinnie Politan and the former head of the homicide unit in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, where this case is being tried, attorney Rick Grundy. Rick, I'll begin with you this time, please. How concerned would you...
And if you notice, the men are wearing different shades of purple ties. And part of that is because Karen Reed's side is pink. John O'Keefe's side is blue. Pink and blue. It's purple. It's neutral. But Vinnie Politan will have a red tie on as soon as there is a verdict reached. Keep an eye on Vinnie. If that tie is red, even before they say a word, if you see his tie is red, he knows there's a verdict.
You have been about that question. Had you been trying this case for the Commonwealth?
I think it's a continuation of the jury really having a difficult time fumbling through the jury instructions, and not their fault. Obviously, this is a big change between jury 1 and jury 2, and Hank Brennan went to a great deal of effort to get all of these clips. You know, knowing in all likelihood she would not be taking the stand, this would be what they heard from Karen Reed, intersplicing it into the case in pertinent areas. And something like this particular statement, you know, considering it crucial to their case. And the jury went out and they spent, you know, my estimate is close to 2 days of deliberation, not knowing that this whole piece was evidence and something that they can listen to and should be taken into consideration during their deliberations. This particular clip, you know, she says, I never put it in reverse. So in order to get beyond that, you have to disregard the Commonwealth's expert, who very definitively says it went into reverse at this particular time. It reversed for this particular amount of space at this particular speed. So, you know, that little piece of her denying that's crucial.
Rick, you're right. Vinnie, what do you think? As a former prosecutor, would that question have troubled you yesterday?
Oh, yeah. Big time. Like, this was some of the strongest evidence that the prosecutor is leaning on. And the question, is it evidence? Wow. I think part of the problem is the way it was presented to the jury. It was like a witness would testify, they would finish, and then, hey, everybody, look at the screen. It wasn't coming in through a witness, right? There wasn't someone saying, oh, yeah, we recorded her, we spoke with her, and here's what we did. It was like, now a word from our sponsor, and we went to a video clip. Bizarre. Never seen that in any case ever before. I don't know how they all agreed this is the way you present the clips, like just randomly put up. But obviously doing something random like that confused the jury.
Interesting, Vinny. Thinking about it like a trial attorney, if you could try the case and introduce them, how would you do it so that there wouldn't be confusion?
Well, I mean, there has to be some level, like normally pieces of evidence come in through a witness. I guess you couldn't. Was it stipulated? I don't know exactly the process for all this being entered into evidence, but it didn't come in through normal testimony. Now, the normal testimony would be, what is it, the custodian of records for NBC, the custodian of records for this other place? It might have made more sense then. But if you had all these clips, maybe you just play them all at once, and then the jury knows that this is evidence, right? Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence for the jury, and then you play all the videos at once.
What do you guys think about this? What do you think about this? I think that's a good point. I think if you're going to bring something in, you bring it all the way in. I think the way he presented it is confusing. That hence makes the question. That makes sense to me. Thank you.
Rather than someone gets off the stand and then Mr. So-and-so play clip 21, and then we all look up at the screen and we play clip 21. If they're all presented together as one piece of her just talking, maybe they would have understood it. This may be a much more effective way to do it, but in the end, it wasn't, because at the end of the day, they didn't know what they were watching was evidence.
Right. It's a fair point for discussion, Vinny. I like what you said. You know, I feel like what a difference a word can make. The word choice here, clip versus exhibit, right? If you refer to them as, let's play exhibit 2, let's play exhibit 3, then, you know, I think anybody who's watched any Law and Order or court TV before knows that, oh, okay, exhibit, you know, that makes my mind understand that this is case evidence. Rick Grundy, what do you say? If you had to try the case, would you have done it this way, the way that Hank Brennan did it, or differently? How so?
Well, I think this was, as Vinny said, this would have had to have been a stipulation, because it would not enter in just like, here's a clip, take a look at it. So I think what was the good side and bad side of doing it in a proper manner, if there were not a stipulation? And I would have looked at that as a prosecutor, and you'd have to balance, is this just going to make it more of a circus?
Hello, Janelle Sarah. Beautiful
I might
name.
like as a prosecutor, and I certainly would dislike as a defense attorney, if I brought in the interviewer from 2020, and I brought in the interviewer from Vanity Fair magazine, and on, which I really think would have further besmirched the defendant. By she's sitting with all these network TV shows, she's sitting with these publications, these gossipy publications, discussing this matter, and then okay, we have a specific instruction, we don't talk about it, but she doesn't testify at trial. I think it would have dusted her up a little bit. Again, counterbalance it with it creates more of a circus atmosphere.
We got a fan.
Right. Excellent analysis from you both. We'll hit a break. It is that
Celine Dion is still performing.
time. Vinny, Rick, stand by kindly, please. Looking at the clock. Homicide unit in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, Rick Grundy, and the head of the anchors here at Court TV, Vinny Politan, on the ground there outside of the courthouse. So before we conclude the hour, and of course our coverage continues all day long, I want to get some predictions here as to what we think is going to happen. And if you're at home and want to share with us your prediction on social media, please do that. We've got the hashtag Court TV Read Verdict. Vinny's got his thinking cap on. If you had to guess, what do we think will happen today? Vinny, to you first, please.
I think after lunch at some point, mid to late afternoon, we'll hear from the jury. What we hear from the jury, I don't know. I'm not in there. But I think we will hear from them. I think there is a level of commitment. They know that this is a retrial. They know because of the testimony during the course of the trial. Usually you don't want them to know, but this jury knows.
Yep.
And I think they will let their voice
Well-
be heard where they are, whether it's
CSI Devon or Dever, that woman made sure they knew this was a retrial. She made sure and to inform them that
deadlock
this was
or
a
they've
retrial.
reached a verdict on one or more counts. I believe they will communicate that to the court by late this afternoon. It could be at any point today, but I think today's the day. If I had to, guess at a time, I'm just going historically the way it's gone for many, many years at Court TV. It's after lunch. But if it's before lunch, it's usually that 11 o'clock hour.
I'm with you. I think after
That's
the
now.
lunch break.
Just so you know, the 11 o'clock hour for them is hitting now. We've been in 17 hours, 8 minutes, and 18 seconds. This afternoon, during the lunch break, we're going to start looking at Kohlberger.
Is when
that
we
trial.
may hear something.
Look
Rick
at it.
Lundy, we want your prediction. What do you think will happen, if anything,
Oh.
today?
Sorry. People are wondering, what is Ceiling Dion? The ceiling fan, we've named it Ceiling de Leon. And when it's spinning, she's given us a concert. When it's not, yep, we're in intermission.
Well, my predictions on this second trial have been bad from the start. When I predicted that Attorney Jackson would shave his Satan's beard before the trial started, but it's a tough one.
They called it Satan's beard? Oh my gosh. I can't believe you said that, dude. Oh, come on. Some women are really going on for that.
I agree
They're
with
liking
most
his
of what
beard.
Vinny said. Love you, Vinny. If we get to noon without a verdict, I think we can safely say it wasn't a matter of let's sleep on it, and that means they're still struggling. You have some Friday effect potentially here because tomorrow's another day off. But I think, again, I hearken what Vinny said, that we will hear from them either with a verdict or with a we are getting to the point or believe we are deadlocked before the end of the day.
All right.
So you both agree we're going to hear
Julie,
something.
if I could just jump in.
Sure.
I want to just a quick story. So
Cole has posted.
the first trial I covered at this courthouse was Rick's trial. He was the prosecutor. Amazing
Was
job.
it?
Early days of DNA.
Oh.
Yes. Early days of DNA.
Wow.
That jury, we knew exactly when the verdict was going to be delivered by that jury, because all week long they deliberated and they were dressed like normal people. Friday they show up and they're dressed to the T's and they pose for a picture on the back steps of the courthouse before they go in. And we looked at each other and said, yeah, I think today's the day.
Today's verdict day. Oh, well.
And it was a guilty verdict, of course.
Rick tried a great case, I'm sure. Boy, I wish I could have seen Rick in action. Rick, do you remember the case that he's talking about?
I
No.
remember it very well.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Well, I love that story.
Available on demand. Available on demand on CourtTV.com. Massachusetts versus Dirk Greineder for free.
There you go. Something to binge watch. Rick Grundy, that is so cool. Did you two meet back then? I'm curious. Did you have any interaction, or was there an interview you did, Vinny?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. We spoke throughout the trial, and I told him his producer was a guy named Brian, also a young man like Vinny at the time, and myself. And we spoke throughout the trial, and I said, I can't do anything, while the trial's pending. And then once we got a verdict, we did some nice airtime together. It's great.
That is really
Good memory.
great. Maybe we can dig that interview up too. I would love to see it. I'm sure it was fantastic. Boy, such great analysis from you both. And as we're talking, Vinny, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like it's getting a bit more noisy where you are. I seem to be hearing a little more outside noise, more people.
You are right on. You are right on. As I suspected, the crowd is beginning to grow and gather. What's interesting about the noise level, if you hear noise, you know nothing is happening. When everyone goes silent, that's when you're on alert. It's the exact opposite of every other trial. Because when the O'Keefe family shows up, or Karen Reed and her attorneys and her family show up, the crowd goes completely silent. That's when I've got to turn and say, what is going on here? Not when there's noise.
Wow, boy, that's something. Well, Vinny, we're going to look forward to seeing you on the other side of this break. Rick Grundy, you've got cases to win. We've got to let you get off to court. Thank you for your time and the great analysis today. And thank you at home for being with us. Court TV continues the verdict watch in the case against defendant Karen Reed live after this from Dedham, Massachusetts. 17 hours, 12 minutes and counting on this Wednesday morning. We'll be right back.
Welcome, Miss Diane.
The beautiful.
I had two people wanting me to put the crown on today, so I said, one asked, I'm like, nah. The other one's like, okay.
Oh, it's beautiful. You know, I like.
So this is June's prediction.
Not guilty on one. Okay, well, we'll
Thank
see.
you for sharing, Daniel. Thank you so very, very, very much. Okay, let's look at the poll. The poll. Do you like Attorney Jackson's beard? 60% said yes, 40% said nah. Excuse me. I couldn't get it muted quick enough.
It all depends on how it feels when you kiss them. If it's soft, yes. If it's hard, no.
You don't like the prickly tickly. You like the silky smoothie.
Soft, smooth. And that is why I give my sons beard conditioner so that when they kiss their mates, and for Joe, when he kisses his doggies.
It got it, June. No, it didn't. Well, beard conditioning and oil is very good and healthy for a beard. My son doesn't use it. I gave it to him. He didn't use it.
No girl.
Reasonably doubtful. You are saying that Brennan's arguments were confusing. Yeah, sometimes I'm like, dude, where are you going? Get on the boat. You're getting off the boat. Get back on the boat.
Yeah.
And it picked you up. Thank you, Daniel. I saw it. It picked you up. Guys, we only have 7 people who have liked our live that commented, I liked.
Well,
if you comment ILIKED, all one word, you'll be entered into the drawing.
Yeah, ma'am. YouTube.
I'm looking. I'm sorry?
I said I'm working on it.
You working on it? You sure? You positive?
Hush, you people's hush.
We have 23 likes. Come on, guys. Y'all, it's free. It doesn't hurt you. It didn't cost you a penny.
Okay.
It didn't cost you nothing. Okay, we're going to get back to court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rowlands. Good to be with you. Here we go again. Another day in Dedham. Another day of waiting for something from this jury. They have been working very hard.
Another day of waiting for
something
of this jury.
And yesterday, those questions gave everybody so much to think about. And now here we are. There was a lot of feeling that they were going to come in today after saying, hey, we want to go home early. Yesterday, maybe they were just going to sleep on something, come back, and immediately possibly have a verdict. That doesn't seem to have happened. So here we are, back to the waiting game. People inside the courtroom, the staff are there. The fan is there, obviously, working away. The jury is there, 17 hours, 17 minutes.
Are you going to interpret?
And then outside the courthouse, people are gathering once again in high anticipation that at some point today, Karen Reed may and likely will find out her fate. Matt Johnson is there at his post outside the courthouse. Let's start, Matt, with the mood today. After all of the drama yesterday, here we are back for another day.
Here we are, day 4 of this verdict watch of Karen Reed, the Karen Reed murder retrial playing out in this tiny, tiny town. And we're in this historic square where this 300-year-old courthouse is behind me. And the crowd of people, it's swelling, it's growing in size each and every day out here on the courthouse steps. If you talk to anybody, they believe that today is going to be the day that it comes down to this. They believe we will have a verdict, and shortly, according to this crowd here. But you can hear the rumbling of people talking to each other. They're not very loud, they're not shouting, they're not cheering. We are within the buffer zone, but restrictions have been lifted. No signs and no cheering can take place, which is the reason why you see the defense team coming out and making the love symbol in sign language. That's what they tell us, to their supporters, and they don't answer any questions or say anything to the supporters that can be heard inside the courthouse. In there, you can see that the fan is rotating, but I'm hearing word that there is no jury questions and the jury is not being brought in right now. I have heard from Team Reed that they have not been summoned back to the courthouse. Remember, they have to be within 10 minutes if there is a jury question or anything of that nature that needs to be addressed. Also, it's Court TV cameras inside that courtroom, and Paul Zenzel, who is our photographer inside there, shot the first trial, shot the second trial, has seen both juries. I asked him if the jury is dressed up today. He said no, they are still casual. That's been par for the course in what we've seen during this 8-week process of evidence and then now 4 days of jury deliberations. But, you know, as all the parties were making their way into the courthouse earlier today, I did try to get a comment from this defendant who has not answered any questions during deliberations. Let's play it. Karen, good morning. How are you feeling today?
Feel good, Matt.
So, I mean, that's something because yesterday she wasn't taking any questions in or out of the courthouse at the beginning of day 3. So right there, this defendant appears to be upbeat by all accounts. As for the family spokesperson at this point in time for the Reed family and Camp Reed, I did meet up with her father as he was crossing the crosswalk here behind me. Let's play that now. How you feeling today?
Hopeful, prayerful, looking forward to it.
You know, and as for Camp Reed, you know, you have William Reed and Janet Reed. They sat through both trials. That's the parents of this defendant, along with their daughter, Karen Reed, on trial for a second time. They tell me that they spend a lot of their time deliberating in prayer and praying through this process. As for the O'Keefe family, they have asked for privacy. That is the reason why we don't ask them questions. I want to make that very clear. But they are escorted in and out of the courthouse with some state police and also local police here in Dedham. They've been wearing blue each and every day during this verdict watch process. So we have the team blue, and then we have the sea of pink supporters out here on the courthouse steps, Ted.
Yeah, it is something else. And every time you see the family members from both sides, you put yourself in their position of how difficult this process is, this waiting game. And it, you know, as much as people think, oh, we're very close to a verdict, we've been down this road before, Matt. Nobody knows. Nobody knows how long this is going to take. And I love the reporting there that Paul Zenzel says jury is wearing casual clothes. A lot of times we see them, you know, pulling out the old sport coat, knowing if they're going to have a verdict and be walking out of that courtroom. Overall, the mood there is very anticipatory, but you're saying also very positive. There seems to be, because let's face it, this is the lion's share of the people there are Karen Reed supporters. There's a lot of confidence there that Karen Reed will be found not guilty.
There is. Again, that's when you're talking to the Karen Reed supporters. And for the most part, that's who we're seeing here on the courthouse steps and surrounding this courthouse, especially where you were seeing me yesterday in that area where the SUVs, the black SUVs, pull up and Team Reed exits, and then she walks up the courthouse steps. There's also a change in mood here because the breaking news earlier that we were sharing with our Court TV viewers, the verdict slip has been changed and a new verdict slip version has been sent back into that deliberating room, mainly looking at count 2. So count 1 stays the same, but when you look at count 2, it's now a 2-pager, and it adds a lot of instruction to clarify things to this jury, walks them through the process. They're not attorneys, so it walks them through what to do. If you do not find the defendant guilty here, move on. And, if you do not find the defendant guilty here, move on or sign it, and then that is your verdict. It makes it much more clear for layman people that have been called to serve their community. But it really...
I don't see the membership. Okay. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Am I on?
Okay. Sorry. I just listed all the winners. Sorry. I got to answer a question
might be
from my son.
helpful, and it might speed things along, especially after we had those jury questions yesterday. Let's play the judge reading the first 3 in open court. Take a listen.
What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge?
All right, and here was the 4th question later in the afternoon when all parties were summoned back. Quote, if we find not guilty on 2 charges, but we can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? So,
Sorry, we're having to change insurance plans on our vehicles. And our insurance went from $100 a month to $150 a month. And my insurance is more expensive because I own it outright. I don't make payments. Go figure. Anyway, June, thank you so much for the memberships. Case 1, you finally got one. Bob, Sassy, Ray, Francis, Joanna, Pamela, Marilyn, Jessica, and Denny Dawn. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your gifted 1 month of gifted membership. And June, as always, you are so generous and I love you. Thank you so much. Don't forget the super chats, y'all.
How do I find the membership? I looked at the 3 dots and I hit them, but there's nothing that says.
No, you click on the dollar bill where you type in your chat in YouTube.
Click on
there
that.
Should be a little dollar bill to the right.
Free membership milestone chat. Click on that.
Memberships. Click on memberships.
Social support for AdaKay. Membership gifting. Super chat.
You should be able to find memberships.
Member for 1 month, alternate jurors.
Yes, member for 1 month. Yeah, click on those. Now you can click the level, 99 cents. I think it's $2.99, $4.99, or $4.99, $6.99, $9.99. Something like that.
Member.
You're already a member, Diane. You've been a member for 1 month.
Yeah, I don't know nothing. I know flowers. My hands were black this morning. I had to wash them. They was.
Thank God. Okay, let's get back in.
All right, thank you.
Amended verdict form could make things a little bit more clear for this jury. The jury of 12 that is deliberating.
Yes,
we're at more than 17 hours, 24 minutes, and 30 some odd seconds at this point in time. And a reminder, we didn't lose any jury members and alternates during this long process, Ted. 3 weeks of jury selection and then 8 weeks of testimony, nearly 50 witnesses. There were 49 that took the stand. Hundreds of pieces of evidence that is back with this deliberating jury. We had 9 men, 9 women in the box, 18 people listening to all of that for all of those weeks. And then, the alternates were selected. They're still on standby, but we have this deliberating jury at 7 women and 5 men. Also very interesting, Karen Reed, this defendant, was asked if she feels
Do you want me to report you to the National Interpreting Agency for your unprofessionalism for eating and signing at the same time?
No.
You know how she feels that there's more women.
Huh?
I'm starving. I've worked hard. Go ahead.
Oh, I know I'm starving too. Just so you know, when you're in chat, if your name is green, that means you're a member. If your name is blue with a wrench, that says you're a mod.
Oh.
And the jury deciding her fate. She said to the media that she actually didn't know the breakdown. So there's that. Ted?
Interesting. Yeah. Oh, okay. And apparently they're younger women, which probably, I mean, hey, nobody knows at this point. And once you get to 17 hours, you just start letting your mind wander about all the little intricacies. Matt Johnson, thank you. Love the reporting this morning. Let's pick up with Vinny Politan, our lead anchor. He's outside the courthouse as well, where Matt left off. And that new jury form. Vinny,
I love Vinny. And sometimes he reminds me of that little pig with the little spiely things that are going, wee, 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 wee. Remember that commercial? The insurance commercial? Okay, I want to go, Vic, 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 Vinny.
It's new to us in that it was.
His tie is purple. Watch out. If it's red, you know there's a verdict.
Released by the court, but this was a jury form. This new verdict form was given to the jurors yesterday when Judge Cannone went through it with them. They each had a copy of it. They've had it now for the better part of a day during their afternoon deliberations. What's your take? I was I really felt yesterday when they said, hey, we want to go home. I thought they were going home to get a little rest before the big reveal today, you know, the old let's sleep on it. Yeah. But it doesn't appear to be that way.
No, it doesn't appear to be that way, but there is a level of anticipation here. I'm standing on the sidewalk. There are just tons of people here right now. It is filled up extremely quickly this morning because I think a lot of people were thinking what we thought was the potential for a very quick verdict this morning if they were sleeping on it. The later it gets today, the less likely that was the scenario. Maybe they left because they needed a little time to breathe and then reconvene and start to continue those deliberations. But out here, people are expecting a verdict. They absolutely are expecting a verdict. And if you ask them, they all believe it's going to be not guilty across the board. People aren't talking about a deadlock jury here. They're talking about not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. You know, another thing's been buzzing because you see all the folks, right? I don't even know what's going on behind me, but we're surrounded. But people are very nice. Once you start talking, they know you're live on television. You know, they give you a little bit of space, but it's very crowded here. There's a level of jubilance and noise, but like I told Julie Grant, when I hear the noise, Ted, I know nothing is happening. It's when everyone goes silent that's a moment. That means that either the O'Keefe family or Karen Reed and her defense team and family are entering the courtroom or have arrived. That's when everyone goes completely silent. The other thing, Ted, are the comparisons. A lot of questions. People ask me, is this bigger than OJ? Is this bigger than OJ? And I'm like, well, that was OJ. That was a huge, huge case. But the longer you're here, the more you wonder, are we getting to that level? Well,
you never get to OJ. You can never get to OJ. You could get to some other ones.
I know. But
I don't know. I think this is bigger than OJ on a lot of levels. Lot of levels.
But Ted, look at this. They are calling Karen Reed's team the Dream Team now. So it would be Dream Team 2, right? Dream Team 2. So while we can make the comparisons one way, I think the feelings of folks are that they've got a dream team of attorneys representing Karen Reed. The question is, will the results be the same as the original dream team? And that's what we're waiting to hear from inside the courthouse from those 12 jurors.
Yeah. Oh, I love that T-shirt. Hey, listen, both sides had versions of a dream team of lawyers. The lawyering in this case has been through the roof, excellent, bar none. You know, obviously Jackson, Yannetti, even Little got a little action there on the defense team, and Alessi, boy, when they unleashed him, it was, you know, the pit bull was working the courtroom, and
Raul is
nothing
up
like
and
it.
running.
And then Hank Brennan over on the Commonwealth side, unbelievable. Now, what is your feeling, Vinny, about these questions, and specifically if we come back with two, if we found her not guilty on two? They said not guilty in that question. They didn't say if we've come to a decision on two, does that mean if we can't get the third that the whole thing's a wash? That to me was a real tell. Is that the feeling you have as well?
What's interesting, and again, I said we're in the sidewalk, so I mean, there's a lot of people that are streaming, and you kind of blend in. There's so many people. So to me, because I was explaining this, I sat on a jury. There has to be some acknowledgement by the jury. If you send out the words "not guilty," you know it's going to have an impact. You know it's going to have an impact on both sides, right? I mean, from John O'Keefe's family, a gut punch, right? And then Karen Reed's side, a moment of, oh my goodness, are we close to perhaps walking out of that courtroom and getting out from under these allegations and these charges? So I have to think they didn't specify which counts, and I think that's what they were keeping secret. But I have to take them at their word, right?
Yeah.
We could say it's a hypothetical. Is it a hypothetical, though? I even question whether it's a hypothetical, because I think it comes down to vernacular. It comes down to how we speak. Like, if I'm standing on the sidewalk right now and someone bumps into me, you're going to see them, right? If someone bumps into me here on the sidewalk, should I tell them to stop?
Me too.
Right?
I thought
That's
about
sort of a
that.
theoretical, but I am getting bumped into a little bit. It's not a big deal, but it's actually happening. So I don't know if it's the vernacular. Like, if we find her not guilty.
Okay, that is a good point. I heard one of the comments say they were surprised that judge did. I can't say judge. Auntie Beb did not reply to the question. Ask it differently. Yes, I know. I know. I agree. Oh, that's not what I want. I need to back it out a little. You won't back out no more. Yeah. Yep.
I don't know if the vernacular is, if we found her not guilty. Like, if we find her guilty, not guilty on two counts here, and what is it?
Right.
I think they were asking for clarity on how to report a verdict. It wasn't like, what happens if we do this? It's like, how do we tell you? How do we communicate it to you? Because the first jury didn't know how to do it. The first jury failed that, and it wasn't their fault. It's the fault of the instructions. It's the fault of the law in Massachusetts. It's the fault of the way these verdict slips are put together. It's the fault of how the lesser includeds are dealt with in Massachusetts. There's no clarity. If two juries in a row don't understand something, it's not the jurors, folks. If two juries, 24 people who didn't know each other, both come to the same conclusion that things aren't clear, guess what? Things aren't clear, so you've got to change them. So hopefully the amended verdict slip makes it easier for this jury to understand what they have to do and how they have to fill out the verdict slip and how they have to communicate what they've agreed to behind closed doors, because the first jury didn't know how to do it.
Absolutely. There's something wrong. And this is a second example of it. And it's astounding that it would happen again. Now, I don't think it's going to go all the way and happen again. That will be prevented in terms of them saying, well, we're deadlocked because we couldn't figure out the third charge. That will be remedied if need be at the time, because the Judge Cannoni won't let that happen again, but it is astounding. Let's get a break. Then he's going to stick around. He's going to meet some more people as we all sit and wait and wonder, what are they doing? What are they hung up on? Stay with us.
Brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
Oh my God.
Yes, we will be discussing that. Sorry, guys. I was actually trying to get me some pasta. I am so hungry. I woke up extra early this morning
I'm gonna report.
Hold on, guys. My bad. Hold on.
I'm gonna report you.
Sorry, guys. We are dealing with insurance issues. Okay, so I was trying to get me some early lunch or brunch. Let's skim. Okay, I'm gonna go get me some lunch. There we go.
Ted is
For brunch.
in the midst of it all, watching and waiting along with everybody else. Vinny, I want to talk about the last trial and the jury that was confused. You mentioned it just before we went to break. You had the opportunity to interview one of those jurors who came forward. There were a handful of jurors that came forward afterwards and said, hey, listen, we were confused. We did come to a unanimous not guilty verdict on the 2 top charges, but we didn't know how to fill out the form. Let's hear from that juror that you talked about, a bit of your interview. And he's specifically talking about it being confusing. It was confusing filling out the verdict form, and the process itself was confusing to not only him, but the panel. Take a listen.
Explain to us why the presumption was that you had to come to a conclusion on all 3. Was there any debate among the jurors about whether or not we have to agree on all 3 counts, or it can be just 1 count, or it can be 2 counts? Was there any discussion or debate amongst the 12 of you about what the rules were when it was time to fill out the verdict slip and determine and let everyone know where you were in these deliberations?
One of the big things that happened was we all agreed and voted, and we kind of not came back to any of those charges. We never revisited them because we had already voted on them. And then we kept on debating on that 2nd charge. And because we kept on debating on that 2nd charge and deliberating, that kind of got us caught off guard at the end in terms of how to respond to that and whether to ask. There was a couple of us who did clearly indicate that maybe we should ask about treating each charge independently, but the majority overruled, and essentially we were left to believe that it needed to be all or nothing.
So what was your take from that guy? Seems as honest as can be. He's got the bow tie on. I have to believe that what he was saying was true. What was your take after interviewing him?
Absolutely. He was there. He's telling us what happened. He told us that they were debating involuntary manslaughter. They had gotten past manslaughter, and they were down to involuntary manslaughter, one of the lesser includeds. And they didn't understand how to do it. He said they even took a vote on whether to ask a question about it, and he got outvoted. So confusion is not good. We want jurors to understand what they have to do. Like, they understood that they have to vote and figure it out, but how to communicate that is so vital to our system. So I sense that just the state of Massachusetts and the way they go about this, very stubborn in the way they communicate with jurors. Other states, during deliberations, I've seen open conversations between the judge and perhaps the foreperson in open court. And I think that helps. They're so afraid of persuading an outcome that they don't want to say anything to these jurors. But the jurors don't know what they're doing. They need help. They look to you for guidance and help. It's legal in other states. They need to, I think, be a little less stubborn, a little less afraid to communicate with the jury during deliberations, because they don't want to cross the line where they somehow forced an injustice by compelling a jury to do something. But when a jury has a straightforward question, like, how do we communicate if we come to a verdict on 2 counts and we're deadlocked on the 3rd? Do we tell you we're deadlocked on all 3, or do we tell you we're deadlocked on 1? That's an easy question from my perspective. Speaking of questions, Ted, do you want to see what's on the mind of some of the folks here?
I do. I've been waiting.
Okay, that is definitely the truth. It's scary as any one of us can become a Karen Reed. That is so true. By the way, anybody good with car insurance? I have no accidents on my record that I caused. And our insurance, they were quoting us $300 for myself and my son. Okay, he's 25. Okay. And then they saw that we had hail damage a year and a half ago, maybe or so. And it went up to $500 a month because we had hail damage.
Who's your agency?
That was with Progressive. Now he's looking at another company.
Try Liberty Mutual. They're pretty good.
Hold on.
Either Liberty Mutual or American Family.
Okay, sorry. Say that again.
Try Liberty Mutual or American Family.
Or American Family.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear me, Matt? Okay.
I don't know what they'll tell you, but I really like American Family.
You like American Family? Sorry, guys, I'm having to eat. I've been up early and I'm so nauseatedly hungry.
Do you want me to report you to the National RID?
Yep.
I don't know who's calling me.
Why is it RID when it's National Certified Interpreters? It should be NCI.
I don't know who's calling me. I don't see them.
All right, we'll get back to this.
Okay, put me on mute.
All right, we have
Muting.
time. All right, let's do it. Let's just right here. Your thoughts right here, right now, as you've made it your way. I see you're wearing some pink, so I assume you're supporting Karen Reed.
Of course.
Actually, someone found out I was a first responder and my insurance went up.
I'm supporting Karen Reed. My thoughts are just love to the family right now.
Okay.
Just love to the families.
Do you believe the verdict's coming now? Is that why you're here, or have you been here throughout?
I'm here so Karen can see a familiar face in the crowd, and I'm here.
Wait. Familiar face. What do you mean?
She knows Hillary. She's been here. She's been in court supporting her.
Since
okay.
pretrial.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Pretrial, first trial.
So yes, I support Karen. Yes,
Okay.
100%. Today's very emotional because of the unknown, of course.
Yeah, everything's unknown.
It's the upside down, as Melanie Little would say.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nice scarf. A lot of pink, Ted. A lot of.
No, because as a volunteer, my vehicle is a POV. So I have to respond from my house to the fire department or sometimes on scene.
Pink here. Here's someone. You're wearing pink Mean
I would
Girls.
think they would give me
Yes,
something
the
for
Mean
the
Girls.
volunteer.
Is there any symbolism to that?
It's pink. Wednesdays we wear pink.
Okay.
You know, we want to support Karen every day, but on Wednesdays, verdict day, we wear pink.
So you expect a verdict today?
Oh, I am praying for a verdict today. I was here yesterday as well, and I think the crowd was really looking for it yesterday. So hopefully before lunch, maybe we'll hear something and they'll give us an idea of what's going on inside.
How late will you stay?
Oh, I'll stay all day.
Fascinating.
I'll stay all night.
Have some young people here. I don't want to interview the young people. Are you okay? Are you okay being interviewed? You're okay being on camera? Is this okay?
We just met her. But
Okay. You're young. You're here.
yeah. Younger.
Why? Why are you here?
I'm here to support Karen's family, Karen herself. I feel very passionate about everything happening. I think yesterday was a really strong start. And I think today we're leaning towards a verdict. So I think today's the day and I want to be here to support everyone.
Yeah.
How will you support everyone when you hear the verdict? What if it's guilty? What do you do?
Oh my gosh. I really don't know.
I think everyone will be in shock.
It's going to be an utter shock. It really will be. It's just, we've been so invested. We've been here now for years. The whole thing. It will truly be just a shock. It really would be.
I'll be really upset.
All right. I'll check in with you later. Make sure you're okay.
Thank you. Please
Okay.
do. Might need an ambulance.
Yeah. Let's go further down. Yes.
Speak to you.
About what?
Not only just about this, but about my brother Keith Haring.
So it's another case.
Yes, it is. Yes, sir.
And is that what brought you here today? Because you feel there's another injustice going on somewhere?
I do feel as though I feel like it's the same, just about the same thing that my brother's going through as well. His case did go up to the Supreme Court, and he was given life in prison without parole. And honestly, it hurts, you know. And
Aw,
I kind
poor
of feel
baby.
like I understand what the whole situation that's going on and what she's going through.
How closely have you followed this case, the Karen Reed case?
Very closely, actually. I'm from Taunton as well, so I've been paying very close attention to it. I actually do want to be a lawyer, so I pay close attention to all of it, all the cases. I pretty much analyze what's going on and try to have a better understanding towards it, so it gives me a better mindset and a better comprehension towards the whole case and everything.
Well, good luck to you. Thank you so much for speaking with us.
Good luck to you, boo.
All right. So people are here for different reasons, right? You've got her own family situation, but has been drawn. And I've heard that more than once, by the way. When I've been here, I've heard that type of story more than once. Let's go to the steps over here. We'll go to the steps. Quick question.
Yes, sir.
Why are you here?
To support Karen Reed, of course. Injustice anywhere is a threat everywhere.
How passionate are you about this? Like, what happens if they come back? We don't know what they're going to say. They could say guilty. What is it? What would that mean from your perspective?
That's hard to. What would that mean? That would mean that the police better get ready for the streets to turn up, because they see. I mean,
really?
I don't know.
I mean,
at least that you see the support she has out here. I wouldn't. I would hope they come out not guilty.
Okay. Well, we don't know what it is. We don't know. Let's go one more on the steps here, Ted, and then we'll send it back to you.
Hi, Ben.
Hello. Thoughts right in this moment. What are you feeling emotionally?
Okay, Ronnie, you're saying we all think the first two counts are not guilty. Well, I don't think so. I think they're stuck on the guilty of the, okay, I don't know. I'm confused.
Yes, anxious. I'm a little concerned that we don't see anybody by now, especially after the questions yesterday.
But you do know it's very common that verdicts come down after lunch. Have you heard that?
Yes. But it's after the questions yesterday. I really thought it was going to be yesterday.
I think a lot of folks did, but everyone's here early today, and I think everyone's expecting that. How much of an emotional toll will this verdict take on you personally? You don't know Karen personally, do you?
No, I don't. I mean, I guess it depends what the verdict is. I mean, right now, the emotional toll of waiting for it has been rough. Like, not even joking, like not being able to sleep well, not being able to focus, taking personal time to come here and be here.
Oh, I want to watch
because
that.
It's so hard to focus.
Maybe we should do it
being
on
that
Discord.
vested, but a huge
Maybe we should watch that on Discord.
relief if she's not guilty.
Diane?
And if it's anything but, honestly, a hung jury.
Diane,
that would be
are you free?
devastating. Just what it's done to her, what it's done to all of us. I think that's going to be the hardest one to swallow.
Thank you so much for speaking with us. So, Ted, as you can see, there's everyone's here for similar yet different types of reasons. And I think, Ted, as I stand here on the steps across from the steps of the courthouse, there will be a reaction. I just don't know if the reaction is going to be audible, because the power of silence is what has really struck me here at the courthouse. When, again, I told you this, when there's all this conversation and people speaking to each other, greeting each other, talking
I surely hope not case one.
about the case, talking about their lives, there's an ambient noise that comes when you have hundreds of people gathered together. But when something happens, when John O'Keefe's family walks in, when Karen Reed shows up in the SUVs, then everything becomes dead silent. I'll let you know when that moment happens. We've got our eyes open, obviously, and we'll continue to be here throughout, Ted.
All right.
Diane, are you
Vinny
ready?
Politan, thank you. Fascinating. Vinny's right. There's that theme. The one theme that I think intertwines with all these people, they feel an injustice that has been done in this case. That's their opinion. But I think that's a motivator of why you get up out of your house, put on a pink shirt, and go to a courthouse and maybe make a sign. There has to be something bringing you to it, and I think that's exactly what they feel. Of course, not everybody feels that way. Not everybody is outside that courthouse. Let's get a break. When we come back.
Okay, just so you know, the poll, is this trial bigger than O.J. Simpson's trial? Yes, 11%. 56% no, 30% who cares? I'm ending the poll. Okay, I thought the court closed on Friday or just Thursday? Someone said they were closed both days. I wasn't sure.
We received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question.
Are you back, Diane? Diane,
Yeah,
are you back?
not yet.
All right. Wave at me when you're ready.
And we don't answer theoretical questions.
All right, welcome back to Court TV Live. That was that 4th question, and it's unclear if all 4 of the questions came at once or if that was after the first 3 was read in open court as a sort of separate question. But you remember there was that delay, there was a long sidebar, then everybody returned at 1:30, and that was the order of business at 1:30 of what to do about that last question. Vinny Politan still watching along with us, waiting along with us, I guess, and with a lot of other people. Not just there outside the courthouse, but at home as well, watching court TV. People on their couches, waiting, muttering, and Karen Reed, what's going to happen? So many people invested in this case, Vinny, and we've covered cases, big cases, where people are just all in. And for our Court TV core audience, it's pretty much every week they're all in and they live and die with these cases. But every now and then a case touches thousands of people. And that's what we're seeing here. Why? What is it about this case, this woman who was unknown? This is not a celebrity trial. This is a woman nobody knew outside of her own circle, but yet now she is a household name. What is it, in your opinion, that has garnered so much attention?
I can give you my opinion, but we'll get the opinions from the folks who are gathered around me in just a second. I just want to explain where I am and why I'm here. So I moved a little bit further down from the courthouse. If you're looking at the courthouse, we're on the left side of the courthouse, but this is close to the area. If you look across the street, that's where Karen Reed and the defense team, that's where they arrive. So there's always a lot of people in this area as well, waiting to see if the SUVs pull in. Then just across from them, you see another sea of pink. Those are the folks who kind of get closest to the defense team and to Karen Reed when she arrives, because she'll get out of the SUV and they're very, 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 very close over there. So when that area starts to buzz, we know something is up. And then in this area over here, these are the folks who are relaxing a little. They're not in the middle of a huge crowd. They've got the lawn chairs, and here they are. But I'm going to ask them the question that you asked me, Ted, which is, why Karen Reed? Why Karen Reed? What was it that drew you to support her to show up here?
I think it's important to support women. The manifestation of it.
Okay, come on in. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Yeah. Why Karen Reed? Nobody knew her before this. You didn't know her before this, right?
Never, but
why her?
It could be us. It could be me. Could be you.
Could be any of us.
Now, I would ask the dog, but I am not a whisperer. But I'll ask you, why Karen Reed? Why this case?
Injustice. Sandra Birchmore has a lot to do with this. Same cast of characters. And the police will not police themselves. And that's why I'm here.
Okay.
Justice for John O'Keefe.
Gotcha.
And Louis, too.
And Louis the dog. All right. I've interviewed some young people. You're obviously young.
That's a good intro.
Reed?
You're young.
Well, I heard about this case. I was here last summer, and just looking at all the evidence, it's just blatantly obvious that everything is just corrupt. And just I wanted to be a part of a movement so that she's free. And it's not fair. And we're gonna be here until it happens.
Is this the first time you've ever been a part of something like this?
Yeah, and I mean, my brother's a police officer, and so it's hard to, try to see flaws in police officers because
What does your brother have to say about this?
Free Karen Reed.
Wow. Okay. Ted, so I think we got a flavor for it. And I've been
Sorry.
hearing similar
Sorry,
stories
y'all.
over and over again. It's about corruption, or it could be me. I've heard that refrain again and again and again. If you want to go back in time, though, logistically, how do they hear about the case? How do they find out about it? You have to go back to Turtle Boy. That's where it really started. And it started locally, but as you know and I know, it's grown nationally now, here second time around. And I've spoken to people from out of state who have flown in to be here for the verdict as well. So I think that's the best way to explain it. People find a relatability that it could have been me. And there is a growing mistrust of the government and a level of skepticism. And a level of skepticism, obviously, in our system of justice is always very healthy. That's the way our founders set it up. That prosecutors, investigators have to have the evidence. They've got to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And here, folks, I think, believe there's a lot of doubt.
Yeah, and I think there's some historical skepticism in that pocket that is maybe exceeds other areas of the country, which when you did have somebody calling out the Turtle Boy scenario, it gave that initial like, all right, I'm going to look into this as an individual. And guess what? If you're honest with yourself, no matter where you stand on this, if you look into this case just a bit, you do see at the least a horrible investigation and horrible behavior from the people who were charged with figuring out the truth. And that the combination gets people's attention and gets their emotions running. Vinny, we'll check in with you in just a bit. We'll get a break. But first, we've been waiting to see what Franz Borkert thinks. He's a criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, and a friend of this show. And I look forward, Franz, to your assessment of where we are, the questions, all of it. Put it from your perspective, what's going to happen, and where do you think this jury is?
So I think we're going to get a note this afternoon saying we can't come to a decision. I think the judge at that point will charge them, do an Allen charge. But I predicted it this morning, Ted, and I know nobody wants to hear me say this. I think they're going to be hung as to whatever count they're hung on.
I agree.
I think the defense will have learned its lesson and ask for clarity on if there was unanimous decisions on any other counts. And jeopardy will attach if there is, in fact, an acquittal as to those counts. But I'm suspecting at this point it is looking highly likely for a hung jury.
So what about the note saying what if we come to a not guilty? Do you think that was complete hypothetical, or do you think they indeed have come to not guilty unanimous verdicts on 2 of the 3?
So the problem with notes is always, at first glance, it looks like, hey, they're probably at an acquittal for 2 of these counts. But we don't know if that was one juror, if that was a small group of jurors, if it was a minority of jurors, and then there were some holdouts. So we don't know what we don't know, right? It is the classic.
That is
we
so
can
true.
read tea leaves all we want to, but Ted, having done this for 20 years, I've had cases where they come out with a question and I thought, oh, they're about to acquit my client, and then 5 minutes later they convict them. So at first blush, yeah, it looks like they're going to acquit on some counts, but we don't know what we don't know. And the problem is the longer they're in there and the longer it's quiet and we don't have questions, the more it becomes a question of, well, man, those questions yesterday really did seem like they were focused on the OUI. And if it was just an OUI issue, it seems like that would have been resolved already. And it hasn't been. Now, that all being said, at any minute that clock can stop.
Yes.
So I'm looking at the weather. I got a 50% chance of rain, a 50% chance of it's not going to rain. So we're all going to wait and see. But I'm leaning towards hung jury, Ted.
All right, let's get a break. We'll get you back into the fray outside of the courthouse. You can see on the verdict clock, the deliberation clock, it is now
18 hours.
eclipsed 18 hours. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Roll.
Okay, so we've had a lot of Karenry today. I want to talk about Kohlberger. We are going to follow his case, and I got to find the right page for it. Hopefully I didn't delete it. Okay, there it is. Okay, got it. I was like, hopefully I didn't delete it. Okay, so we are going to follow the Brian Kohlberger trial, and I'm going to be reading while we have the video up. I'll give a little synopsis for those of us who have not really followed it. Brian Kohlberger trial timeline and the Idaho College killings and arrests. Ford University of Idaho students were stabbed to death in 2022. Brian Kohlberger, spelled Kohlberger in sign language, BK, faces 4 murder charges connected to the killings, with the trial set to begin in August of this year, and could face the DP. Matt, if you want the rest of this, you can have it. Right here. A brutal 2022 unaliving of the University of Ohio students sent shockwaves through the tight-knit community of Moscow, Idaho. The case that has commanded the attention for this country for the last 2 years. Brian Kohlberger is accused of unaliving Kylie Goncalves, 22. Goncalves. Mason Mogen, Mogen, age 21. Xana Kernodle, Xanakernodle, age 20. And Ethan Chapin, Chapin, age 20. I'm spelling it for our interpreter because there's some unusual spellings. What is the case on? Why the UG? Why the UG? Case one. Why the UG? Explain thyself. A little while ago, a little over a month after the unaliving, Kohlberger was arrested at his parents' home in Pennsylvania in December 30th and extradited to Idaho. He now faces 4 charges of first-degree redrum and a charge of burglary. The University of Idaho students attended a party and were hanging out at a sports bar on November 12th of 22. Ethan Chaplin's, I'll just do Ethan, Xana, Xana, who were dating, attended a party Sigma Chi fraternity house around 8 p.m. About 2 hours later, Mason and Kaylee were hanging out at the Corner Club, a local sports bar in Moscow, Idaho, for a few hours. On the 13th of 2022, early in the morning hours, the video shows Morgan and Goncalves, Gonclaves, ordering food. Oh, about the hung jury. Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much for the membership. Hi, Francis. Welcome. You're welcome for the membership. They ordered food from the grub truck, a local vendor. They can be seen on video chatting with others and other people near the truck while waiting for their food. Then they used a private party to chat ride home. Approximately 1:45 a.m., The four of them arrived, well, all four of them arrived back at their off-campus rental home in Kings Road. The three women lived in the house with two other roommates. Chaplin and Kernoodle's boyfriend were staying there that night. The women, I'm going to say the investigators believe the investigator, I was going to say alligator. No, the investigators believe that the four students thought to have been sleeping at the time were fatally stabbed between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., according to the coroner. There's no sign of inappropriate actual assault. Just before noon, the two surviving roommates woke up to find one of the victims on the floor unresponsive. The other friend called over to the house at 11:58 a.m. Someone called 911. One of the surviving roommates' phones about an unconscious individual. Responding officers discovered a bloody scene where the four students were unalive. November 15th, Moscow police announced the killer used a knife or other edged weapon in the attack. Days later, investigators officially named the cause of death as homicide in Red Room. On November 22 of 22, the University of Idaho students could choose between an in-person or remote learning through the end of the semester. 25 to 40% of the students decided not to return to campus, according to reports. The Idaho student, Megan Stanley, told the news, "There's so much tension. There's so much fear. With only a couple weeks left in the semester and finals approaching, the campus should be full of students really and be really lively. I feel like I'm only seeing a handful as I walk around." So now on December 7th, the manhunt begins for the Moscow Police Department asks public for help in finding a white 2011 to 13 Hyundai Hyundai Elantra that was spotted near the scene of the Red Room. Investigators believe the occupant or occupants of that vehicle may have critical information. Y'all. December 15th, Brian Kohlberger was pulled over twice within 9 minutes time span on I-70 in India. Hold on. Huh?
I need to send some information. It'll just take me a minute. So,
all right, there you go. He wasn't given a ticket for either traffic stop, but was let go by the authorities. ISP, Indiana State Police, later released a body cam footage of Kohlberger's second stop in a white Honda Elantra. December 28th, 2022. With no suspects in custody weeks after the Idaho murder, small college town of Moscow remained on edge. Moscow police said only limited information was being... Didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. Sorry, guys. Let me get this back where it needs to be. Okay. Limited information about the investigation could be shared. It is still very sad and scary, still looking outdoors, which is new. Okay, so Brian Kohlberger's arrest. On December 30th of 2022, authorities in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, arrested Kohlberger, then 28, of Pullman, Washington, in connection to the Idaho College unalivings. Kohlberger, a PhD in criminology student of Washington State University, was charged with 4 counts of first-degree red room and 1 count of felony burglary. Sources confirmed that Kohlberger was on self-harm watch at that point. On January 3rd, Latah County Magistrate Judge Megan Marshall issued a sweeping gag order related to the case. The order prohibited attorneys, investigators, law enforcement personnel from talking to the media outlets or issuing statements unless they were directly quoting the court document. On January the 4th, Kohlberger was extradited. I want to keep on saying extracted. Oh, someone asked why am I wearing a crown? Because a couple of my people asked me to. Yeah, I have 2 crowns behind me and a tiara. The order prohibited the attorneys from speaking. On January 4th, Kohlberger was extradited to Idaho to face the charges. He is taken to Lata County Jail in Moscow, less than 2 miles from the site where the unalivings took place. Kohlberger was formally charged in the connection with the students' unaliving on January 5th. Oh, that was this morning. I'm watching that video. Hopefully that was this morning. An affidavit detailing the allegations against Kohlberger was unsealed. The court records show that the investigators identified Kohlberger as a suspect through combination of DNA evidence at the scene and cell phone records and the suspect's white Honda. Somebody texted me. Who is coming? Why am I reviewing a prescription I didn't order? The authorities found a tan leather knife sheath with a single source of male DNA left on it. They compared the DNA to the DNA belonging to Kohlberger's father from trash at the Kohlberger's family residence in Pennsylvania to show the familiar link. January 11th, 23, the University of Idaho students returned to campus for the first day of class after the winter break. The dean of students told the news that most students who feared coming back on campus after the unalivings were feeling safe enough to return. May 17th to 22, the grand jury indicted Kohlberger on 4 counts of first-degree redrum, 1 count of burglary connected with the redrums, and the same prosecutors announced in December. May 22nd, Kohlberger decided to enter the plea instead of electing to stand silence at his arraignment. That move led the judge to enter not guilty plea for the redrum and burglary charges against Kohlberger. Wow. I'm ready when you are, Diane. Just let me know. So then we have June 23rd, 2023. An Idaho judge denied the request for multiple news outlets to lift the gag order. Several of the news outlets wanted the gag order lifted, and they said, nope, we ain't doing that. But he did narrow the restrictions. The judge said it was well advised to keep attorneys involved in the case for making statements about it. But he called the original gag order to include borrowed law enforcement and other related to the case from talking to the press overbroad and vague in some areas. So they revised it. We love you, babe. We love you, babe. We really do love you, Yana. You're amazing, and I greatly appreciate you. You're back on stage. Are you ready? Okay. So, on January 23rd, 23, June 23rd of 23, Idaho judge denied the request for multiple news outlets to lift the gag order, but did, okay, we already read that. June 26th. The prosecutor said that they would seek the death punishment, DP, against Kohlberger. In the court notice that the state did find several aggravating factors in the stabbing and unaliving, which read the requirement under the Idaho law in the pursuit of the death penalty. If Kohlberger is found guilty, jurors may have to consider the punishment of DP. I said it, I shouldn't have. Oh well. could mean a possibility it would be carried out by a lead shooter squad. They still have lead shooter squads. I can't believe they have lead. Yana, thanks for the hearts. Lead shooter squads. Really? Okie dokie. July 25th of 23, Kohlberger's attorney filed a motion to dismiss the grand jury indictment. I see you. I see you. Hold on. I'm getting to it. What?
The judge is up. The judge is up.
Subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge.
That was a replay.
Oh, I did it now. Yeah.
No, I'm monitoring. That was a replay.
All right.
Okay, you got beeping. I'm going to mute you. You got beeping. I can't stand your beeping. Okay, so July 25th, 23, Kohlberger's attorney filed a motion to dismiss the grand jury indictment against their client, arguing the grand jury was misled about the standard of proof on what state need to convince the jurors to secure the indictment. August 2nd, the court filing, a defense attorney said Kohlberger had long had a habit of going for drives alone. Quote, yes, Francis, thank you for hopping in. We greatly appreciate it. Where was that? Hi, Francis. I'll be later. Take care, everyone. Oh, well, thanks for hopping in. I'm sorry I didn't see you sooner. I am reading the Kohlberger. Oh, understand. I'm just reading the basic information. I'm not going to go through documents. This is just basic everyday information, but I will not be doing a document dive. So, one thing I want to share with y'all is that the home was destroyed.
Asha Zubes in for Elizabeth tonight. In Moscow, Idaho, the grim reminder of the heinous murders of 4 University of Idaho students is gone tonight. Demolition crews arrived before dawn and tore down the structure in a matter of hours. The 3-story home.
I'll stop. No. I've got to pull that down before I lose my live over here. I don't know why. We've had some StreamYard issues. So there's the basic of the Kohlberger case. That is, I'm not going to do a deep dive into it. That is all I know. He has pled not guilty, and that's where we are. I am not going to go into that because I, like other people, want to go into this trial without a bunch of knowledge. That's the basic of all I know of this case is what he's charged with, but I'm not going to go into the weeds. I would love to on one hand, but on the other hand, I'm like, let's not. Close that. So maybe just. All right, let's get back over
conviction.
This.
Some of this confusion could lead to grounds for appeal later in arguing that the jury didn't really know what they were supposed to do back there, which after a months-long trial is a tremendous issue for the court.
I want to play for you a bit of an interview that Vinny did with one of the sitting jurors, the deliberating jurors in Karen Reed 1. And in this, he's talking about the debate that they had over. When you factor in the questions of this one, it might be the same debate that this jury is having, and that is that manslaughter charge. Here's what he said to Vinny when he came forward a few months ago.
As you all were focusing in on that second count, what was the debate there? What were you looking at, and how close were you? What charge were you considering in that second count?
I believe that most of us felt that she was operating the vehicle under the influence of alcohol, and that played into it. However, to some individuals, there was reasonable doubt on the mechanism to which Mr. O'Keefe actually succumbed and died. So I think that had a play as well. So those were some of the factors that were being discussed in that jury room.
Eric, I mean, if you're watching this trial, you watch the first trial, if you know this case, that's kind of what everybody has to grapple with, right? Was she drinking and driving? I think it's pretty safe to say, yeah. You know, given the video of her drinking at the 2 different bars. Did she kill John O'Keefe? That's the issue. And did she actually hit him? And if she did that cause his death, or was it something else? It makes sense what they were dealing with last time. Is it too much of a leap to think that this jury might be grappling over the exact same scenario?
That's my read on it. Hearing this former juror from round 1 talk about the debate regarding causation, the causation of John O'Keefe's death. You know, the prosecution has to prove not only for that charge that Karen Reed was drunk driving, but also that she took measures to bring about the death of this man. And so, you know, perhaps there are some jurors back there who are saying, hey, you know, drunk driving, that's pretty solid. But was this a vehicle strike? Did John O'Keefe succumb to other injuries or some other event that actually took his life separate and apart from Karen Reed's action? And if they're debating that, it sounds like they are close to, or at least considering reasonable doubt or a possible hung jury on that charge, which I'll mention is the lesser offense as compared to charge 1. And so a lot of dissension, it sounds like, back in that jury room, or maybe they're just being overly thorough, sometimes hard to tell.
Yeah, absolutely. You get, though, into the several days and several hours, dissension becomes usually the scenario on some level. And it doesn't mean it's, you know, they're screaming at each other. It's just that camps form, right? You form a camp, you get an opinion, you stick with it. And in a high profile case, you may see people stick with their opinions even more so than they would in a case that they don't think anybody's watching. Let's get a break. When we come back, we'll hear more from that juror, from Karen Reed 1, what they went through in the deliberation room.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Kohlberger. You could tell there was some off about him. He was stalking them. He was hunting them.
Forget about motive. We don't even have a connection.
This trial will be on Court TV.
And I pray that we have justice.
The Idaho College Student Murders Trial. Live coverage begins this August, only on Court TV.
Wow, now I find out that your credit score will hurt your car insurance.
And you know it is illegal for them to ask anything about that?
It's illegal for them to ask about your credit score?
Yeah.
They don't ask. They just look.
Yeah, but it's illegal.
It's illegal? Matt, maybe we should call a broker. I can't believe that when Gerald, myself, and my son were on USAA together, it was $300 and something a month for all 3 of us. I can't get on USAA because my father, even though he was military, never had a USAA account. And since Gerald and I were getting married within 90 days, I could get on his insurance. Now that's done and over. And we're having to find insurance. It's over $500 a month for 2 of us.
Crazy.
That's insane. Matt, check Sarah's insurance company. And then it was $300 and something a month. That's $150 each. Okay, that's more doable. And then they turn around and say, oh, we see you had hail damage on your vehicles. Now it's $500 a month. I'm like, what? We have no tickets. Diane, I don't know why your alerts are going off.
I don't know either.
You know how to mute them?
That may
But we have not had any tickets, any drinking, no nothing other than, and all the claims of accidents have not been our fault. They've been the fault of other people. And the act of nature was not our fault. And they go, oh, we won't up your insurance. Bull crap. They were all drinking and driving. That is true. And unfortunately, because they did not get caught drinking and driving that night, they're not bringing any charges up on anybody else. Now, Trooper Proctor got caught drinking, driving at a later date, and that's affected his dishonorable discharge from the Massachusetts State PD. Does anybody know what he's actually doing now? Do we have any clue what's going on with that man? I would like to know. A part of there you go, Diane.
I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it. Settings.
Yes, please hit the like, subscribe so you get the notification. But unfortunately, well, fortunately for them, nobody got caught drinking and driving that night, and now they're going back and charging Karen Reed with it. Go figure. So if anybody has any good car insurance companies for us to look at, please throw them out there. We need a good car insurance company. I can't believe we're getting $500 quotes when my car's paid off. Go figure. It's not fun. When my daughter was on our car insurance, we were paying almost $800 a month.
Okay, ding, ding, ding.
What is that bell?
It sounds, and I'm trying to turn them off.
Oh, we've had Geico before. I don't know if we can go back. Matt, can we go back to Geico? Okay. I think Geico is who we were with when we had the hail damage.
Students.
Oh my God, this doesn't happen here.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Kohlberger.
I think that's who we had when we had the hail damage.
About him, it was stalking him.
Our other company,
Forget about motive. We don't even have a connection.
We couldn't pay $800 for 3 of us a month.
I pray that we have justice.
The Idaho College Student Murders Trial. Live coverage begins this August, only on Court TV.
Okay. I think
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rowland's going to be with you as we
think
wait
that's
collectively for this jury in the case against Karen Reed to come up with a decision. Will they be able to come up with a decision the first time around? It was a hung jury, of course. This time, we'll have to wait. They've had several questions, but all those questions were yesterday. So far, nothing yet today. So for some insight, we're going back and we're listening to what that first jury went through the eyes of one of the sitting jurors, one of the jurors that was inside that deliberation room that ended up with the hung jury. That individual talked with our Vinnie Politan. And one of the questions throughout this case has been the whole, did I hit him? Did I hit him? The significance of it, first of all, Karen Reed obviously said it. She says, did I hit him? With a question mark. But there were several witnesses that took the stand in both of these cases, Jen McCabe being the primary one, saying that it was absolutely, did I hit him, with no question mark at all. And then I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I hit him, I hit him. What did that first jury think about those witnesses and their recollection that Karen Reed basically admitted to hitting John O'Keefe?
Ronnie, did you listen to those witnesses and did you hear a confession from Karen Reed? And do you believe that she confessed to striking John O'Keefe with her SUV?
I did not hear that. I mean, to me, it was not a confession. I believe it in a moment when somebody's stressed, they may be saying things. We kind of the group found it interesting, and I found it interesting that that was what everybody kind of remembered, when usually in the heat of the moment and the stress of the moment when taking care of a patient, you focus on taking care of the patient and not necessarily what others are saying in the background. So
No,
we looked at it, but we moved on from it.
You had those medical experts. You had the trooper who testified about the pirouette, as described by Alan Jackson. You had the experts that were brought in by the defense as well, called by the defense. Did any of this evidence convince you one way or the other about whether or not John O'Keefe was struck by a car, that the injuries were consistent with being struck by a car?
This is where we debated for hours. And so some of us believe that there was injuries there, and the injuries were after Karen had dropped him off, and therefore those two individuals were there at that location, and ultimately John O'Keefe was dead in the front lawn. And so for some of us, it was conclusive evidence that she was guilty. For some of us, though, the injuries were not consistent with a pedestrian struck per se. It wasn't the standard. I understand that there may be different mechanisms, but there was not enough evidence or testimony given on how it could be not the standard pedestrian struck with extremity injuries. And so it seemed inconsistent. So for some of us, it solidified that essentially it was not a collision with the motor vehicle that ultimately caused the blunt force trauma to his head.
And which camp were you in?
Well, with Liberty Mutual, $1,000 deductible, no rental, $345, $355 a month, no rental, $1,000 deductible.
Did you believe it was the car, or did you believe it was something else?
I believe that it may be something else. So it was not, it created reasonable doubt as to what they were presenting as the evidence in the testimony.
All right, insights from the first jury, from a sitting juror on that panel. Let's bring back
Okay, guys, let's talk about that first juror. I really struggled with his initial interviews. I thought that there was reasonable doubt all the way across the board. He was describing reasonable doubt, but they didn't take it that way. So what's your thoughts on this first juror, the juror from the first trial? And I think the only one to really speak out. I find it interesting nobody else is speaking out, but he is. But what are your thoughts on that? And what are you thinking as far as, I'm sorry, my camera got a little crooked. Why do you keep moving? Quit moving. That's better. My camera is moving. So what are your thoughts about him while we move forward?
And Eric Faddis, it's fascinating to hear what, because when you're absorbing the trial, you're wondering, what's the jury going to really zone in on? And every jury is different. And this case was different. He referenced, well, first of all, I want your opinion on the I hit him, or did I hit him? This jury seemed to discount that. Does that make sense to you?
It does. And kind of what it illustrates for me is I used to be a prosecutor. Now I do criminal defense work. And oftentimes as a prosecutor, your case looks really good on paper. You're like, oh my gosh, I have this witness who's going to get up and say that the defendant admitted to doing this.
With all the hail damage.
Slam.
Oh, and the flooding in San Antonio, so many cars. I mean, we're talking thousands of car damages, but they're gouging the hell out of everybody right now.
Done. Let's go do it. But then when you get in the heat of battle, when you're in that courtroom, it's not so black and white. And sometimes there are other considerations, like that juror mentioned, the chaos of the situation. Perhaps Karen Reed was trying to piece together in her own mind in real time what could have possibly happened. And what did it come out as? Did I hit him, or is it I hit him? These subtle nuances can make all the difference at trial. And prosecutors have to see that going in, that this might not be a lock just because on paper it looks really good.
The other issue that he brought up, the one that they did disagree on, was what we believe the jury may be disagreeing on right now, and that is the injuries to John O'Keefe, were they caused by a pedestrian versus vehicle
Good observation.
encounter? And this juror said they were going back and forth, and one of the things they felt like they didn't have was an alternative way to explain the bizarre injuries that are a little out of character for a normal collision of this sort. Well, in Karen Reed, too, the Commonwealth came out with more. They brought in Judson Welcher. He did the Blue Man Group sort of demonstration with his arm there, but also they went out of their way to try to address that. How could these atypical, it seems, injuries be delivered via a car? They did a better job. Would that be safe to say this time around than the first time, Eric?
Yes, I think they did a better job. And I think the juror really eloquently states what a reasonable doubt analysis looks like, because the question isn't whether we believe that this was a vehicle strike or whether we believe it's something else. The question is whether there's reasonable doubt to concerning, could this have been a vehicle strike? And so it's a subtle difference there. But yeah, the prosecution had to step their game up. They had to come with some additional putative explanation as to these other wounds. I personally was not terribly convinced by it. I think these questions remain as to how these wounds on the arm could have been sustained. And we'll see if the prosecution was able to shore that up in the jurors' minds on this one. But, it's been a pretty long deliberation so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fascinating to have that the jury perspective from Karen Reed 1 to kind of go back and give you a sense of what was going on in that room and wonder if something similar is going on in this deliberation room. We're continuing to watch 18 hours, 43 minutes, and you look at the crowd there, they're all standing up as though they are at a parade, and what they're waiting for isn't a float, it's a couple of SUVs delivering Karen Reed and her team and the O'Keefe family. That's all the notification we're going to get is when those vehicles pull up. That means that the parties have been notified and something is happening, either a jury question or possibly a verdict. And you'll be here for it all. Before we head to break, a quick update out of a case in Connecticut where it's day 2 of testimony in one of our newer live trials. We're dubbing it the Preppy Party Murder Trial. A then 16-year-old Raul Valle is accused of fatally stabbing a rival teen and injuring 3 others after a fight broke out at a high school house party. Earlier today, the jury heard.
Okay, that is where we are going right now. We are going to step away from some of this. I will keep it going in the background. We are going to go into day 1. We're going to zoom. We're going to get the speed up just a little bit. And don't worry, Miss Diane, I'm not going to leave you in the lurch. But we're going to watch the trial day 1 opening arguments. I know absolutely nothing about this trial.
It's stipulated as well, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So, members of our jury, at this point in time, I am going to ask you to pay your attention to Madam Clerk. She's going to be conducting a jury roll call and providing an oath to you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as your names are called, please indicate your presence by answering here, rise.
I will
Okay, I'm going to add that.
at about 10 of 1. Okay?
You're out when?
10 of 1.
Why?
I have an appointment at 1 o'clock.
No, you don't.
Yes,
I'm
I
your
do.
appointment. Okay, babe.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of our jury.
See, it was stipulated the jury. It's been stipulated as well, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So, members of our jury, at this point in time, I am going to ask you to pay your attention to Madam Clerk. She's going to be conducting a jury roll call and providing an oath to you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as your names are called, please indicate your presence by answering here, rise.
Okay, we're going to zoom because they're going to.
Perjury. So, please stand. Thank you. You will decide what the facts are from the evidence.
We're going to
for
zoom
immediate-
the admission, the
Thank you.
instructions.
Now that we've got the numbers on.
We've already, they're standard. Okay, he's looking over evidence, and we got the first witness on the stand.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will go ahead and accept into evidence states exhibits 1 through 9.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Blackwell, I'm showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit 1 for this full exhibit. Can you tell
I'm showing you something that's behind your head you cannot see. Move the easel where you are, and you stand in another place.
us, tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you responded to?
I'm going to go get water. I'll be right back.
Yep. So when I initially was going to the call, I turned on to Adams Drive here, and I drove up to the intersection of Laurel Glen and Adams. When I approached Laurel Glen, I could see from my cruiser that there was a large group of juveniles. At the time, I approximated maybe 30 juveniles right in front of the yard of 43 Laurel Glen. And I was flagged down at the corner of Adams and Laurel by a small group of female juveniles who waved me down and started pointing me towards the direction of where the incident occurred. So I exited my cruiser at the time and began jogging over to the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen.
And just for the benefit of the record, is 43 Laurel Glen located where that red mark is on top of, in the middle of States 1?
Yes.
And when you got to the scene, what was the scene like?
It was chaotic. As you can imagine, a large group of juveniles, pandemonium. I would describe it as that, as best.
Around what time did you arrive there?
Right around midnight.
And what were the lighting conditions out that night?
It was dark, but I could clearly see, probably due to the mix of lights on the house, as well as a ton of the juveniles had phones out, lights from the phones, as well as my own flashlight, but everything I could see pretty clearly.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 2 that's marked as a full exhibit. Can you see that?
Yes.
Again, is this 43 Laurel Glen where you arrived at 12 a.m. on the 15th of May of 22?
Yes.
And is this States 2 kind of show the area, what it was like, absent the individuals on the front lawn?
Yes.
And when you got to 43 Laurel Glen on the 15th, midnight on the 15th, where did you respond? Can you tell us where you responded to in States 2?
Yes. So when I walked up on foot, I responded to this specific area of the grass area to the right of the house if you're looking at the front of the residence. And that's where a large majority of the juveniles were located, as well as the 4 victims that I later identified.
I'm going to show you States 5. This is a daylight picture that was taken, obviously, at 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
Okay. And the area that you responded, you see this green area here pointing to the middle section of the grassy area where there looks like there's some clothing items located just to the right of the basketball hoop, just below the red bush area here. Is that the area that you responded to?
Yes.
Okay. And when you responded there, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you encountered at that point in time.
Yep. So a few of the juveniles pointed me to the victims. So at first, within this area on the grass to the left, I identified 2 victims. One victim had a wound to his arm. He was responsive. He was standing. He was talking. Another victim was sitting upright on the grass, and I witnessed a what appeared to be a stab wound to his torso area. He was still responsive at the time. Then I moved on to the right side of the grass area, where then I identified another victim with multiple stab wounds to his leg, At that time, I saw he was bleeding a lot out of the leg, and I applied a tourniquet to his left thigh area as high as I could. And then after applying that tourniquet, I moved on to the last victim that I identified as having a wound to his chest area and began providing medical attention as best I could.
With regards to the third individual that you applied a tourniquet, can you tell the ladies and the gentlemen of the jury why you did that?
Yes, so for my training in the police academy, for our medical training, we're taught if you have a wound and are bleeding a lot from an appendage and you're able to place a tourniquet, that can assist in stopping the bleeding. So that's why I placed it as high as I could on his left leg, where most of the wounds I saw were, to assist in stopping the bleeding.
And based on your training experience, based on what you saw the wounds to be like, what gave you that impression that the tourniquet was appropriate at that point in time?
First of all, because they were on an appendage, and I witnessed a large amount of blood being lost from the wounds. So I was able to apply the tourniquet due to it being on the leg.
I'm sure you states Exhibit 7, that's the marked full exhibit. Again, this is the area that you responded to that night.
It is said once they apply a tourniquet to your limb, you have a less chance of keeping that limb. But he did the right thing by doing what he did. If I understand the injuries as such that I do, they were pretty severe. Okay, keep going.
Yes.
Okay. And you see there's like a blue t-shirt here, what appears to be blue clothing, pointing to the middle of state 6.
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is that the area that you responded to after you applied the tourniquet to the third individual? Is that where you found the fourth individual, around that area?
Yes, in that area.
And when you found the fourth individual in that area, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed when you got to that person.
Yes, so when I identified the fourth victim, I immediately recognized that he was blue in the face, which was indicating to me that he probably had lost a large amount of blood. And I did locate a wound to his chest area right near the heart, and did see a lot of blood coming from that wound. So at the time, I believe some other juveniles brought out rags or cloth or some sort, maybe a t-shirt, and
Oh no.
me as well as
Good
them, we
question.
were assisting and just compressing the wound, just trying to stop the bleeding the best we could until EMS arrived.
And were you successful in stopping any of the bleeding before EMS arrived?
Partially, but from my observations, there was a lot of blood lost.
And how long would you say it took for EMS to arrive after your arrival?
Approximately 10 minutes.
When you got there, did anybody else from the Shelton Police Department arrive on scene prior to EMS's arrival?
I believe Officer Nemhard, or right around the same time. as
And
EMS.
at the point where you and Nebhard were on scene, what were your responsibilities at that point?
First of all, to just secure the scene, make sure we identified all the victims, number one, and also if there were still suspects in the area or on scene, as well as in the house, which we had not cleared yet. So just a lot of moving parts and identifying what was going on.
Just want to just go through these exhibits a little bit. Stage 3. This is just another angle looking towards the street of Laurel Glen that night. Does that reflect what the area looked like, minus maybe the headlights of the cruiser there?
Yes.
Okay. And again, stage 4, another angle of 43 Laurel Glen in the area where you responded to. Is this an accurate depiction of what that area looked like?
Yes.
And 6, stage 6, again, this is just another perspective of that area on or about May 15th of 2022.
Yes.
And again, stage 8, a closer up perspective of the area where you responded to and found 4 individuals suffering from stab wounds that night, excuse me.
Yes.
And again, stage 9, this is the area from the left side of 42 Laurel Glen, the area you responded to.
Yes.
Now, after police responded to the scene and EMS finally responded 10 minutes later, did your responsibilities change at the scene?
Not at the time. I still assisted EMS in providing medical attention. Like I mentioned before, with whatever cloth or rag I was provided, I kept compressing on the wound while EMS then began doing compressions, as well as with the assistance of a neighbor, I believe.
And during your time providing aid with EMS, how long would you say you stayed with the fourth individual at that point?
Approximately 10 minutes.
And at some point after 10 minutes, what happened after that?
EMS then transported him.
And did you follow EMS to where they were transporting him?
I did not. I stayed on scene.
Now, when the individuals were starting to be transported, well, withdrawn, at some point in time, were the other individuals who were suffering from wounds transported to the hospital? Do you have?
Yes.
And did your responsibilities at that point change once those individuals left 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
And what was your responsibility at that point?
At that point was to secure the rest of the scene and contain the large amount of juveniles that were there so then we can begin interviews.
And did you in fact begin interviews at the scene?
Yes, I did conduct a few interviews.
And the information that you received from those individuals, did you pass that information on to anybody?
Yes, it was all passed along to the Detective Bureau.
And did the Detective Bureau, based on your observations, respond to 43 Laurel Glen that night?
Yes.
And who responded to that scene at that time?
Detective Bango responded, as well as Lieutenant Kozlowski.
And at that point in time, in May 15th of 2022, did you have body-worn camera?
No.
Why not?
They were not issued to us yet.
Okay. And at some point in time later on in that year, was body-worn camera a requirement of all police departments?
Yes.
Was it a requirement of the Shelton Police Department on or about July 1?
Yes.
So do you know whether or not the Shelton Police Department in fact had a body camera at that point in time?
I believe they had one body camera issued.
And do you know what, if anything, that body camera was used for in relation to any investigation?
I believe it was used to record some of the interviews.
And do you know, in fact, whether or not that body camera was used in this case?
I believe so.
Now, how long would you say that you were on scene at 43 Laurel Glen conducting your witness interviews and securing the scene?
Approximately three or 4 hours.
And at some point in time, did you leave the scene?
Yes, I went back to the headquarters to type my report.
And based on your witness interviews at 43 Laurel Glen, not telling us what they said, but were you able to identify or develop a suspect that you were looking for from those interviews?
Yes, we were able to develop a group of suspects that fled in a vehicle from the scene.
And were you able to develop and identify a vehicle that they were seen fleeing?
Yes, I believe it was identified as a Honda SUV.
And was that information passed along to the Detective Bureau as well?
Yes.
They may have a moment, Your Honor.
See, I can sign
Your Honor, I have no
your
further questions.
honor.
Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just not for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Officer Blackwell.
Morning.
Just want to go over your testimony here. You are currently training, but you haven't yet started with the Department of Homeland Security. Is that true?
I'm employed right now. I'm waiting to go to my training.
Okay. And where are you employed right now? Is that also with DHS?
Yes, with DHS.
Okay, but you are going to complete your training and then go on to do what exactly?
To be a Homeland Security investigator.
Gotcha. You told us that you arrived about midnight in response to a call from dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And you got to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. That's a house in the Shelton neighborhood that you've described there on that Exhibit 1 behind you, correct?
Yes.
And that is a neighborhood that is comprised of a few through roads and then a number of roads that end in cul-de-sac. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Were you familiar with this neighborhood yourself prior to going there?
To a degree, yes.
How were you familiar with it?
We switch assignments every day on areas that we patrol, so once or twice a week, I'd be assigned to that area.
You described that once you got to the scene, it was fairly well lit due to the vehicles that were there, people using their own flashlights, your flashlight, your
Yes.
car, correct?
Correct.
As you were driving there, is it well lit along that path from Adams?
On the road?
On the road.
I couldn't say. I had headlights, obviously. I'm not super familiar with the street. There's street lights.
Would you say that it got lighter once you got to the scene than it was as you were driving there?
Yeah.
When you arrived, there were cars parked in the driveway.
Yes.
There were cars parked in the road, correct?
I believe so.
Both sides of the road, correct?
I believe so.
And you, in fact, didn't park there at the house. You parked some distance away and walked to the scene, correct?
Correct.
When you got there, did you notice that there were any signs of drinking?
Initially, no. When I initially got no.
When you say initially, no, at some point, though, you did come to see that there were signs of drinking having gone on at that location, correct?
Yes, later on in the night.
And what signs of drinking did you encounter?
I believe there was alcohol bottles found.
Was that inside the house, outside the house?
I can't recall.
Red Solo cups, kegs, bottles of liquor, what are we talking about?
I can't recall exactly.
All of that, perhaps?
Possibly.
Objection as to possibly. I mean,
Overruled.
Were there any signs of any adults on scene?
Initially, no, but some adults did respond.
So when you initially arrived, do you think there were maybe 30 people there in the yard?
My best guess was about 30.
All juveniles?
Yes.
And do you think it's possible that there were in fact
Like
more than
that
the
one
30
there?
that you saw? Were others in the house?
objection.
Sustained.
Possible. Yes.
Has that be stricken?
The objection was sustained. I'll move to strike. Ladies and gentlemen, striking the response. So you're not to consider that as evidence. Thank you. Attorney Smith.
You believe you witnessed approximately 30 people in the yard?
Yes.
All juveniles?
That's a lot of people in
Yes.
the yard,
You
y'all.
told us at
That's
that
a
point you had
ton
not
of people in
cleared
the yard.
house, correct?
That's a lot of people in the yard. By the way, we are now 19 hours, 5 minutes, and 35 seconds into deliberations. We've had no response, no word, nothing coming from the jury camp this morning. We are now going
Correct.
into 12:47 their time. Between 1 and 2 their time will probably be lunch.
The time when you did clear the house?
Yes.
And were there more people inside the house?
I believe
would
so.
assume
How many
so.
people would you say?
4 or 5.
I could not tell you.
Two.
You told us that you began doing some interviews after you'd secured the scene, correct?
Correct.
What was the time that you started those interviews, do you think?
Approximately 12:45.
So about 45 minutes after you arrived on scene, you think?
Approximately.
My
And you told us
precious.
that you spoke to, I believe, 3 different people on scene?
Possibly more. Correct. Yeah. Around.
You only took interviews or statements from 3 of those, is that correct?
We'll
Yes.
leave the red solo cup.
But you
where
may have
can see
spoken
it.
to more?
Yes.
You told us you came to learn some information that you passed along to the Detective Bureau, correct?
Correct.
And that was information regarding possible suspects, correct?
Correct.
And information regarding the vehicle that some folks claimed they were in, correct?
Correct.
Did you learn at any point of the existence of any video or recordings that people have made?
No, I was not aware.
Did you learn that any of the people that you had spoken to had been involved in fighting or attacking either Mr. Valle or any of the other folks that were there?
I learned there was a fight.
Did you learn that any of the folks that you spoke to were involved in that fight?
Yes.
When you were speaking with those individuals, did they show any signs of having been drinking?
Possibly.
Did you take any notes while you were doing your interviews or otherwise on the scene?
Yeah, I had a notepad, as well as a written statement form.
When you cleared the house, did you notice any signs of drinking inside the house?
I do not recall.
You're shown here on the Elmo some photographs from the scene. I just want to take a look at those. Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 3. That's a full exhibit. You see that, sir?
Yes.
And
He's
in
a
this
cutie.
photo that you're seeing here, there are cars parked on the street. You see those?
Yes.
Is that how it looked when you arrived on scene?
I believe so.
Did you take this photograph yourself?
No.
And you see that there's some tape there, correct?
Yes.
That's the tape that y'all use to secure the scene, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 9. See that same tape there, correct?
Correct.
Securing the scene.
Yes.
And those vehicles, those are the same vehicles that had been parked when you arrived the night before, correct?
I do not know.
Showing you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 2. Do you see that, Officer Blackwell?
Yes.
Would you agree that those same vehicles are there in the parking, in the driveway?
As the previous picture?
As in the daylight picture that we just saw with the secure tape around it?
I would have to look side by side.
Sure. You see what I'm showing you right now is Exhibit 2, correct?
Correct.
You see those same vehicles there?
Two of them, yes.
Can't see what was on the other side of those vehicles in the picture that was shown before. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you see that tape behind those vehicles, correct?
Correct.
From your training and experience, that tape is meant to keep the scene as it is, correct?
Correct.
Did you use that tape? Did you put that up yourself?
I do not believe I did.
Don't forget to say I like,
What is
subscribe.
Exhibit 2? Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
See that same tape that's corralling off the yard, right?
That's
Yes.
true.
Because that was the scene of your investigation and you wanted to secure that, correct?
By the
correct.
way, if you are a first
No tape
responder,
used in the
by the way, if you were a first responder and you have been under the influence of anything, then you are not to render aid. You are not, unless you are the only person alive in the area and it is life and death. You are to be very careful about rendering aid, especially if somebody else is there capable. If you've been under the influence, that is the last thing you need to be doing unless there's no other alternative. Just FYI.
street. Would you agree?
I do not recall.
Did you ever use any
Crime
tape
scene
to secure any of the vehicles that were parked
I know, right? For once we see crime scene tape.
there on the road on either side?
I did not.
They can't, unless they're the only ones and
I'm
they
showing
have
you
done no
now
harm.
State's Exhibit
Saying.
4. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
You see any tape that's in the street?
Just on the basketball hoop.
Nothing in the street, however, correct?
No.
And would you agree, sir, that
What do you call this right here? That's in the street. Debris in the street.
vehicles that had been there the night before are no longer there in this daytime picture?
Correct.
Officer Blackwell, fair to say you've been called here today to tell us about what you witnessed when you arrived on the scene, right?
Yes.
And you've done that to the best of your ability.
Yes.
But if what these jurors want to know is why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you can't really be of any help to them at all, can you?
No.
Nothing further.
Attorney Durso.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Oh, very good. So witness may step down. Thank you. Attorney Durso, I think this is a good time to take the morning recess, okay? So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I did indicate that we would be having a morning recess.
I like their seal. That's kind of cool.
Some invasive procedures. We have a lot larger range of medications that we're allowed to administer. Our scope is just a lot broader than EMTs.
You had mentioned AED with regards to EMTs. What is that?
So that's a defibrillator, an automatic defibrillator. That is where you would apply it to someone who's in cardiac arrest. It analyzes a rhythm and then will determine if the patient should be delivered a shock or not. The machine determines that, not the provider, and that's why EMTs don't have extensive cardiac training like paramedics do. So the machine will determine that for them, or a layperson or anybody who's using it.
And what would a paramedic do in an instance where an AED would be used?
Paramedic, they would be hooked up to their what's commonly referred to as a life pack or a monitor, and the paramedic would be interpreting that rhythm based off their knowledge versus the machine doing it. And the paramedic would make the decision to, if the rhythm had to be shocked or defibrillated, the paramedic would make that decision versus what the machine making that decision.
Now, were you working back on May 15th of 2022?
I was.
And in what capacity were you working?
I was an EMT at that time.
And where were you an EMT?
At Echo Hose Ambulance in Shelton.
And EMT, what does that stand for?
Emergency medical technician.
And what shift were you working?
I was working 6 p.m. that night until 6 p.m. the next morning. I was on a 24-hour shift.
So you started on the 14th into the 15th?
The night of the incident is when I started at 6 p.m.
Okay. And you were slated to get off at 6 a.m. the next
6 p.m. the next day. Yeah,
day?
24. We call it a reverse 24 because you start later in the day.
Okay. And did you have an occasion to respond to a report of medical need at 43 Laurel Glen?
I did.
And I want to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 1 behind you. Is that the area in which you responded? That just for the record, the red dot there is 43 Laurel Glen?
That is, yes.
Okay. And when you got there, can you please just, actually, withdrawn. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. Again, is this the house that you responded to that night?
That is.
On a report of medical, someone in need of medical attention?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you got there on what time did you get there?
I believe the call was dispatched just before midnight, and we arrived a minute or two after midnight.
Okay. So for all intents and purposes, you arrived there on the 15th of May.
Yes, sir.
So when you got there, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of this jury what the scene was like?
Sure. So when we arrived, the police were obviously there. I think there was maybe 1 or 2 units. I can't remember specifically. And there was a large group of people on the front lawn. We pulled just past the residence to leave room for additional ambulances because at that point we had been told there was multiple patients. We got out of the ambulance. We were encountered with a very large crowd. It was rather chaotic. People were screaming and yelling. We knew there was, possibly four patients at that time, so we started our triage. We came across the first patient. In this picture, if you kind of see, there's a cluster of looks like kind of garbage. That's right around where we found the first patient.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 5.
Sure.
This is a daylight picture, essentially the same area.
Yes.
Can you use State's 5 to kind of describe what you did?
Yeah, so there's that red tree right there, just in front and to the right of that red tree. We found our first patient. He was laying supine on his back. He was completely unresponsive. His breathing was spontaneous but erratic, which is not a good sign. We immediately checked in times like that for triage, we immediately checked for a pulse, which he had a very weak 30 pulse, which is another bad sign. And he did not look well. You can look at someone that's very sick and determine they don't look well. So we do a rapid trauma scan, which is we check for any major bleeding. So we did that. I remember his shorts were absolutely saturated in blood, and we found a puncture wound.
This is a case where, let me get to, okay, this case is a Connecticut courtroom is now settling the painful chapter in a community still grieving the loss of a 17-year-old James McGrath, a beloved high school junior lacrosse star who was fatally stabbed during a chaotic night of violence in May of 2022. And the Raul Valle is on trial for that unaliving. Yeah, he is. And we're watching day 1.
To his upper left abdomen, kind of his left lower chest area. So when we come across a wound like that, where there's suspected trauma,
he was
you apply what's
16
called
at
the
the
chest
time.
seal.
Now he's
In the
20.
event that there is a punctured lung, it can help stop that lung from collapsing any further. So we applied that chest seal. At that point, we didn't see another major bleeding, so my partner broke off and continued to triage the rest of the patients. And when I went to reassess,
The snark is that in the Karen Reed trial, there was no investigation or evidence. They collected their evidence in a red, non-blinged Solo cup, paper bag from the gas station. That was cute. Paper bag from the gas station, and used a leaf blower amongst a bunch of other stuff. So we were just sitting here kind of being snarky because you actually saw crime scene tape for the first time.
that patient that was laying there, we noted that he had stopped breathing at that point. I reassessed the pulse, and he had no pulse.
So you mentioned triage. What is triage? Can you just explain?
Yeah,
that?
of course. So triage is when you get onto a scene and you're overwhelmed by patients for the amount of resources you have immediately available. You have to determine who is in the worst shape and who could benefit most from the help. So if you come across someone that is in cardiac arrest and deceased, and you have 4 other patients, you're not stopping to help that patient. Unfortunately, you're moving on to someone who can still be helped. Because if you stop to help that person, their odds are very slim. Now, someone else who had another chance to survive, their odds are going down because you're spending time on this person who really has no shot.
So on the night in question, when you got there, is it safe to say, based on what you've told us so far, when you got there, you attended to the first patient that you saw?
We did, yep.
And that patient, based on your assessment, was still breathing and had a pulse?
Yeah, it was a very weak 30 pulse, and his respirations are very erratic, but they were spontaneous, so he was still breathing technically.
And when you applied the chest seal, I think you said, what if anything did that do for the patient?
In this case, I don't believe it did much because when we went to reassess him right after that, he was in cardiac arrest. So I don't think it did anything.
So when he went into cardiac arrest, what if anything did you do next?
So when someone goes into cardiac arrest, we immediately apply the AED. The AED will analyze a rhythm. While we're setting up the AED, we'll start CPR. But in a witness arrest, you want to get the AED on as quick as possible. The witness arrest meaning he went into cardiac arrest right in front of us, because odds are he's probably in a rhythm that can be shocked. So we started CPR. I had 2 bystanders there. One said she was a nurse. One said he was a neighbor that was trained in CPR. Because at this point, my partner was triaging the rest of the patients. So I directed them to start CPR. We applied the AED. You step back and the AED analyzes. It told us that there was no shock advised. And then we retrieved a BVM, which is a bag valve mask. It's called bagging. We applied it to him, and we began delivering respirations and CPR in 2-minute cycles.
Now, when it was no shock advised, what does that mean?
So the AED will analyze a number of heart rhythms, but there's only 2 rhythms that you can shock: ventricular tachycardia and ventricular fibrillation. And the AED will only deliver a defibrillation. A
shock.
Fibrillation. I meant to say fibrillation. Atrial fibrillation and ventricular tachycardia. Sorry.
What if any? I know everyone's learned from Lolly.
Ventricular tachycardia.
People took classes.
And sorry, I'm drawing a blank.
That sucks, yo.
VFib, ventricular fibrillation. Sorry. Those are the only 2 rhythms that can have a defibrillation delivered to them. So the AED won't deliver a shock to anything else besides that. So when it says no shock advised, it means it wasn't in one of those rhythms. I can't tell you what rhythm it was. It doesn't tell you what it was. It just means it wasn't one of those.
Okay.
It's not a shockable
when
situation.
you applied the AED, you received that information. What, if anything, what steps did you take to
what if anything? That's my next mug.
Sure. So we insert an OPA, which is a small piece of plastic that's curved that helps keep the tongue forward to help deliver ventilations a little more effectively. And then we do CPR at a rate of 30 compressions to 2 ventilations. And we do that in 2-minute cycles. And the AED will count down, and it will tell you to stand clear and analyze. We'll analyze, tell you if there's a shock advised, no shock advised. And then you just continue doing that in 2-minute cycles.
Now, what was the scene like around you when this was going on? Do you recall what the scene was like, or were you completely?
Yeah. So it was as I mentioned before, it's pretty chaotic. There was quite a few people that were screaming. A lot of people in distress. I remember it was dark. One of the police officers was providing light to us with a flashlight, but even then, that wasn't like there 100% of the time. So it was fairly chaotic.
Was it so dark where you couldn't see what you were doing in front of you?
No, I could see what I was doing, but it was dark, but I wouldn't say it was like pitch black where I couldn't see anything. I believe there was, I feel as though there was light coming from the house as well. We have scene lights on the side of our ambulance that we turn on as well, that are kind of like floodlights that provide light. In this case, the ambulance was fairly close to where we were working on this patient.
And in looking at this exhibit here, State's Exhibit 5, was your ambulance parked somewhere in the area of this, on the street here? State's 5?
It was, yeah. If you look at that reddish tree, I'd say we were just past that.
Okay. Now past it to the right?
To the right.
Oh, right.
Okay.
We do.
And with regards to State's 5, can you tell where you were working on the patient you just testified to in State's 5?
Yeah, so there's a cluster of looks like white garbage. Yeah, right there. I'd say it was right in that area because that looks like the remnants of kind of what we leave behind sometimes in emergent situations. A lot of the wrappers of things that we use.
Your Honor, if the record can reflect that, I'm pointing to what appears to be the lower right-hand corner of the grass area where there is white, it's like maybe gold.
What's bad is when you're in a discussion with somebody and you know they're handing you BS, you go, what, if anything, did you think before you gave me that comment? I used that on Gerald one day. I said, what, if anything, did you think before you gave me that answer? And he went, oh. What, if anything, is wrong with this?
Pads or debris or medical material.
All right, thank you, Attorney Durso. The record shall reflect that. Thank you.
Now, you said you were an EMT back on May 15th of 2022.
Yes.
Did a paramedic arrive to the scene at some point?
He did. I would say just over 5 minutes, anywhere in the 5 to 10 minute range. A paramedic arrived at that point. Our primary paramedics were from a service called VEMS, Valle EMS, and they are out of Seymour. So anytime that there's a call that is considered advanced life support, they will also come in addition to us.
And when
I am speeding it up.
Do you know the name of that individual?
Jeff McKee.
And when Jeff responded to the scene, were you present when withdrawn? When Jeff responded to the scene, did he take over care of that patient?
He did. We give a short handoff report of what we encountered, what we've done, and then he assumes primary patient care.
And when you handed off care to Mr. McKee, what, if anything, did you do or did you observe at that point in time?
At that point, I believe we did not spend much time working on him there. We moved him onto the stretcher. We moved the stretcher into the ambulance, and then we.
Would it be illegal for me to have a picture of Lolly and say, what, if anything, and sell it?
You started transporting a short time later.
And what were your responsibilities with regards to transport?
During transport, I was driving.
Okay. And who went with you withdrawn? Did you go to the hospital?
Driving, I did, yes.
Okay. And what hospital did you go to?
Bridgeport.
And who was in the ambulance with you while you were driving?
It was Jeff McKee and my partner.
And who was your partner?
Sophia Kaiser.
And what is the protocol when you withdrawn? How long would you say it took to get from 43 Laurel Glen to Bridgeport Hospital?
I can't recall the exact time. If I don't want to guess. I can't give you. It's hard for me to give you a number on that.
When you were driving from 43 Laurel Glen over to Bridgeport Hospital, does the ambulance you were driving does it have lights and sirens on it?
Yes.
Did you in fact initiate the lights
we did,
and sirens? And okay. And when you get to the hospital, any given patient that you deliver to the hospital, what's the protocol for handing off to the hospital?
So generally at Bridgeport Hospital, we touch base with what's called the EMS triage nurse. She'll check the patient in. You give a handoff report to them, and then they'll assign the patient depending on the acuity of that. Calls like this, we do what's called a radio patch, where you call into the hospital ahead of time and let them know what you're coming in with, and you try to impress on them the seriousness of the situation. So when that happens, a lot of the times you won't stop at EMS triage. You'll bypass them and go directly to the trauma room where the trauma team will be waiting.
And that happened in this case?
It happened in this case, yes.
And once you handed off the patient to the hospital at that point, what if anything, did you do in relation to this?
At that point, I just removed the stretcher from the trauma room. We go back to the ambulance and we begin to decon so we can get back in service for if there's any additional calls coming in.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Attorney Smith.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. I'm good. How are you?
Good. You talk a little quick, Mr.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I tend to do that.
So I'm going to maybe ask you to just slow down a little bit
do
for
my
us. I
best.
just want to go over things, okay? Sure. You used a term right there at the end, which I was unfamiliar with. Maybe the jurors were unfamiliar with as well. You said after you took the stretcher out and went back to decog?
Decontaminate.
Decon.
Yep.
Decon is when That's when you go and clean everything and make it safe to use on somebody else again.
All right. So you were telling us, Mr. Egan, that you arrived on scene and it was chaotic, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you said people were screaming, correct?
Mhm.
Yelling obscenities, correct?
Mhm.
And in fact, yelling obscenities at you and your crew member, Ms.
Yep.
Kaiser, correct?
Yeah, it happens frequently.
You said that the crowd was difficult to part to get to the patients.
Mhm.
Ultimately, however, you did get to the patients.
We
correct?
did.
And you said one of the patients was standing and able to talk.
I didn't write that in there. I believe Sophia might have written a addendum after she went in triage, but I did not encounter any standing patients.
You didn't encounter any standing patients. You encountered one person who was laying down on the grass, correct?
Yes.
And then you rendered some aid to
That's true.
the person that you
I could create some kind of cartoon character.
indicated or believed was the most in need of your care. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, he was the first one he came across. So we do a
My
rapid
face.
scan. And then, yeah, after we did the rapid scan, applied that chest seal, my partner moved on to assess the rest of them. And then I began working doing, the AED CPR.
Any indication that these
I
yelling,
won't
screaming
use it.
folks had been drinking?
I did not witness any alcohol, so I can't comment on that.
Did you feel threatened at all?
I didn't feel threatened, no. I didn't feel the obscenities were being yelled like at us in a violent method. It was more like, hurry the blank up, he's blanking dying, things like that.
Okay. And yet they were still difficult to part for you to get to the patient?
Yeah, because it was very chaotic. So people tend to, situations like this, people tend to move in on the patients. You have to be like, hey, excuse me, move out of the way, give us some room.
You
They
mentioned
do.
that you parked up to the right of where that red
Mhm.
bush is on the
Yeah.
exhibit that you were shown. There were cars parked along the roadway.
I can't remember if there were cars parked like directly in front of the house or where they were, to be honest.
Yes, please come join our
Do you recall
Discord.
whether or not there were cars parked in the driveway?
I do not recall, no.
You were solely focused on trying to get to the patient.
Yes,
Okay. And when you got to this patient that you have described to us rendering a lot of aid to, you noticed that there was a puncture wound to the left lower chest, correct?
Yeah, left lower chest or upper abdomen right in that area.
That was the only wound that you saw on this individual that you were treating?
That's the only one I observed at that time, yes.
And you described that it was rather dark in the area, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that an officer may have been providing some light to you.
I remember there being a flashlight at one point, but it wasn't consistent the entire time.
You also had a light you described to us that was on your vehicle itself, correct?
The scene lights, yeah.
The scene lights.
Yep.
Those, however, didn't provide a ton of light. Is that fair to say?
No, yeah, it's not adequate by any means to completely light the scene up, no.
And this night was also rainy and misty, was it not?
I don't remember the weather, to be honest with you.
Do you recall whether or not the grass was wet where you were?
I do not.
Do you recall, you said you were the driver, correct?
I was, yeah.
Do you recall whether or not you had your wipers on as you were driving to the scene?
I don't recall.
And then you described for us rendering aid. At some point you were joined by Jeff McKee, correct?
Yes.
You handed off to him. Did he stay in the vehicle with you as you drove to Bridgeport Hospital?
Like, did he stay in the ambulance with us?
Yes.
Yeah, he was in the back working on the patient.
So in this vehicle was you, the patient, Ms. Kaiser, and Mr. McKee, correct?
Yes.
She asked me to change it,
And sir,
so
you've
I did.
been called here today to tell us what you witnessed
think
when you
she's on
responded to the
Twitch.
scene.
Yes.
You've done that to the best of your
Messaging
ability.
me.
Yes, sir.
But if what these jurors are interested in is why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you can't really be of any help to these jurors.
No, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Did you say no?
No, Your Honor, thank
Thank you. All right, sir, you may step down.
Thank you.
Please watch your step. Thank you.
Any redirect? No.
Mrs. Stay prepared to call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Say we'll call Jeff McKee to the stand.
Thank you. Good morning. Sir, if you'd please enter the witness box, please watch your step. Please remain standing once you're in the box. Madam Clerk will put you to oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely as if you speak me that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, as well as your business address.
Sure. Jeffrey McKee, MCKE is last name, and Valley Emergency Medical Services, 764 Derby Avenue in Seymour, Connecticut.
You may be seated. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. McKee.
Good morning.
Can you please tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do for a living?
So I'm a paramedic providing advanced life support. I've been working with Valley Emergency Medical Services for a little over 4 years. And prior to that, I was DMT for about 10 and a combat medic in the Connecticut National Guard.
Did you have to go through any training or education to be a paramedic?
I did. I went through just about 18 months worth of didactic and skills training, as well as clinical at Capital Community College to obtain my paramedic license.
And what's the difference between a paramedic and an EMT?
So an EMT does what's called basic life support, where they can perform CPR, administer oxygen, basic medications, and do very basic assessments of patients.
And what does a paramedic do?
As a paramedic, we're a more advanced level of care where we can initiate IVs, we can intubate, provide advanced airways, and give a bunch of medications that we're trying to give.
And how long have you been a paramedic?
The biggest thing, oxygen, airway, meds. Everything else.
Been a paramedic for just over 6 years.
And I want to direct your attention to May 15th of 2022. Were you working that day?
I was.
In what capacity?
As a paramedic.
And did you have an occasion to respond to 43 Laurel Glen on that day?
I did.
Okay. And I want to direct your attention to states 1, where that red marker right behind you on that exhibit.
I have, okay, I have 2 crowns that I actually won. And then these I used for a presentation that I used to do, but I have several. So we will do Tiara Week for your birthday. People ask me, my tiara's behind me, my hat behind me. People ask me to wear things. I will. I have no problem with it. No skin off my nose.
Behind you. Is that the
I can wear
home,
them.
the residence that you
I don't
responded
feel
to
like-
on that night? Yes. Around what time did you say
I can wear them publicly and not feel embarrassed about it.
you arrived to the scene?
I arrived at the scene shortly after midnight.
And what was the information that you had in relation to responding to that scene at that night?
I was dispatched for a possible assault with possibly multiple victims on a priority 1 as the first incoming paramedic from out of town.
And what does priority 1 mean?
So it means lights and
Get
sirens.
your ass there quick.
And why would you put on lights and sirens?
It was reported as a critical call that required an
By the way, I'm going to explain something to y'all that some people don't know. En route, sometimes did it charge? Yes, my Firecom radio. You will hear it go off. You will hear me listening to it. I am a first responder, volunteer firefighter, and chaplain for emergency services. And if you hear priority 1, lights and sirens, get there fast as you can. When they are returning from a call and they say priority 1, that means no lights, no sirens, not in a hurry. We're just driving back. Sometimes priority 0 means we have a deceased on board, depending on your area. Your numbers or things may be different, but you hear priority 3 upon a returning, that's lights and sirens, chest compressions, life is at risk. Just saying. They don't use priority 1 going and priority 1 coming back. It's just the way they do it. So priority 1 and priority 3, priority 1 on the way, priority 3 on the return is when lights and sirens are going.
a paramedic or advanced life support to respond.
So what time would you say you arrived there?
I believe it was shortly after 20 after midnight, somewhere in that time frame.
And when you got there, I want to direct your attention to stage 5. It's on your screen there. Is this the area that you responded to at 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, it was.
And when you got there, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you can, in stage 5, where you responded to? What did you do when you got there?
So upon arrival, there was a lot of individuals on scene as well as police and care providers. I was directed to the patient that was on the lawn, sort of where all the trash is to the right of that red bush.
So just so we know we're on the same page, I'm pointing to, for the record, you're on the right side on the grass area where there's appears to be medical material in stage 5. Is that where you were?
Yes.
So,
Thank you. And when you got there, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed?
So upon arrival, I observed a chaotic scene with a lot of younger individuals crying, screaming, upset, and I observed the Shelton ambulance on scene with a patient in the grass there performing CPR with a bystander as well as PD officers around, and that's the patient I was directed to. I know there was another paramedic on scene who had triaged, and that's the patient, my most critical patient I was directed to.
So were you aware that there were other patients at the scene?
I was told there was en route to the scene, and there were providers on scene that directed me to the patient that was in the front lawn that you mentioned right there.
Okay, and when you got to that patient, can you tell us what care, if any, you provided to that patient?
Sure. So I got the report from the EMT that was performing CPR on the patient, and he had placed an AED and an oral airway in the patient upon finding out that the patient was pulseless. So I had them continue CPR and connected them to my cardiac monitor via the AED pads that were previously placed. Did a brief pause, checked for a pulse, checked for breathing on the patient, as well as checked the initial heart rhythm, which was asystole. Upon doing that and determining there was no pulse and no breathing, directed CPR to be continued, as well as ventilation with oxygen.
What is asystole?
Asystole is essentially flatline, where there's no cardiac electrical activity originating on top of the heart or in the heart whatsoever.
When you got to the scene, what did you observe about the patient outside of your assessment of the patient medically? What did you observe about the patient?
The patient was a young male in his teens. The patient appeared to be in good shape, healthy.
Did you observe any wounds on the patient?
I did. I observed a small puncture wound right under the patient's left nipple in the area of the chest with a chest seal that was placed on there prior to my arrival.
Was there any active bleeding at that point?
There was bleeding in and around the site. The chest seal was doing a decent job of controlling that bleeding, and there was direct pressure being held on that on my arrival.
And when you medically, when you assessed the patient at that point in time, and you said they were in a asystole.
Yes.
What steps did you take at that point when you determined that CPR should continue and there was a flatline?
So at that point, I continued my trauma assessment on the patient to determine if there were any other wounds or hemorrhage that needed to be stopped, while the EMT partner and the other provider provided quality CPR to the patient. And then if there was any additional bleeding that needed to be rectified before moving the patient.
How long would you say that you were on the scene providing medical care to that patient when you got there?
No more than 15 minutes from the time I made patient contact to getting the patient in the back of the ambulance and starting transport.
Why did you withdraw? Did you determine that the patient needed to be transported to the hospital?
I did.
Okay, and why did you determine that?
I determined that because upon arrival of the first responders, they said the patient still had a pulse, a palpable pulse, and just prior to my arrival, that had been lost. So it's technically what's called a witnessed arrest, which a provider witnessed the cardiac arrest. So there's still a chance for us to provide life-saving measures, and that's what I did.
And at some point, you transported the individual to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do between the time you placed them on a backboard, put them in the back of the ambulance and transported them to the hospital? What life-saving measures, can you explain what you did at that point?
So once we got the patient off of where they were found into the back of the ambulance, I noticed that the chest seal was not holding well. So I replaced that to stem the continued bleeding. CPR continued.
That is very vital. If that chest tube is not, that chest patch is not holding well, air is escaping and the lung is collapsing. A lot of times what will cause that patch not to sustain its seal is because there's moisture such as blood, sweat, rain, water, whatever, and it's not sticking to the skin, or the person is a male with an excessive amount of hair, and then that can become an issue. So I'm glad to say that he saw that it was not maintaining its seal and he replaced it.
I
Yes,
attempted to
I
get
have
IV
used them.
access on the patient. However, his vasculature did not support IV access, which I went to what's called intraosseous infusion, which is a drill through the tibial tuberosity on the left.
Oh, that
leg,
hurts like hell.
Where you can infuse medications, fluid directly into the bone marrow.
Ooh.
So you're in the back of the ambulance?
Painful.
Who's driving?
So one of the EMTs was driving to the hospital.
And you tried to administer medication in the patient's veins?
And through the intraosseous infusion.
No, why did you do that? Why did you do an intraosseous? Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, so I did an intraosseous infusion because the patient did not have veins or vasculature that was apparent to me, either due to hypovolemia, which is lack of fluid or blood, or poor vasculature. So in an emergency situation like that, the next choice is to do an intraosseous infusion in through the bone marrow.
Okay, and how do you do that? Can you just explain that to the jury?
So it is a needle attached to a drill, and you use the drill to drill through the outer layer of bone in the select spot. And once it is through that
hurts.
first layer of bone, you stop and you're able to flush into the bone marrow with fluid or medication.
And why is that? Why are you trained to do it that way?
So we're trained to do that way in the instances that you cannot get an IV and that there's no vasculature available to obtain an IV while still being able to provide care, to provide emergency care.
And when you provide medicine in that manner, how does that get into does it get into the body faster?
It does. So it travels through the bone marrow directly into the heart and then to the rest of the body once it's pumped through the vasculature.
And you did that in this case?
Yes.
And what medication did you provide the patient at this point?
I provided epinephrine, which is our standard advanced cardiac life support drug to try to resuscitate a patient that's in cardiac arrest.
And in this particular instance, after you applied that epinephrine, was it successful in reviving a type of heart rhythm?
It was not.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you continued to do on the ride from 43 Laurel Glen to the hospital?
Absolutely. On the transport down, I continued to give epinephrine every 3 to 5 minutes, so a total of 4 doses to try to restart the patient's heart. I also continued CPR on the way down, and when the chest seal was no longer effective, applied a pressure dressing, which stemmed the bleeding that was continuing and stopped the bleeding with that. I also intubated the patient to get a definitive airway, which was confirmed on my cardiac monitor and listening to it as well. So ventilation while after being intubated, as well as CPR continued, as well as a normal saline drip to try to put some volume back into the patient.
Now, when you initially got to the scene and you assessed the patient, did the patient have a pulse on the scene when you saw?
When I got to the patient, they did not.
And from the time you left 43 Laurel Glen to the time you got to Bridgeport Hospital, did you assess the patient for a pulse during that period of time?
I did. Every 2 minutes I assessed for a pulse. I also assessed for any cardiac rhythm or activity. on my cardiac monitor, which the patient remained in asystole throughout the transport at that every 2-minute interval.
And how long would you say, if you can recall, the ride to the hospital was from 43 Laurel Glen to Bridgeport Hospital?
It felt to be between 15 and 20 minutes.
Guys, please. Boy, my hair is really struggling with this today. Please help me get to 3,000 viewers. I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. It would mean the world to me. We've been working on it for a little bit. We are a new, younger channel. And so we are asking for your help. Please, it doesn't cost anything. Now I got my hair in a freaking knot. I kid you not, my hair's in a knot. How did my hair get into an actual, oh, there we go. Hey. Please like and subscribe to us. We would greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate it. It would mean the world to us. It doesn't cost you a penny. All it costs you is your DNA on a button. Please subscribe. Thank you.
And at some point in time, did you arrive at Bridgeport Hospital?
We did.
And can you explain what happened when you arrived at Bridgeport Hospital?
So when we arrived just prior, I had given a trauma alert patch to the hospital, advising them what I had found on scene, what interventions I had done on the way down, and what to expect when we arrived. When I got there, CPR continued into the emergency department. We rolled into the trauma room, and CPR continued throughout that process. I had the attending doctor and the respiratory therapist confirm my intubation and my tube placement, that it was accurate. And I gave a report to the attending physician and nurses that were there. And then the patient was moved over to the hospital bed, and the staff continued their resuscitation process.
And at the time that you handed the patient off to the hospital, at that moment, did you do any final assessment as to any type of pulse or activity with regards to
I did. Just prior to bringing them into the ED, I did a final pulse, breathing, and cardiac rhythm check. The patient remained in asystole, remained pulseless, and remained not breathing. So we continued CPR from the ambulance and through the ED, with the ED staff taking over CPR.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Attorney Smith, any redirect? Any cross?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. McKee.
Afternoon.
Just want to go over what you've told us here and make sure I got this correct. When you responded to the scene, you encountered a chaotic scene. Is that fair to say? People screaming?
Yeah.
Crying, yes.
And did you have any trouble getting to the patient?
I did not.
Okay. Path was cleared for you at that point?
Yes.
You were directed to this patient by other responders that were already on the scene?
Yes.
You told us that you did an initial trauma assessment, correct?
Yes.
That included trying to find whether or not there were any other wounds, correct?
Correct.
You didn't find any other wounds, did you?
I did not.
Nope.
You also looked for other bleeding, correct?
Yes.
Didn't find any other bleeding, correct?
Nope.
You looked for other trauma, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yep.
And you didn't discover any other trauma?
No.
Nope.
Just what you've noted as being a small wound, one small puncture wound to his chest under the nipple, I believe, correct?
Yep.
Did you see any signs of alcohol or drinking when you got to the scene?
I did not
Nope.
notice.
I can
Do you
answer
recall
for
the conditions that evening? Was it rainy, misty?
It was misty. The roads were damp.
The grass itself, do you recall whether or not the grass was wet?
It was damp.
That caused you to slip or anything while you were setting up?
No.
Oh, so you're saying he
And
slipped,
then you
so he didn't
described
do a
for
good
us
enough
the
job?
level of support that you gave to the patient, correct?
Yes.
And that, I believe you told us, at some point you determined that he needed transport, correct?
Correct.
And you determined he needed transport because it was what you described as a witnessed arrest, correct?
Correct.
Meaning that the people who had responded to the scene had gotten some indication of a pulse, correct?
Yes.
And some heart activity, correct?
Yes.
And however, by the time you arrived, there was this witnessed arrest, which means that there was still a chance to provide life-saving measures, correct?
Yes.
And that's why
Yes.
you determined it was time to take this patient, transport him to Bridgeport Hospital, correct?
That is why. Yeah.
Yes.
Which you did, and then you transferred care once you were there over to the attending physicians, correct? And so, Mr. McKee, you've been brought here today, fair to say, to tell us what you witnessed and observed when you arrived on the scene?
Correct.
But if this jury was interested in knowing why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you wouldn't be able to help them at all, would you?
I would not.
Thank you.
Does the state have any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sir, you may answer them as
Thank you.
also. Thank you. So much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, seated in the gallery, as well as anyone watching live stream, it's been brought to the court's attention that the next witness is going to be from the office of the chief medical examiner. Sensitive and/or graphic material may be discussed and/or displayed in terms of the evidentiary portion of this testimony. So at this point in time, I would ask you to use your own discretion as to whether or not you would like to remove yourself from the proceedings or turn away from the live streaming. Thank you. All right, this time the state can go ahead and call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State calls Dr. James Field to stand, please.
All right.
That was good. That is a good warning, y'all. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. If you could please step into the witness box and remain standing. Madam Clerk will put you under oath. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or solemnly?
He's so nerdy. I love it.
Concerning this case, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God or
Nerdy and love it.
state your full name, spelling your last name. as well as your
Yeah.
business address.
I got this. I
James
got
Gill,
this. babe.
Gill, 11 Shuttle Road, Farmington, Connecticut.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, didn't get all that.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gill. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. Dr. Gill, where do you currently work?
I work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Farmington
And for how long have you been with the Office of Chief Medical Examiner?
since July of 2013.
And what is your current position with that office?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Connecticut
And how long have you been in that position?
since July of 2013.
Please tell members of the jury what your educational background is, as well as the experience that qualifies you to have the position that you hold.
I received a degree in biology from MIT, followed by my medical school at the University of Connecticut.
Thank you, Yana. That
I did an
helped me a
internship
lot.
in medicine in Vermont, followed by my pathology training at Yale. I did a fellowship in cancer pathology at Memorial Sloan Kettering, and then a fellowship in forensic pathology at the New York City Medical Examiner's Office. I'm board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology and licensed to practice medicine in Connecticut and New York.
And what are your duties as the Chief Medical Examiner?
I have administrative duties as well as investigative duties. So I am kind of the commissioner of the agency, but I also do a medical legal death investigation. So that includes performing autopsies and certifying deaths.
And please explain generally what the term pathology entails.
So pathology is that area of medicine that deals with the laboratory aspects of the body. So things that can go wrong with the body. And typical pathologists usually work in the hospital and they'll examine different tissue samples from the operating room and so forth to determine if there's cancer or what have you.
And is there a difference between pathology and forensic pathology? And if there is, what is that difference?
Yes, so forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology that requires additional training, and it's that specialty that deals with the investigation of sudden, suspicious, or unnatural deaths. So deaths that are related to trauma, injuries, intoxications, things like that.
And up to date, if you can approximate how many postmortem examinations you have conducted.
I've performed over 4,000 autopsies and many thousands more of examinations of bodies.
Do you primarily oversee the autopsies of other members of your office, or do you conduct them independently?
I do both. I actually yesterday I did 2 autopsies yesterday, but I also oversee the office.
In your career, have you conducted or overseen autopsies or examinations where the cause of death was established?
Yes.
And can you approximate how many times?
Many dozens of times, both homicidal as well as suicidal self-inflicted injuries.
And prior to today, have you testified in court on the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Prior to coming to court today, did you have an opportunity to review any records from your office to prepare for your testimony?
Yes.
And did you review the postmortem report that was prepared for this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you review any additional reports that may have been part of that postmortem report?
Yes.
And which reports would that be?
Those would include the toxicology report and some other laboratory and investigative reports.
Do you have the opportunity to review any photographs with relation to this case?
Yes.
And are photographs always taken during forensic examinations or withdrawn postmortem examinations?
It's a routine part of a forensic postmortem examination.
And what's the reason for that?
It's to document findings as well as sometimes the absence of findings, so other people can look at it and evaluate it as well.
Now, did you
There we
personally
go.
perform the autopsy on the body of James Thomas McGrath?
No, I did not.
And to your knowledge, who performed the autopsy?
It was Dr. Jones.
And to your knowledge, what position did Dr. Jones hold with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
She was I believe, an assistant medical examiner. She was in her training year as a forensic pathology fellow.
And were you present and overseeing Dr. Jones when she performed that postmortem examination?
Yes, I was.
Yes.
And why the oversight?
Because she's still in training, and so we supervise them, kind of work side by side with them so they can learn forensic pathology.
And to your knowledge, is Dr. Jones still employed by your office?
No, she's not.
And do you recall what date Dr. Jones performed that?
60 years.
I'd want to look at the report just to refresh my memory, but it was May 15th, 2022
And to your knowledge, where was that examination conducted?
at the office in Farmington.
And
Welcome back.
How do you know
Welcome
that?
back.
I was there, and there's a record in the autopsy report describing the location and the time and the place.
Make a first report, Your Honor. Certainly.
Thank
you. May I approach Attorney Smith? Yes, you may.
Hello, it's Brit.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Oh my gosh, babe. I hope you're feeling better. Oh my gosh.
Yes, you may. What number is this?
We just missed you, love.
Thank you. Dr. Gill, I'm showing you what's been marked as states 10 for ID purposes only. Don't you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, you prepared this particular document.
Dr. Jones prepared the autopsy report, and the toxicology report was prepared by the laboratory. And
I hope you're feeling better, babe.
she also prepared the lab request form.
And was this report primarily the report from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner prepared in the regular course of business of that office to prepare such a report?
Yes.
And
I
is it-
do not know why the judge has not requested that they remove that evidence from behind the ME. I think that is risk of falling on him.
the regular course of business for your office to prepare such reports on a daily basis?
Yes.
And was that report made at or near the time that postmortem report was withdrawn? Was that report made at or near the time the autopsy on James Thomas McGrath was performed?
Yes.
I would just ask for 3 minutes as a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence as a full exhibit states 10. Thank you.
Dr. Gill, I'm going to be asking some questions based on states 10 approaching the witness, Your Honor. You may read from this report now that it is a full exhibit. Dr. Gill, who was also present at the postmortem examination in addition to you and Dr. Jones?
Dr. Vincent, one of our medical examiners.
And in addition to members of your office being present, do you recall if anyone else was present during that postmortem examination?
I don't recall anyone else being present.
Is it typical for members of the police department from to come in and view the autopsy?
Usually, yes. It depends upon the type of death and the case and so forth, but it's not unusual for police or investigators to attend the autopsy.
If someone from the Shelter Police Department were present, would that be noted in that report?
It may or may not. Some doctors don't always include the police who are present or not.
Prior to the postmortem examination done on James Thomas McGrath arriving, prior to the examination being done on James McGrath, did you or any of your coworkers have any knowledge of what the extent of the injuries were?
Yes.
And where did you get that information from?
The death was called into our office from the hospital, and so we get preliminary information from the hospital.
And looking at State Exhibit number 10, how old was James Thomas McGrath at his time of death?
He was 17 years of age.
And to your knowledge, do you know where James Thomas McGrath was pronounced dead?
I have to look at the death certificate or Bridgeport Hospital.
And to your knowledge, were any operations or procedures conducted on James McGrath prior to his arrival at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And how do you know this?
From the autopsy report.
And how was the body of James Thomas McGrath transported or brought to the office of the chief medical examiner's office?
We have a transport team that will pick up remains at the hospital and bring them to our office.
Typically, and in this case as well, do you recall how the body was brought in? What condition?
The body was brought with resuscitative equipment still with the body in a body bag.
And was there an ME case number assigned to this examination?
Yes.
And referring to exhibit number 10, can you recall or can you tell the members of the jury what that ME case number is?
Yes. It's 22-10921.
And what is the significance of that ME case number?
So 22 is the year, and then we give each death that's reported to our office a unique sequential number. So it's a unique number for Mr. McGrath.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury generally what goes on in a post-mortem examination? If you give details as to what is conducted.
It depends a little bit on the type of death, but generally in a case like this, we would do x-rays of the body, and then we would do what's called the external examination, where we look at the outside of the body, looking for identifying features, color of the eyes, length of hair, any evidence of injury or medical treatment. And we would take photographs, and then we would do the internal examination, where we make a Y-shaped incision and examine the internal organs to determine largely why the person died.
Thank you. I'm going to direct your attention to States 10, where it says external examination. What is the purpose of that? Thank you.
So that, again, is to document the different physical characteristics of the body, color of the eyes, scars, tattoos, things like that.
And where it says under postmortem changes, what does that paragraph indicate? This is page 205.
So that's where we would describe any changes that we see from occurring after death, like rigor mortis, stiffening of the body temperature, lividity, the settling of the blood, change in color of the body after death.
And as indicated before, you said that there was some medical intervention that was done. In looking at States 10, can you please explain what was done or what was present on the body?
I'll still give you credit.
He was received with
I'll
a
give
breathing
you
tube
credit, Boo.
in his airway, as well as
I will give
two
you credit.
catheters, intravenous type catheters, actually in the bone on both lower legs.
And is that what is referred to as therapeutic interventions on States 10?
Correct.
Again, referring to States 10, under where it says injuries, external and internal, what evidence of injury was present on the body?
So there was evidence of both sharp injury and blunt injury. So sharp injuries are injuries that are caused by sharp objects like a knife, a piece of glass, and you can either have a stab injury or a cut injury. The difference is that stab wounds are deeper into the body than they are long on the skin, while like a cut or an incised wound is longer on the skin than it is deep in the body. Blunt injuries are different types of injuries. Those are injuries caused by blunt force, where a person may fall down and bruise their knee or what have you. We call those contusions. So he had some bruises as well on different parts of his body that were just very superficial.
So in addition to those superficial bruising you indicated, was there also a stab wound found on the body of James Thomas McGrath?
Yes.
And where was that stab wound located?
The stab wound was on the left chest, below the left nipple.
Can you either read or explain the directions? Within the exhibit, it indicates the directions are stated with reference to the standard anatomical planes with a body measured in the horizontal position. What does that refer to?
So we don't know what position the person was in when they were stabbed. So we always give the directions in the anatomical position, which means standing straight up with your arms at your side. So we all have the same planes of reference. So for example, in this instance, the stab wound was going from the front of his body towards the back of his body. And it was going, sorry, let me just... from the left of his body towards the right of his body, and then slightly upward in his body.
Referring again to States 10, under injuries, external and internal, the last sentence of that paragraph indicates the injuries were labeled A through C for descriptive purposes only. What is the purpose of that? Explain to the jury.
So there were bruises and there was a stab wound. There's no way for us to tell the sequence, which came first, which came second.
Directing your attention to page 2 and to page 3 of State's exhibit number 10, under where it says A, stab wound of torso. Can you please read what that paragraph says out loud to the jury?
So a stab wound is centered 21 7/8 of an inch from the top of the head and 5 1/4 inches left of the anterior midline. It's oriented obliquely, which means kind of at an angle, with a sharp edge angled to the upper left and a blunt edge directed down into the right. It is 1 1/16 of an inch long, slit-like perforation on the surface of the skin without natural skin tension. After penetrating the skin and the muscle, the knife proceeded through the left 6 to 7 intercostal space, that's between the ribs, and perforated the pericardial sac in the left ventricle of the heart. There was approximately 750 milliliters of clotted blood in the pericardial sac around the heart, and approximately 1.8 liters of liquid and clotted blood in the left pleural cavity, which is the left chest cavity. And then the direction of the penetration is front to back, left to right, and slightly upward. In the estimated depth, that's how deep the stab wound was, the estimated depth of this penetration is approximately 2.5 to 3.5 inches deep.
Now, in reference to States 10, that paragraph you just read, what does it mean? What is that intercostal space notation? What is that?
So that's a term for between the ribs. So it went in the muscle part between the two ribs.
And what would be there? Is it tissue? Is it?
It's muscular and soft tissue.
And again, you indicated the pericardial sac and left ventricle. What does that refer to?
So the pericardial sac is the sac that the heart is enclosed in, and the left ventricle is the left side of the heart, the pumping chamber of the heart that pumps the blood to the rest of the body. So it's going to pump out through the aorta to the rest of the body. And there was a stab wound. The stab wound went through the wall of that left ventricle of the heart.
The next paragraph, there's approximately 75 milliliters of clotted blood in the pericardial sac. Is that normal?
Y'all need to understand that knife, number one, I don't know the sharpness, but if it's surgical sharp, it's not as hard. That's a tight stab wound, y'all. That is deep. That is very, very much so a aggressive action to get it as far in, and as he's giving you the information. That's
Also have
aggressive.
that. What caused that? You can explain that.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any blood in the pericardial sac. So that was blood from that stab wound, from the blood first going into the pericardial sac and then continuing into the left chest cavity.
Or indicates that the direction of the penetration is from front to back, left to right, and slightly upward. How are you able to tell that?
So we do a dissection during the autopsy where we kind of go in layer by layer and we follow the track, the path of the knife, and we can then see the direction that it followed.
I'm going to direct your attention back to stage 10, where it says, again, page 3 of 5, under where it says B, blunt impact injuries of torso, where it indicates that there was a 3/4 greenish brown contusion of the inframammary right chest. What does that indicate?
That means that there was a bruise on the right chest below the right nipple, and it seemed to have some age to it. It didn't look that fresh.
And how do you know about the age? How would we be able to tell the age?
Because of the green-brown color change.
Also, states 10 again, page 3 of 5, where it says C, blunt impact injury of extremities. It references some injuries there, indicating a brown contusion, green-brownish contusions, and red-purple contusions. What does that indicate, that paragraph?
So there are scattered bruises. Some of them, they're of different ages. Some of them are more recent, and some appear older.
What is the purpose of documenting such injuries?
It's just part of a routine part of an autopsy to document all the injuries. You never know when a particular injury may be important for an investigation.
So you'd indicated earlier that in addition to an external examination, there was also an internal examination done on the body of James Thomas McGrath. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what parts of the body were subject to that internal examination?
All of the internal organs of the chest and the abdomen, as well as the head. So the brain, the heart, the lungs, liver, kidneys, all of those were examined.
And what is the purpose of doing an internal examination to all of those various parts of the body? If it's, I don't want to say pretty obvious, but if it looks to you where that injury might be, why do everything else?
It's just being thorough and looking for other maybe natural disease that could have contributed to death. We also want to collect various tissue samples for further testing. And so it's again, part of a kind of a routine autopsy to do that examination.
Directing your attention again to stage 10, page 3 of 5, where it says cardiovascular system. What does that paragraph mean in layman's terms?
So that's describing the heart, the valves, the blood vessels, and he had other than the stab wound, he had a normal heart. He was a normal, healthy person.
So would it be safe to say that in that section, there would not be any indication regarding the injuries done to the heart?
Correct. We include the injuries in a separate section. So the internal exam is really just the kind of the natural, normal.
So what they do, a lot of MEs, and I've got this flyway here. A lot of MEs, what they'll do is they have a section that is for injury and one that's for disease. So if he had a cardiac disease, it would be notated in the other section. If they found something that was not of a natural diseasing process of the body, puncture, broken bones, poisoning, whatever, that would be notated in the section he was just discussing. So they do have separate sections on their forms, some counties.
Descriptions.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor?
This thing is driving me freaking crazy, y'all. Driving me crazy. I got to take a break.
Yes,
It's
thank
driving me back crazy.
Let's mark this photograph for notification.
Maybe if I just do it this way. There we go. Ah, that better. That works. That worked. Work. There we go. Now we got it. Oh, Vinnie Politan is back in the studio. Oh, that's an old interview. I thought he's back in the studio. It's like, what? Okay.
Through 20 for ID purposes only at this point. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What do you recognize these photographs to be?
These are the autopsy photographs from Mr. McGrath.
Do the photographs that you see here fairly and accurately depict the body that came into your office on the day that the postmortem examination was done?
Yes.
And in the photographs that were depicted, does anything look different to you than the body of James McGrath did on the day of the autopsy?
No.
And again, the purpose of taking these photographs?
To document the findings, who he is, and any injuries.
Do you recall who took these photographs?
We have professional photographers who do that under our direction.
I'd like to enter this as exhibit, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence states exhibits 11 through 20 as full.
You know what? I really feel bad for all of the police officers. We're going to take a little palate cleanse, as I like to call it. Hop back over here for a momento to the Karen Reed trial.
You get a chance to speak with a juror, because some jurisdictions do not allow it. I always encourage people to take advantage of that, because you get the ability to gain insight in terms of some of the things that they were thinking about or things they may have been hung up on. And the issues that juror brought up, I am sure, are the same concerns that this jury is wrestling with, in terms of, if you cannot say definitively how those injuries were caused, that's reasonable doubt. If you can't say in terms of how the broken tail light was caused, obviously it's caused by some type of impact, but you can't.
But I'm going to skim back real quick. I want to give a shout out and a kudo for all of the police officers. Oh my gosh, y'all. Let's get back over to the image I was showing. These poor souls, look at them standing out here for 8 hours, just standing. All right, on concrete for that long. Do you know, guys, that sucks. You know that, right? You know how bad that sucks? That sucks royally. So kudos to all of the police officers out there providing
reasonable
service.
doubt. They don't have to have a
Okay, back to this trial because we need to get caught up. And I'm going to take a comfort break.
Dr. Gill, for the next several questions, I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 11 through 20 as full exhibits. Can you see that, Dr. Gill, where you are?
Yes.
Dr. Gill, what is this photograph depict?
This is a full body photograph of Mr. McGrath, showing how we received him at the medical examiner's office.
And that placard that's placed above the body, what does that number refer to?
That's his unique case number.
And from looking at states, I believe it's states 11, do you see anything in this photograph that would depict any kind of, as you indicated earlier, the therapeutic services that was done on Mr. McGrath at the hospital?
Yes.
Can you identify those areas to members of the jury?
You can see the breathing tube coming out of his mouth. In his lower legs, there are these two are called intraosseous catheters in both legs. And then there's some gauze pad over the left chest.
Referring to states 11, the lower left-hand area of the exhibit, there is a tag which is on the body of James McGrath's toe. What does that tag indicate?
That's how it's an identification toe tag.
Showing you what's been marked as states 12. Dr. Gill, what is this photograph
This is a face shot of Mr. McGrath.
Just take one moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
And that placard that again is depicted there, is that the same number that we saw in states 11? The number matches up to any number?
Correct.
Showing you states 13. What is this a photograph of?
So this is the face and upper torso of Mr. McGrath, and it shows the stab wound under that left nipple. You can see that red line is the stab wound.
And let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is pointing to the right-hand side of state 13, where he's indicating there is a red line below the left nipple of the body.
So noted. Thank you.
And Dr. Gill, if you can look at state 13, there is some reddish purplish bruising appears around the neck area of the body of James Thomas McGrath. What is that?
That's called livor mortis. That's a change that occurs after death from blood settling in those areas.
Showing you what's been marked at state 14. What is this a photograph of?
This is a close-up photograph of the stab wound.
And again, that's the placard and the placard number that matches up.
Yes.
Showing you what's marked as state 15. What is this photograph of?
So this is also a photograph of the stab wound showing the skin, which is less relaxed. So the skin has a natural elasticity to it. And depending upon how the sharp injury is in the skin, sometimes it can cause the wound to gape open. In that first picture, we saw that gaping wound. This is kind of pushing the skin back together, that relieving that natural skin tension so you can get a better look at the actual stab wound.
Showing you state 16. Dr. Gill, what is that photograph of?
So this is after the skin of the chest has been reflected to the side, and we're looking at the chest wall, and just above the label, there's some bleeding there. That's where the knife went through that intercostal space.
Showing you state 17. Is this a close-up photograph of state 16?
Correct.
And can you also see in that photograph the puncture wound?
Yeah, there looks like there's some disrupted muscle there. It's difficult to make out.
Now, this placard that is utilized here, it looks like there is some measuring tool in there as well. Do you utilize that to measure the puncture wound or the injury?
Yes, that's always kind of on our label. Yeah.
Showing you state 18. What is that a photograph of?
This is showing the heart while it's still in the body, and that kind of oval red lesion. That's the stab wound of the heart, of the left ventricle of the heart.
So is that the heart taken out of that muscle or tissue that we saw in state 17?
So the pericardial sac has been opened, and we're looking at the heart inside the sac now.
Showing you state 19. What is that a photograph of?
This is let's see, showing the pericardial sac before it's been opened up. So you can see a little bit of lung, pink lung at the top there, and then that hole kind of right in the center. That's where the knife went through the pericardial sac.
And lastly, showing you state 20. Again, what is that a photograph of?
So this is a photograph of just the heart, and you can see kind of below the yellow, the fatty tissue, there's this darker red area. That's the actual stab wound that went into the left ventricle of the heart.
What is the purpose of taking this photograph with the heart removed from the body?
Just to further document the injury.
May I just have one moment, Your Honor? Dr. Gill, based on your training and experience in the field of forensic pathology, with respect to stab wound to the torso, perforating the heart, what effect would you expect such an injury to have on a person's ability to survive?
Well, it would not be immediately incapacitating. The person would still remain conscious for a period of time until they've lost enough blood and the heart can no longer maintain the blood pressure. Then they would lose consciousness. And again, if the heart in the circulation isn't restarted, they would die.
Were any samples or specimens collected during the post-mortem examination?
Erin, thank you
submitted for
again.
laboratory analysis?
Yes.
And do you recall what specimens were collected?
There were several specimens collected for toxicology, including blood, vitreous fluid from the eye. We usually collect liver as well, and urine.
And What tests were conducted on the blood of the body that was collected?
So we did our kind of routine toxicology testing, which includes alcohol and all the common drugs of
Liver mortis?
of misuse, as well as other medications and so forth.
I'm going to direct your attention back to States 10 on page 5 of the toxicology report. Withdrawn.
Okay, we're going to take a break for that for a minute. You got to see this. I got me popcorn. Healthy popcorn. All right, look at this. This is interesting.
So, what's your message?
To find the truth.
Gotcha.
Find the truth. Get justice for John O'Keefe. Get justice for Karen Reed. This isn't justice, it's corruption.
The antics are at an all-time high. They're on the ground in Dedham, Massachusetts. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. We are all standing by on a verdict watch, wondering if this jury is getting close to a verdict. Those
I don't
crowds
think
have
we're
been
going to have one
gathering at the
today.
Dedham
I would be
courthouse for the
surprised.
past-
I would be totally surprised if we had a verdict today. I thought that was just an interesting sight. Okay, back to trial.
Page 5. What does it read under the heading toxicology?
So it gives the positive findings that were detected in the
Aaron, you were so
blood
kind.
and the vitreous
Thank you
fluid
so
from the
much.
eye.
Okay. Directing your attention to page 2 out of 3 of the toxicology report. Do you recall or can you read what the blood alcohol content or BAC of the body of said James Thomas McGrath was?
Yes,
And what was that?
it was 0.2 gram percent or gram 100 per 100 milliliters.
Referring again to States 10, to the very first page of that exhibit where it says final diagnosis. Please read what it says.
Stab wound of torso with perforation of heart, hemothorax, approximately 1.8 liters. That's blood in the chest cavity. And then hemopericardium, that's blood in the pericardial
He was
sac,
not going to survive
approximately
that.
75 milliliters. And then superficial blunt impact injuries of the trunk and the extremities, the bruises.
Based upon your review of the postmortem examination of James Thomas McGrath, what was the cause of death in this case, Dr. Dell?
The stab wound of the torso,
And what was the manner of death?
homicide.
And if you could please explain your reasoning to the jury as to why it was a homicide.
Homicide for a medical examiner is death at the hand of another person. So this stab wound was caused by another person, so it's a homicide.
I just have one moment, Your Honor. Yes. I have no further questions. Thank you. Attorney Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The crowd is growing big time across the street from the courthouse.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gill.
Afternoon.
You told us that you have been at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner since July of 2013.
Correct.
And did you take over from Dr. Carver?
Yes.
And you've been there since for the past 12 years?
Yes.
Any break in that time period? You've served continuously?
Correct.
All right. And you've told us
Why?
that in conducting your autopsy, you discovered a 1 1/16 inch long slit-like perforation in the chest, correct?
Yes.
And you've described that both in your testimony and in the report as being the result of a knife, correct?
Yes.
And was that based on information that you had from other people involved with this investigation?
I think it's probably a combination. The features, the anatomical features are what we see with a knife injury. And I believe we had history that he had been stabbed.
And so did you come to that conclusion that it was a knife based on your own observations or based on something you had been told?
Again, I think it was a combination. The features are kind of classic findings for a knife. I really couldn't think of much else that would cause it.
No other sort of sharp object like a piece of glass or something of that nature?
A piece of glass wouldn't cause such a straight injury with a single blunt angle and a sharpened angle. And to that depth, I think it'd be very unlikely that a piece of glass would do that.
Any other tool, perhaps a screwdriver or something like that?
The screwdriver gives a different type of pattern, a more circular puncture type injury.
Fair to say you didn't have anything definitive at that point that
Yeah, and I
led
look
you
at
to
the
know
numbers
that this was a
again.
knife, but that's what you concluded based on what you've described here to us.
Yeah, the anatomic findings are supportive, very supportive of a knife. Yeah.
And you also had information, I guess, from the police officers that were involved, or where did the mention of a knife come from?
Probably from the hospital that he presented with the stab wound.
Stab
and
wound
you
does
described
not
that
always mean
this
a knife.
stab wound went through the left 6 to 7 intercostal space, correct?
Yes.
And you described that as being the
Okay, people don't under. Or someone made the comment. Well, it's a knife because it's a stab wound. Stab wound could be any object that can be propelled beneath the skin and into the body. Pitchfork, screwdriver, pen, pencil, anything that goes into the body from outside to inside is a stab wound. Just FYI.
Space between the ribs.
Correct.
And as you went through and gave us a list of your findings, you described also an injury under section B, which was an old bruise. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then under section C, a number of other scattered bruises of indeterminate age. Is that also fair to say?
Correct.
Now, as part of your report, you said that the wound itself was an estimated 2.5 to 3.5 inches deep, correct?
Yes.
Why is that an estimated number?
Because the heart and the body can move. And so if a person's leaning forward or laying back, there can be some movement of the heart. And so we can't give an exact, precise depth. Plus, if it goes into the heart cavity, we don't know how deeply it went into the cavity. It didn't go through the heart, through the whole heart, but it went through the wall. So we give an estimate. That's typical.
So based on a position, the person's body position when the wound is suffered, fair to say the stab wound could have been 2.5 inches deep, could have been 3.5 inches deep.
It's within that range, correct?
You didn't note any other fractures, correct?
Correct.
You didn't note any other puncture wounds, correct?
Correct.
So this single stab wound that you've described to us, in your opinion, was both the only wound and the wound that led to his death?
It was the only fatal injury, yes.
Other than what you've described as being old, unrelated bruises of indeterminate nature, is that fair to say?
The bruising, yeah, that played no role in his death.
You also told us that you had ordered what was your standard specimen testing for toxicology reports, correct?
Yes.
And that included a toxicology for alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And did you tell us that the blood alcohol of the deceased was a 0.2?
Correct.
Did that have any bearing on your findings in this case?
It played no physiologic role in his death. He would have died from the stab injury whether or not he had alcohol in his system.
And Dr. Gill, you've been called here today to tell us what you witnessed and observed as it relates to this autopsy, correct?
Yes.
And you've done that to the best of your ability?
Yes.
But if this jury is interested in knowing why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you can't tell us anything that would help them, can you?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Attorney Messina? Okay. Dr. Gill, you had indicated on direct examination that you and your team determined that the fatal injury caused by James McGrath was a stab wound, correct?
Oh, she talked fast. I'm
And
slowing her
I
down.
know you had indicated earlier, but approximately how many postmortem examinations have you conducted or overseen where the cause was a stab wound in your
Objection, Your
career?
Honor. I believe this is
Many.
outside the scope of my cross-examination.
Okay, so you did question the witness regarding other causes, so I'll allow it. Overruled.
Many, many dozens, but some of those involve, for example, in one person, maybe 80 stab wounds. So yeah, I've seen hundreds and thousands of stab wounds.
In those cases where you determined it to be a knife, have those injuries been very similarly situated to what you saw on the body of James McGrath?
Yes.
And you had indicated on cross-examination regarding the difference between a knife perforation versus, let's say, a glass perforation. What would be the difference there?
A glass, because it's more irregular shaped, you get an irregular pattern and maybe more jagged. Usually it's not going to have that depth. This was a very smooth edged, straight edged, straight in wound. So that was caused by something that's sharp, long, narrow, and that's a knife.
You had testified on cross-examination that you were able to determine the positioning or how that knife went into the body of James McGrath. Would you be able to determine the position of James McGrath at the time the stabbing took place based on the injuries?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional cross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, you may step down. Thank you. Please watch your step as you exit out. If you don't mind, I'll take that exhibit. Thank you so much. Returning exhibit 10 to Madam Clerk. Council, this appears to be a good time to move into our lunch break.
Yes, sure.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're now going to take a lunch and recess. We will be back in session at 2 p.m. and you should report back to the jury deliberations room so that we can start promptly. Please remember the rules of juror conduct that I told you about in the beginning of the case. As you're coming back into the building, if you leave for lunch, if you have to wait in line for a security check, please be careful not to position yourself near anyone who you've observed to be involved in this case, including the attorneys and other court staff members. They are instructed that they should not speak to you or make any comment to you about this case. Additionally, please avoid speaking to anyone while you're in the building regarding this case or otherwise, okay? That you will be escorted by the marshals. So thank you, have a good lunch, and we'll see you back at 2.
Okay, Just FYI, someone called 911. John the Petro smashed someone's taillight in an attempted hit and run. He is an independent radio personality that's covering the Karen Reed trial. So he backed up and accidentally hit somebody.
So many people that are there, so many people who are continuing to
Yeah.
gather. Do they have a place they are going to go if, regardless of what this is, when we get the verdict? But I would imagine that the city has to prepare for that as well.
They are. I'm sensing a buzz right now. Jury's coming back. Oh, Karen's team is coming back is the word I'm getting. So we're going to plant the camera. Keep an eye on what's happening over here. But that's what the folks are saying, right? They're saying that the team is coming back. They come back for.
I have it
I
up.
want to let our
Thank
viewers
you.
know, and you as well, that we are hearing that there's movement inside of the courtroom as well. We can't put our cameras down because we are not on the record, but apparently there is some movement inside of the courtroom.
Interesting. The buzz out here now, you can see if you watch the area close to where they pull up, people are starting to file in there to fill that area up. The folks on this side of the street are now getting closer to the edge of the curb. Everyone anticipating that the defense team is about to arrive at some point in the very, very, very near future. And it's about that time, right? This is the time of day when things like this happen. Keeping an eye on security. You can see more of them.
See, I got that going. Don't worry. I'm with you.
Quieter here on the street.
Mhm.
So as we get ready for whatever this is, we don't know.
Hopefully it's a not guilty
But one of
because
the
I don't want to
options,
see her go to
obviously,
jail.
is the big
I don't want to see her
decision that has to be
handcuffed.
made by this jury. Have they come to that decision? Are they sending a note? Have they sent word? Did they hammer it out? I guess we'll find out soon. But here, again, it's interesting because the quieter it gets, it's more indicative that something is happening. And I think folks here are they're obviously anticipating what this could mean. And they're invested. So they're kind of on those pins and needles that everyone else is on. So let's send it back to you. I'll keep an eye on everything happening here, but there's an absolute sense.
That's the back to court stomp. That's when you hear that, they're going back to court. I forgot about that. I did that last trial. Yeah. No. Okay, we'll do this for now. So we'll see. I got a seed in my mouth. Don't you hate it when you eat popcorn and you get this little seed stuck in your mouth? Y'all come back. All my viewers come back. We've got something going on in court. I don't know what happened. I had like 300 and something viewers and it dumped to 7. Well, 180, 990 on YouTube, and then it dumped to 7. Go figure. So now we are awaiting do we have verdict? Let me see if I'm practicing, y'all. Don't get mad at me. I'm not. There we go. Let's see. Okay, that's what I want. We are in verdict watch. We are waiting to see if we have a verdict. Come on in, grab a seat. If Vinny comes back up with the red tie on, there's a verdict. So he's hopped off camera, I bet, to see if he needs to change his tie. Do we have any murmurings anywhere on X? Boy, there's a lot of people posting alerts. Oh my gosh, come on, that's enough. Okay, guys, I'm going to hop on over to X and see if we have any news in the Karen Reed. Okay, so the court clerk has told reporters he's been told to bring back the troops, so we don't know anything yet. So everybody is waiting on pins and needles to find out. I got a bunch of notifications. Nope. He does not have. Oh, this is an old review. So everybody get back on in here. It may be a question. It may not be.
Arriving. It's after lunch. It's Wednesday. We've been talking about this all week. In a normal trial, this is about the time that you would expect a verdict. So whatever the notification is, whatever the reason is for them arriving at this moment, complete silence as Karen Reed walks in. Let's listen. Never experienced anything quite like this.
This is
Where
very
you have
quiet.
hundreds
I
of
suggest they
people
have a verdict.
supporting someone, waiting for them. They arrive, and there's a deafening silence. in
Why
the
is
streets of
Kohlberger
Dedham.
going live right now?
That's exactly what
Thank
we're
you.
experiencing right now as Alan Jackson, Karen Reed make their way into the courthouse, soon into the courtroom up on that second floor. And we'll soon find out what is about to happen. And of course, on the top of everyone's mind at this moment, is this the big decision?
Is it?
This the time when a jury will finally speak and finally answer the question, did Karen Reed murder John O'Keefe? So the quiet has actually continued now outside. I think people are feeling a sense of the moment itself. They've been here for day after day after day. They've been following the case for years. And it could be in just a few short moments that they find out the result here, Julia.
Listening to that silence behind you and the way they're continuing to be quiet reminds me of the instruction that you said that they were receiving from Karen Reed, which is to be calm if there is a verdict. Let's bring in Court TV anchor Ted Rowland, who is here in studio. And
just FYI, real quick, I don't see anything listing Kohlberger as being live right now.
Ted, what are you thinking now that we are seeing activity inside and out?
He hasn't heard that there's a verdict yet.
This case is so unique in that we don't get any information, right? We're literally just trying to interpret. I think there's a verdict. Personally, just by the body language, I assume the parties know. If it's a question
Forgot about
or a
it. I'm
verdict,
so involved in this.
You know, Karen going up and
I'm so involved in this, I forgot about it. I know you did, Ronnie. Yeah, I apologize. I'm You did. You did. You did. Why do I not see Brian Kohlberger listed in our list of cases? I don't why I don't see Kohlberger listed, y'all. Mods in BRY instead of BI. Okay, my bad. Whew, my bad. My bad, my bad. I'm looking for BRI and it was BRY. Okay. Hidden True Crimes is live. Okay. Thanks, widget. We're gonna have to don't I'm I'm hoping for a verdict. Let's go ahead and not worry about Kohlberger right now. This is our primary focus is the Karen Reed. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Karen Reed, what do y'all think? Is this a verdict, yes or no? Put it in the comments below. Do you think we have a verdict? And I have to take a very quick comfort break. Dag nabbit. Always happens when it's important. I started a poll. Y'all go fill out the poll. I am keeping everything up and going. I got a lot on right now. I've got so many windows open. I need one more monitor. Actually, I want a TV right there. Big TV. And then on my 4 monitors. Yeah, we have nothing. I'm gonna have to do the comfort break before we get into trouble. Thank you so much. Yes, we have June. You believe we have a verdict? All right, guys. I'll be right back. Forgive me. Thank you guys so much. Whew. I was not going to make it. Luckily, I don't have to travel far. I don't know why I don't have sound. Come on, connect. Okay. Let's see. Oh, you're home on a laptop and a 65-inch. I wish I had a 60.
You are
I have a
unmuted.
55. Not here.
Proceeding court is in session.
All right. I appreciate you all getting back here. During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict. So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it, and to give it to us. Paul, do you have it? Thank you. I haven't seen this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury.
What? I'm confused. Do we have a verdict or do we not?
All right. So we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and recorded in open court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the building until the end of the day. So we'll see everybody later.
What? Okay, we're back that up. Wait a minute. No. No. Let's listen to that again. Damn it.
Proceeding court is in session.
False alarm.
All right. I appreciate you all getting back here. During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But
They may have had a verdict and somebody changed their mind.
before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict. So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it, and to give it to us. Paul, do you have it? Thank you. I haven't
don't
seen
have any
this. It's
music
been sealed.
going.
I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It
I
will
have
be
no music
preserved
going.
and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury.
Hold on. Y'all, are y'all hearing music? Because I don't have any music going. None.
All right. So we do not have a
Weird.
verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and recorded in open court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the building until the end of the day. So we'll see everybody later.
Saying there is no verdict. Yet there's a verdict form in that piece, in that envelope, it seems.
And there's enough time that has elapsed that all of the parties have gathered. Karen Reed's team is 10 minutes
Yes.
out. So that means it wasn't an immediate thing, perhaps. Perhaps they were called again. But I'm understanding that Vinnie Politan is ready out on the ground. Let's go to him live. Vinnie, what do you think? Oh, the tie says it all.
Do we
Can
have a
you
verdict?
knot it? Can you
tell me.
tie it? You can't tie it.
I have a tie on, but it ain't tied. So I'm in limbo.
We have a verdict. We don't have a verdict. We got a verdict. We don't have a verdict. Is there a verdict? Is there not a verdict? I don't know. So I'm just standing by like this. This is, again, unusual. The only time something like this happened, even close to this, was in the Johnny Depp trial when they had a verdict, sent out the verdict note, but they hadn't filled out the sheets properly and they had to send them back. This might be something different than that, though, because if the jury is knocking and saying we have a verdict and then knocking and saying we don't have a verdict, something's going on in that jury room. That's all that tells me. Something's going on. Somebody's like, wait a minute. So let's see. What is sealed in the envelope?
Yeah.
Open the envelope. Let's find out. I don't understand this. This is extremely unusual. Even though we don't know what the verdict is, all of a sudden now there's another issue with this case, with this jury. We do this all the time at Court TV. It's not that complicated. It's just not that complicated. But this case, this trial, these verdicts or lack of verdicts have become extremely complicated and convoluted. I don't understand it, but hopefully the judge and the attorney.
By the way, I was getting some weird interference stuff and I couldn't tell what it was. So it may have been from their end, but I could feel it.
Attorneys can get to the bottom of what exactly is happening.
There should absolutely be a
Or
case study
Vinny.
on this case in terms of how to deal with jurors, how to communicate with jurors. Do we think it could be a note? If the jury put in a note, we have reached a verdict, sent that to the court, and then that gets sealed because we don't want the indication on the record that there ever was a verdict if there was not one. Ted, what do you think? Do you think it perhaps could be that?
We don't know for sure that what's in that envelope is verdict form by any stretch. It likely is a note. And then it's the game of telephone between the bailiff. Was it miscommunicated, misinterpreted? I think that there's a backstory here that hopefully will be illuminated very soon for the parties. What do you do if now you're one of the Karen Reed, the O'Keefe family? This is bizarre.
Do you leave the courthouse at this point?
Or Canoni told him don't leave.
Right. Vinny, are people there on the ground? Did they hear verdict and have a reaction thinking there was one? Or was it pretty quick that they learned we don't have a verdict?
No, absolutely. Absolutely. We can take a look at the crowd. Everyone's confused right now. They're as confused as the rest of us. Everybody here heard verdict. There was a loudspeaker that was being played. And then all of a sudden we heard we don't have a verdict. I've never heard that before. We have a verdict. We don't have a verdict. I don't know what it means. They don't know what it means, but they're all glued to their phones trying to get the latest information from inside that courtroom. And, just to add another layer of intensity and anticipation to all of this.
Wake up, everybody.
But sprinkle a whole bunch of confusion as well. It's unusual. It's really unusual what is happening at this moment. And I hope that the jury communicates what's happening. To me, that's the key. It's the communication between the jury and the court. Communication was the problem first time around, and now it looks like there's more communication issues. In a lot of jurisdictions, like I've been saying, sometimes the judge will just call the jury into the courtroom on the record and say, hey, what's going on? Do you have a verdict? Do you not have a verdict? Massachusetts, they don't like that sort of back and forth. They don't want to interfere at all. So that becomes a hurdle now in trying to understand what exactly happened inside that jury room and how you go from verdict in one moment to just a few moments later to no verdict. I think it even caught the judge off guard by the way she was describing what had happened. So everyone out here there was that surge of this is the moment until it wasn't.
This is
Here we
the
are.
moment.
Welcome to Dedham.
They were right in the sense that this was a moment. It was almost the moment that everyone is
I
waiting
want
for.
to sing
And I
that
think you
song, but I
highlight
don't want
something
to get
great, Vinny,
copyright struck.
that
In.
the
Hello,
communication, the form of
Carmen.
communication is pretty antiquated. We're talking
AdaKay.
about
We miss
notes,
you.
handwritten notes
Welcome.
that have to go, and there can be no verbal communication during this time, and that can add challenges in itself. I understand that Matt Johnson may be available. Let's see if we can go out to him, see what he is seeing from his vantage point. Matt Johnson, your reaction to us getting the
Call me, boo. I need to. Don't worry, it's not Gerald, but call me, boo.
these double knocks from the jury.
The most unpredictable trial of the century. I mean, this doesn't help with the call from this community for transparency and light. There's just going to be more questions. And all of these supporters that believe in corruption and that there was a cover up here are looking very confused at this point in time. There's something happening here at the courthouse in front of me because all of the police officers are still talking amongst each other. They're pointing to things on the backside of the courthouse.
Okay, I'm going to stop for a second. I didn't get to do this earlier. I'm going to do it now. Let's have a moment of silence because we need to remember what this truly is about. This is not about just entertainment. This is really about a life. And the life was John O'Keefe. So I'm going to have a moment of silence before we go any further. Guys, here we go.
We know that all parties have been asked to remain present here on the property as this deliberating jury figures out what they're going to do. I mean, to knock on the door
I
and say
know.
that they
I'm
have
usually
a
up
verdict, and then
after
to
10.
knock again and say that they don't. I think that now some people are wondering
Hope you
if
have
a
good
jury
news for
member
me.
had cold feet, if they changed their initial vote. There's a lot of
I'm going to try and come see you in the near future.
Reed's vehicles leave like we
Love
normally
to
do.
next month.
And there's a lot of movement out
We'll see
here
how
in
the-
front, including from a lot of law enforcement that are here near the steps, a lot of media on the move too. Just a lot of silence and a lot of confusion, to be honest with you.
Y'all,
I
I'm
wanna bring in
closing the
Ted,
poll.
who's here with me in studio. Ted, do you think that this could mean, even if we do have a verdict, all the way up until polling the jury, after a verdict, after everything's entered, that we could still see some problems? I mean, we'll all be leaning in for the polling of the jury, which we usually kind of sit back for, ignore, but
Yeah, I mean, this is just, you're thinking about all the different scenarios. Is there an unwilling juror who then changed his or her mind after that initial note was passed along that we do have a verdict? Was it the four-person going, oh, oops, I mean, we didn't. Some communication issue within the jury room? Was the communication issue between the jury foreman and this bailiff? What's in the envelope? Is it one note or two notes? Is it a verdict form? A lot of questions, and you wonder if the parties are going to demand to be heard at some point here as time goes by and everybody's just sitting idly.
talking about the time that's passing, Matt Johnson, do you know if Judge Cannoni is going to extend the day? I know she has been a stickler about ending the day early, 4 o'clock.
Oh, no,
Yesterday it was
boo.
3:50.
Y'all,
With the
they're out of there.
weirdness of this situation, do you think there's a chance she will extend the day? Let this go
No.
into the late afternoon or evening?
No, she will not extend the day.
Because it seems like they're certainly on the precipice of a decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think 100% there is a chance that she will extend the day if we don't get a verdict within the next couple hours. She told all parties be present because what happens is at the end of the day at 4 o'clock when the jury is usually excused, she sends in.
No, they go. They go. Let me move this. Waiting to go to the bathroom. You got a verdict. And they come back. No, we got to go tea. I'm turning yellow.
A note.
There should, I think, I don't know if that deliberation room has a bathroom in there so they don't have to leave.
With the bailiff asking if they want to work late. Then she works with the courthouse to keep security on present. But we're in like a Friday verdict type of scenario because you have
I want my
tomorrow being
ketchup.
a dark day because of the holiday Juneteenth. So that may move things along too. And we could see this courthouse stay open a little bit later than normal.
It better be. I mean, come on. We got to get to the bottom of this thing, right?
Sometimes rules are rules, and it feels like there are days that she should have let them go longer, pushed them to go a little longer, especially yesterday.
I
with
think
all the
yesterday they
confusion.
wanted to leave. They sent the note that they'd had enough, and then they were
Maybe they
sent
had
on
enough
their way.
bickering.
But, what's going on in that courtroom? This is insane.
Let's see. Do we still have Vinny available? Because I do want to ask him about what could happen.
Did he put his purple tie
to
back
a
on?
Holdout.
Okay. Who thinks Vinny put his purple tie back on? Or is he just going to leave the red one hanging?
Juror. Vinny, if there's a juror that is yanking everyone back and saying, I changed my mind, I don't want to come to a decision, and they have to then retract this verdict, what can happen? What are some of the options? Because we have seen situations where some jurors refuse to deliberate.
Right. If you refuse to deliberate, the rest of the jurors can send a note out and there can be an inquiry. And if you're not participating in it, you can be taken out of the jury. It's an extreme measure. We've seen it in high profile cases. Scott Peterson, a juror, was removed. I think it was the foreperson. It was a mutiny. But let's not go there quite yet. Like, it's always in Massachusetts, it's all about the verdict form, right? Was the verdict form signed and filled out? I don't know. If the verdict form is signed and filled out, that's supposed to be the verdict in Massachusetts. That's why counts 1 and 3 couldn't be dismissed last time because they didn't fill out the paperwork. Could this be the inverse where they filled out the paper?
On getting that confirmed, let's take a break. Don't go anywhere. This is what you don't want to miss. We'll be back in just a moment here on Court TV.
What did she get
Tonight on
confirmed?
Closing Arguments, it's Verdict Watch in the Karen Reed retrial, and we're live outside the courthouse. We'll be unpacking the pivotal moments as deliberations continue.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
It's the biggest story that we're covering. He is the boogeyman.
So many eyes have been on
Thank you,
Donna
Widget
Adelson
81.
from the beginning. A social media sensation, now a suspected killer.
Thank you so much, Widget 81. TV just posted to Twitter that the verdict is in. Pinch me, you owe me a Coke. You mean Coca-Cola Coke? I hope that's what you were talking about. Verdict Watch. Hey, there it is. I forgot. Oh, I forgot to do this. That's not what I want. Come on, work with me. Work. I'm testing. Okay, I'm testing. I'm like testing it, guys. I'm hoping that's what we're going to be. I hope we don't have to use this one. Yeah, we're at 20 hours, 20.22 hours. I need to get the verdict form up and ready. So if I have to copy and paste something, I can. We'll see. Oh, Lord, this must be so hard for her. Y'all, I could not. Y'all, I can't. So what we're going to do is I got a ton of homework to do today and tomorrow. I'm going to go live tomorrow with the Raul Valle trial. So when we're done with the Karen Reed, we're going to continue with this trial. We only have about an hour and 15 minutes left of that trial. So we'll finish day 1. We'll do day 2 tomorrow. Hopefully catch up, do day 3 on Saturday if we're not here on Friday. If we're not here, we'll catch up on that trial. That's what we will do. But I've got a ton of homework to do, and I need to really sit and focus. So, yeah. So, yeah. I need to get to this. Delete. Back 36. I'm going to embiggen this a little bit because now we can. And I'll be able to put I'm making a slide for this. Give me a minute, y'all. I'm sorry. Verdict is in, y'all. I'm nervous. Are y'all nervous? I am nervous for her. I am so nervous, y'all. I'm so nervous. Why can't I save it? What? Why are you trying to reconnect? It won't let me download. Why? Why won't you let me do what I need to do? Probably been up too many days. Let's see if that did it. Nope. Discard. It just drove me nuts. So I'm trying to create a thumbnail, but I'm so nervous, y'all. Yes, thank you so much. I'm trying to pull up the change that to day 36. I'm putting up a thing. Do you know how I've been doing the banners, y'all? So, yeah. Color black. With the effects white. Sorry, I'm trying to get something done in a very rushed state. I'm down. Oh, no. Transparent. Cancel. Transparency. Download. Okay, I got it. Lag badly, bro. Verdict. Okay. We are waiting for. Oh, I need to get a hold of Miss Diane. Let me see if I can call her. She's not watching. Yeah, I know. all her fault. She's not watching. Let me give her a call. All righty. This is what I was looking for. Verdict. Hopefully I spelt it right. I'm sure they had to shut down the entire street outside. I am positive. Diane! You're gonna miss it. Y'all get a hold of everybody. Let them know we're live. Alan Jackson is pacing around by himself, cheeks puffing in and out. He's deep in thought, never seen him like this. This is insane. The jury told the court officer they have a verdict, then told him they don't have a verdict. The original verdict was put in a sealed envelope and given to Judge Canoni. This is unfreaking real. Yes, you are correct. It is unfreaking real. New mentions. I know. I don't know why we're dropping. I mean, I'll look up and we'll have like 250 people in chat, and then we drop down to 8. Now we're back up to 107. June Haley Mouse. Here, maybe. Come on, guys. What are you giving me? I'm looking everything. What comment are you referring to? Oh, I did. I caught it. Yeah. I tried deleting it. It just didn't work. Thank you all so much. Thank you. I want to give a minute to say thank you to all my fabulous mods. Once again, I could do this without you, but it would suck royally. I mean, you make this so much easier, and I could not have done this trial without you. I really couldn't. So everybody, let's give a big round of applause to our mods. Oh, wrong button. Thank you to all my mods. I appreciate and love you. Again, we've done it. Yet another big trial. And we are growing. You guys, we are so close to 3,000 subscribers. We are pushing, let me get to my dashboard. We're at 2,934. It would be awesome if y'all, there's 100 of you on YouTube that are watching. And there's also 108 of you right now on YouTube. Alternate jurors, there's 128. Y'all can hop over and just click the I sub. That would really bless me. It doesn't cost you a thing. So please like and sub. I would greatly appreciate it. Oh, my daughter. She is on her way to Tennessee. Hey, babe, can you pull up my YouTube and watch? We have a verdict in the Karen Reed trial. We're waiting for the jury to come in. Y'all look awesome. I like voice to text. But my precious daughter, oh, they see the cute pictures. Her and her soon-to-be fiance. Oh, look at the park. She loves parks. She's an outdoorsy kind of gal. Josh is driving. Okay. So my daughter is being blessed. She's being taken. Her and her soon to be fiance family will be going to Tennessee. Hey, Angela, you're crying already. You want to hop in and share the moment with me? I'll send you an invite. I'll put it in Discord if you want to come in. I would love to have you. I sent you an invite, babe, if you want to join me. Please hit that like and subscribe. Hit that notification bell for all. We want to chat with you every time AdaKay goes live. Yes, we do. Okay, Angela, I got you in. But we're going to have a rule. No matter what. No matter what. No matter what. We are going to we're going to keep it nice. All of us. All of us. We may have a holy shite moment, but why are your notifications silenced? My daughter. Oh, my daughter just turned 21, y'all. I am so freaking old. I am so old. And your 360 is off. Your 360 is off. Alrighty. So my daughter's traveling and I make them. Well, I don't make them, but I really highly request that when they travel, they turn the 360 on. My eldest son was 23 in May. I know. It's just, she's fully legal. It's fully legal. Y'all, my baby can drink. My baby can drink. They're in Longview, Texas. Oh, I knows where they's at. Oh, I'm glad. Longview is a beautiful area of Texas. It's north east corner of Texas. You're at work.
Yes, I am. I am like I'm breaking a lot of rules, but who cares? Shh, don't tell my boss.
I would say, boss, this is the retrial of the country. Please let me please. Just the verdict. Just the verdict. All I need is the verdict.
In my defense, we have like what? I have like 4 minutes left, 34 minutes left of my shift, but technically only 4, but whatever. As soon as the guy that takes over from me comes, I am off the clock.
So, all right, tell me. Can you hear me okay? I'm not too loud in your ears. I'll put on my Delilah voice. Here's my Delilah voice.
I am in the ER staff kitchen, so, and there are people right over there, so, and patients, so I can't be very loud.
Oh, Haley Mouse, that is awesome. Congratulations. Oh, please send it to me, love. Carmen, please. You know I love that stuff. When I come visit you, can I get a tour of the jail? So the first verdict was rehomed. Oh my gosh. This is insane. Yeah. Well, if she lets me, I'll air it. We'll do it in a members only live. So y'all become a member so you can be in the members only live, which I'll probably do Sunday. Oh.
I have water. I have coffee right here, but I have water because I can't handle coffee.
I have, ever since I started losing weight, I'm drinking less coffee. I'm trying to get a little bit further away from the caffeine. I am drinking, I don't know if you guys have this, but this stuff is freaking amazing. Liquid IV.
Probably somewhere. But you know what I'll wait to when I get home later? Two pear cedars as a celebratory, which I know.
What? Say that again.
Cider. It's like
I didn't.
alcoholic beverage. As
Oh.
the same.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
Which I know.
Moonshine.
Oh, but I have like cider, and the strength of cider is about the same as beer, maybe a little stronger, or about the same. So, yeah.
Pear cider. Okay.
Yeah, beer cider. So, I know, considering what we are watching, we should not celebrate with alcohol, but who cares?
Girl, I was sampling this stuff on the live.
Jury and judge enters.
Where? Where? I don't
Just
see
the
it.
boy said. Sue O'Connell said, "Are you live?" Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yes, I am. But let me do this.
Sue
Let me
said
go
yes.
to another.
Sue said judge and jury is entering. Oh my god, I can't.
Oh, I know. I'm so nervous right now.
Oh my god. Do you know what's
Here
the
we go.
process?
I'm going to share this one.
Standing, all other parties may be seated. Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict? Yeah. Thank you. May I see the papers?
Oh, shit.
Mr. Foreman, have the verdicts been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since? Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree? Yes. Do all of you agree? Thank you.
Not guilty.
There are 2. What say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty? Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you what? 003. Let's say is the defendant at the bar, leaving the scene after accident resulting in death. Defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
Where's that noise coming from? Is that you?
Everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service. We're going to send you back. Your service is complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you for a little bit afterwards. Thank you very much.
All rise. Jurors, follow me.
I didn't want to cry. You're making me cry. Not guilty. Not guilty. All the way across the board. And everyone's crying.
Karen Reed.
Not
yet.
Tony,
Hold on,
not yet,
hold on,
not
everyone.
yet.
Karen Reed. Ms. Reed, can I have your attention? As required by statute, I must inform you that the records regarding the charges that you have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the request not to seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, you will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty disposition.
What?
She might get a probation. They might sentence her right now as to probation because this is her first offense.
Wait. I thought she was not guilty across the board.
Guilty of OUI.
Oh. Shit.
Or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed,
She was
you should
guilty of
request copies from the
OUI?
court within 10
Yes.
days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
And we would be prepared to go forward today.
We didn't hear that.
Okay.
Guilty, but that's 2 years. Angela, that's 2 years. I thought she was not guilty on all accounts. Y'all.
No, she's guilty on OUI.
That was,
Oh
it
my
was hard
God.
to hear.
All right, so Ms. Giannetti, you ready to go forward today as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves for sentencing. We recommend a probation 1 year, 24D program.
So the standard that everybody else gets on a first-time OUI?
Certainly.
Okay.
We ask that you be treated no differently, no better.
So I'm happy to do it. All right, thank you all.
1 year probation, 1 year probation on docket number 002, the lesser included offense of operating under the influence. 1 year probation. Thank you. The 24D program.
Probation. Woo!
All right.
Goodbye.
Oh my
I don't
God.
know why they could get her on OUI because
Does it really matter? She's
yeah,
not guilty.
it does.
They
It
found
does
her
for her
after
life
3
and career.
years.
An OUI is going to hurt her for the rest of her life.
It's not a what's the name?
It's a misdemeanor.
Yeah, so it doesn't hurt her.
Oh,
that
my God.
OUI as charged in this case is a misdemeanor, is not hurting her.
Thank you, Aaron. I forgot to thank you. Thank you so much, Aaron. Not guilty on 2 counts. OUI, nah, we'll take it. She's like, I'll take it. But do you know what? Oh, snap. No.
What?
Oh, my chat's disappeared.
Hold on a second. Let me check something.
But here's the thing. With the OUI, they cannot come back. They cannot come back and charge her with any of this again.
That's great.
Because they could have come back later and charged her later with an OUI if this wasn't one of the counts. The jury got most of this right. She has the blemish of an OUI on her record, should have been not guilty on all charges, but the manslaughter in the 2nd degree and all the matters. Yeah.
Hello. But OUI as charged, OUI as charged in this case is a misdemeanor. And that's why it's only 1 year probation, and she can go back to work, I hope.
Yeah, she can go back. Definitely can go back. Okay, I switched feeds because they went to the this
And
is the court
crowd was
TV.
screaming outside. Oh my God.
I cannot express how relieved I am. Thank you all for walking me through this crazy trial. I know. Oh my God. She's free. She's walking out. She's not in handcuffs. Now, I know there were people here who felt she was guilty. And we're not going to rub it in.
Nope. Not here, at least. Oh my God, it's not guilty. Oh my God.
I have to do it. Moonshine. Here we go.
I'm at work. I can't drink, but as soon as I get home, we're going to drink. I'm going to send a picture. No, I gotta go because I'm all the way. Technically, I'm still on the clock, so until whoever...
If I'm still live when I get off, you got the link. Hop back in.
Yes, bye-bye.
Oh my gosh. The jury got... Okay. Jury got most of it right. I cannot... Carmen, the jury did it smart. Go with the smallest they can come back so she can petition for it to be removed for her driving record 10 years, but overall doesn't really affect her. Yes!
There's Nick Rocco and the rest of the supporters who were inside the courtroom for the verdict. Never experienced anything quite like this. And the emotion is real. No, people aren't faking it. They're not forcing it. If you're just joining us, folks, Karen Reed has been found not guilty by a jury in Norfolk County, Massachusetts. I've been calling it the retrial of the century because it's the retrial of the century. And the retrial ended with not guilty verdicts across the board. See some more of the security there. Again, we wait for Karen Reed and the defense team to exit. I think everyone realizes what recording the moment after experiencing the moment together outside of the courthouse. The only lingering question for me right now, though, is John O'Keefe's family, if they're going to take them out the back of the courthouse, because there is an exit out the backside, and I think that would be the smart thing to do for that family. But for Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, and Karen Reed, this is going to be their moment. We've seen it through the years at Court TV several times. It's been a few years, though, since we've seen anything even close to this, because it's overwhelming support for the verdict that the jury handed down. I don't know if Matt Johnson can hear me. Matt, do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. All the media is assembling right now on the courthouse steps.
I will be honest with you, Carmen. I agree with you. I think if it was guilty on any of the other counts, there would have been a riot.
Police presence out here on the,
Diane, Karen Reed is free.
Sidewalk, addressing the
Not
media.
guilty. She got not guilty on the two majors, and she got it guilty on OUI. And I tend to agree with Carmen. They got it right. I think that had they, here we go. Oh, wait a minute. The jury did the smart thing. Go with the smallest they can come back. She can petition to have it removed after a driver record after 10 years, but overall it won't affect her. Not guilty on either of the major charges. She goes home. She's a free woman. She got 1 year probation for the DUI.
Well, it looks like she's going to turn around and sue the state to get something. She might turn around and sue the state to get something back because she's lost everything.
I don't know. That's something that's above my pay grade at the moment.
Parties to exit the courthouse here. Now, I am wondering if some of the parties might choose to exit.
What?
When did they bring the verdict back?
About 10 minutes ago. I tried calling your butt.
I'm sorry. I have been swamped, but I'm back.
That's okay. But let's watch.
Through the back. That's where
I cried.
The jury had been
Took a
entering and
shot.
exiting the courthouse until now. So we know that that's an open opportunity for them. But yeah, it's just a waiting game right now from my vantage point. We're at the podium waiting for Karen Reed to address her supporters and address the media.
Matt, I can spot Nick Rocco's been on my show throughout all of this. One of the leaders in raising funds for this defense team. He's not a lawyer. He's never been involved in anything like this, but saw a cause, raised money, and helped.
So wonder what happens to Turtle Boy cases.
This defense team. You can't put on a defense like this without the funding that is necessary for the experts, for the lawyers, for the expenses. You have a lawyer from California, you have a lawyer from New York. All that's got to be paid for somehow, some way. And that's another part of this story. The over $1 million that was raised for Karen Reed.
I'll be back.
Much of it by the people you are seeing right in front of this courthouse. As we wait for the moment, and the moment is Karen Reed coming down, found guilty of only a minor charge of operating under the influence, which is tantamount to a throwaway compared to what she was facing for manslaughter, leaving the scene of an accident with a death involved, and of course, murder. So this is a win across the board. It's a celebration in the streets of Dedham where they've closed down the street in front of the courthouse. My guess is they don't do that too often, but it was the right thing to do to give enough space for everyone here so no one gets trampled, no one gets harmed. And right now, I'm just anticipating that moment. I know we've got the rest of our anchors in the home base studio, so I'll go to Michael Ayala, my friend. We've been through this for years, decades together. I know when they come out, you'll be cut off, but what are your thoughts right now?
Listen, I said from the beginning, Vinny, the only thing that I think beyond a reasonable doubt what was proven by the prosecution in this case was the fact that she drove drunk at some point. And again, the jury seemed to make the distinction between the 12:45 and the 5 a.m. in the morning, because we know that that breathalyzer test, and she wasn't tested, that blood alcohol level, wasn't taken until 9 a.m. that morning. So they made the...
My ears popped. Come on. Reconnect. Come on. Diane.
What? Where I
No
know?
ears.
No ears. That's not good.
distinction. Was she drunk at 12:45? Was she drunk at 5? Clearly, 5
There.
o'clock. Was she at 12:45? We don't know. But I always felt at 5 o'clock driving that truck, she was drunk, because by the time she got to the hospital at 9, she had a blood alcohol level that was above the legal limit. And that's the one that they stuck on. It looks like they were there. They fought through this.
Oh, I will, Carmen.
Maybe there was some back and forth as to maybe some...
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that now. I will do it. I will do it. You are right. I was going to do it before we leave, but we'll do it twice. Guys, this is a moment of silence for John O'Keefe. We did it before the verdict was read. We will do it again. Remember, in the end, we're rejoicing for Karen, but it still grieves me and a lot of people. There's no justice for John O'Keefe. And the fact that they have screwed this up so bad, there probably never will be any justice for John O'Keefe. I feel bad for his parents. But at the same time, an innocent person shouldn't go to jail just so somebody has somebody that they can put in jail and bring some false sense of peace. So we're going to take a moment of silence for John O'Keefe and remember the soul that was murdered and still is not vindicated. Thank you so much. We'll do it again before we leave.
Something a little higher.
I do pray that they find who did this. I do pray they bring justice, but I'm afraid it's going to be like the O.J. Simpson
They were
trial.
stuck on involuntary manslaughter the first time around. Maybe there was some discussion about that. But ultimately, I think they came down on the one charge that one can say was truly proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
And more celebration. They just sang the Star Spangled Banner here outside the courthouse. Something else that we've seen as we got closer here in the buffer zone, there were no Karen Reed signs, so they started passing out American flags. That's been another part of this. Part of the cause and the justice that people were seeking was, hey, this is the United States of America. We want justice. So for all these folks, they believe justice was served today. They believe justice was served. And again, the anticipation of the moment, no one's going to leave here until Karen Reed walks out of the courthouse.
And by the way, just FYI, look how peaceful. I mean, they're excited, but they're not rioting.
It's unusual. It's unusual for a not guilty that this is where we are and what's going on. Let me talk to you. What are your thoughts right now?
You are all set, Ms. Reed. Free Karen Reed, I love you. Thank you. Thank you for everything, Karen.
All right, you come through here.
Okay,
Thoughts at
Karen
this
Reed
moment?
was found.
So excited. Couldn't have asked for a better outcome.
Karen Reed was found not guilty. Second-degree murder, not guilty. Vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated, not guilty. Leaving the scene of a collision resulting in death, not guilty. A DUI is what she was found guilty of. That's it. That is all that she was found guilty of. And 1 year probation.
We had a verdict of this magnitude. in this town, in this courthouse, was Sacco and Vanzetti. Much different scenario. Over here you can see Turtle Boy, who is very much responsible for beginning the Free Karen Reed movement, which took off.
You know, Carmen, that is what I have said all along. All along. That's what I have said. I've said they got in a fight in the house. Somebody grabbed a barbell or something and hit him on the back of the head to stop the fight. The dog had came down, heard the scuffle, came down, saw the altercation, protecting his owner, aggressed John O'Keefe, and they panicked. They put him outside thinking that he was going to live. I don't think they thought he would die, and thinking that he would wake up drunk in the snow and think he was hit by a snowplow or some weird thing like that. So I'm kind of with you on that, but someone needs to pay. Someone needs to pay. My heart does go out for his family. I know what it's like to have a loved one taken, never receive justice. Yana, you are right. And I don't minimize that. And that is why I showed the John O'Keefe honorarium that I had made. We have used it in the last trial. We've used it in this trial. I do believe that the family is going, this is a gut punch to no end to that poor family. But at the same time, I would think John would not want a wrongful conviction. I don't think John would want her convicted of something she did not do. If she did it, then yeah, convict her. But I don't see the evidence to put me in the boat of conviction, in my humblest of opinions. But now I would love to see the federal news. I would love to see the federal government hop in and do a truly real investigation of this case. Unfortunately, the evidence is gone. I disdain that I understand that, but if it was the case, why wouldn't Albert and Higgins just call it in and explain what happened? I think they would have been believed if that's how. No, because they would have. No, because they would have been in trouble with the department. They could have been brought up on charges for assault and battery, a tinted red room, whatever. Now will come the civil trial where, like JOK, he took the first and then testified at the civil. I believe O'Keefe family is going to do it. I would not it would not surprise me. In fact, I expect there to be a civil trial against her, but at the same time, you can lose a civil trial.
What are your thoughts right now?
You can lose a criminal trial, and you can win the criminal and lose a civil.
This is definitely the retrial of the century. You can just see the media presence as we're waiting for this defendant found not guilty after all of these years on all of these serious charges and counts.
I understand what it is to have a family member taken and no justice ever come forth, because my daughter is now, she's going to be 43. And when she was, let's see, January, October, November, December, January, when she was not quite 2.5 months old, my brother was shot. And they never found his killer. Yeah. And he died from pneumonia that set in. But he was shot in Virginia Beach. Yeah.
So you know.
Oh, I totally know. And I had to tell my mother months later, Mama, you got to drop it. Because the people that killed David, they will have no problem coming after us if you don't drop this. She didn't like it. And from that point on, my relationship with my mother was not quite the same.
But that's wisdom.
Yeah, because he was shot in the way of gun back of his head on his knees.
Yeah.
So yeah, I understand. That was just flat out murder.
Yep.
So, yeah, I'll do it.
This is a chapter closed for all of these families, but there's another chapter on the horizon as well, because Karen Reed, this defendant now acquitted of most of these charges, she faces another trial, which is going to be a civil suit. And I think that that's where the O'Keefe family are going to invest their time. And but I know that this defendant and this defense team are happy that she's coming home.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm taking a look up on the steps. It looks like they may be getting ready. Okay. Let's take a quick break, folks. I'm looking at all these faces. It's jubilation in the streets of Dedham. Our coverage of the Karen Reed not guilty verdict continues.
Y'all, we're going to take a break from them and we're going to hop on over here.
Every day, not just during this trial, but of the first trial last year. And just to think as a mother, how she is feeling.
Well, for anybody who has ever lost a loved one, and in particular, anybody who has lost a loved one to tragedy like this, it is heartbreaking for them. And they had hoped for a different outcome in this case, but it is what it is. And it is now, all sides will have to find a way to move on. Karen Reed will have to find a way to move forward. Her life is forever changed by this. The O'Keefe family's lives are forever changed by this. The ripple.
I want you to see here. Look at the brother, the family.
This one doing this.
Number
See the bald fella?
Under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct? Yes. So say you, Mr. Foreman? Guilty. So say you all?
Guilty. Okay, I didn't hear.
003. What say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? The defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on liquor.
All right. I'm watching for the family. Okay, they both.
Got a lawyer she's hugging?
Yeah.
And the fellow wiping his eyes is a lawyer?
Yeah.
Because of the weight that they have carried in deciding this.
To think, and I'm glad you said that word weight, to think of just the responsibility that they had. They had a woman's life in their hands, and the O'Keefe family was hoping for justice. A lot weighed on this decision. And this was the third full day of deliberations, the fourth day of deliberations. They deliberated Friday for about an hour and a half.
We're going to pause this. We're going to pause this. I want to see this angle. This is a better angle. Let's watch the verdict from this angle.
Are guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree? Yes. Do all of you agree? Yes. Thank you. 002. What say is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty? Not guilty.
He is praying.
Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct? Yes. So say you, Mr. Foreman? Guilty. So say you all?
Yes.
003. What say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? The defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all?
Oh, I will. Just a second.
Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records and you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
I'll tell you that. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the verdict in the retrial of the century. Karen Reed not guilty of every charge that actually counts, guilty of operating under the influence, everything else not guilty. Right.
Okay, I'm going to leave this going. We've got something that we're going to watch that was sent to us by Carmen. It is a palate cleanser, what I call a palate cleanser. We will go back. I am monitoring the scene when Karen Reed, if she hops up where we're watching, we will pause it but Karen Reed is not out there yet. By the way, discretion is advised. Let me get that up because I don't want to get anybody in trouble. I have no idea what we're going to see. Here we go.
The Harris County Jail is facing a federal lawsuit after an alleged assault by detention officers on an inmate. The confrontation was caught on camera. Fox 26's Jonathan Mejia spoke with the Texas Civil Rights Project, the nonprofit organization representing the former inmate.
In a 38-page lawsuit in an Asia that 9 detention officers inside the Harris County Jail violently attacked her in an incident that happened in 2023. 2 years ago, Anna Asia Smith was serving time at the Harris County Jail. She moved to Houston from New York, and she had allegedly used a debit card without permission, but that charge was dismissed.
It's shocking, but I wish it was more shocking in a sense, because we know that what Miss Smith experienced was.
Well, let's roll that back. Let's watch it again.
Was dismissed.
Who hit her? Oh, the cop hit her.
But I wish it was more shocking in a sense, because we know that what Miss Smith experienced was horrific and life-altering, but it also wasn't unique. This is a long-standing policy culture of violence.
Wow, y'all.
That just pervades the Harris County Jail.
Due to her good behavior and presenting low risk, she was appointed as a trustee.
So she was assigned a job as a trustee cleaning the unit that she lived in and distributing meals. She had to work overnight. Her shift was the full overnight shift, and it was an exhausting shift. And she was not paid for the work.
The lawsuit alleges that Smith had permission to leave after voicing her exhaustion from working the late night shift. However, that wasn't communicated to all of the detention officers.
Ms. Smith had permission to leave her unit. The unit door was opened for her. She would not have been allowed to leave the unit she would not have been able to leave the unit if a staff member had not opened the locked door for her.
It just raising outrage on
Imagine what the goal would have been to surround her, force her to the floor, punch her repeatedly, drag her across the floor, grind her face.
Wait. She is not fighting. She is in a freaking fetal position. Say that 100 times. She's not fighting.
No,
she
was.
But now you got people just wanting in doing the stomp. What the hell? Is this Houston, right, Carmen?
Ground, pull her hair, pull her clothes. It just,
you got
there's
5
just
on her.
no possible legitimate explanation for that kind of behavior.
Fox 26 reached out to the Harris County Attorney's Office as well as the Harris County Sheriff's Office for a response to this lawsuit and allegations. We did not get a response in time for this report. For now, reporting outside the Harris County Jail, Jonathan Mejia, Fox 26 News.
Dang, y'all. That sucks.
Yeah.
Carmen, I'll take all those videos you got. Wow. Carmen, thank you for that. We are waiting for Karen Reed. We will wait for her to come out. We will watch all the interviews. Then I got a boogie. I got homework. Miss Diane, what is your schedule like?
You got me.
Okay, because,
I do know.
I work well with you in camera.
I know. I yours, honey. I yours.
I'm your babe.
In the retrial.
How many people tell you that?
Karen Reed basically.
Well, Carmen, but all but the last 3, that there was 4 of them that were whooping her ass, literally. I hope they all get fired and go to jail themselves, and I hope she sues them. She had every right to defend herself. Am I not right, Carmen? The moment that cop, because she had permission to leave, they open the door and she walks out. That cop, that's not a cop. That's a guard. The guard pulverizes her, and then it's self-defense is on. Am I wrong in that assumption?
No.
Can an inmate, Carmen, in a facility like that, can an inmate defend themselves from a wrongful attack by a prison guard and not be brought on charges? Just my question. I ain't a prison guard. Don't know if I'll ever be, but I ain't one now.
Being set free today.
Aaron, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See y'all Sunday night. We are going to have a party Sunday night, but we also will be honoring the life of this victim, that justice is still out there for him. I just hope and pray that they actually go get it. Aaron, thank you so much for all you have done. You've been amazing. You are awesome. And thank you for all your support. We'll see you again soon. The fact that Karen Reed's team was able to get not guilty on 2 charges despite the bias of a judge shows she is clearly not guilty.
Yep.
She did not do anything wrong but defend herself. The officer hit first, then got attacked, and she had every right to swing back. Wow. Let's switch to this.
Tuesday afternoon or Wednesday now. The weight of this is very different from the first trial.
How come they are taking so long?
Right.
The fact that for those who may not have joined us,
I can't understand you. What?
Why are they taking so long to come out? I don't understand.
Well, first of all, there's probably some paperwork. She does have to, she was found guilty of an OUI. So there is probation and stuff. I don't know if she's meeting with them. They are probably gathering themselves, taking a moment. They also may be waiting on the court to allow them out, because not only do they, what they're doing now is, but they also are trying to probably get the O'Keefe family out the back door unless they are going to give a statement. Their attorneys will. So they have to organize this. And unfortunately, you have to do it, but you never know when it's going to happen. So it takes a minute.
Regarding some of the witnesses in this case, the McCabe. So Jennifer McCabe, remember, she her the way out. You can hear the crowd absolutely going nuts. David Yannetti, her longtime Boston lawyer, immediately behind her. And then Elizabeth Little behind David.
Why is this cut?
Alessi to the right. He's from New York, and they brought him in for the second trial, and he was a force to be reckoned with throughout this trial. So this is it, folks. We're going to hear.
Why are you cutting
Karen
her head
Reed.
off?
These are her first words as a free woman.
Here we go. And of course, Court TV is behind the ball.
Number one is I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters who have supported me and my team financially and, more importantly, emotionally for almost 4 years. And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have. And my team. Thank you.
So you want to see it reopened? Karen, you want to see the case reopened? You the case be reopened? No, the case cannot be reopened. This case is over. No, I mean, the case is larger for someone. What did you say? What did you say about justice? I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it to Karen and her dad. Her dad has a comment. Let her dad make the comment. Mr. O'Keefe. Thank you, Mr. Reed. I want to acknowledge the strength of our daughter Karen, the support of the entire Reed extended family. I want to acknowledge the greatest team of attorneys. Our first one that we found was David Yannetti. We added Ellen Jackson and Liza Little. Bob Alessi, you know about. All right. It was a fantastic team, but we needed them all to defeat this. We thank everybody for their support from the heart. We love you all of the content providers who help spread the word. Thank you so much. God bless you all. The investigation. Let's do this.
Oh,
all right, there you see
I don't doubt it. There's probably more than 10,000 people.
it. That was history there, certainly in New England. Karen Reed walking out of court, a free woman after more than 3.
Okay, guys, guess what? She probably will be richer now, even after paying all the attorney fees, if she does. But this woman is going to have so many book, movie deals, interviews. She's going to be all over the freaking U.S., and so is this team. This isn't over for them.
No, it's
This
not.
is far from over. She's gonna make some money, honey.
Good for her. Everything she's been through, Good for her. Does she have kids? Does she have kids?
No, she never wanted children because of her career and everything. She's said that I'm just not that kind of I'm not a motherly person. I never wanted a baby.
What does she do?
She was a financial advisor. She worked in finance and did extremely well. And she was a professor. She taught finance at a university and she lost her jobs and everything.
Well, I guess they'll probably give them back now.
She's going to have to sue the hell out of the county. Okay, let's watch it from this angle. Let's see if we got a better sound on this. Yeah, send me another one. We'll do it on Sunday night, Carmen. We'll do it Sunday night, Carmen.
Financially and more importantly, emotionally for almost 4 years. And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team. Thank you.
So do you want to see it reopened? Karen, you want to see the case reopened?
She does take after her father. She's got his face, but her mother's nose.
No, the case cannot be reopened. Alan, what case is over? No, I mean, the case is searching for someone else. What does it say? I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it to Karen. Let her down. Let her down. Thank you. I want to acknowledge the strength of our daughter, Karen.
Sure, love to.
The support of the entire Reed extended family. I want to acknowledge the greatest team of attorneys. Our first one that we found was David Dinetti. We added Alan Jackson and Raul. Bob Alessi, you know about. All right. There was a fantastic team, but we needed them all to defeat this. We thank everybody for their support from the heart. We love you.
Okay, let's go over here. We have some more interview. I keep pulling up the wrong thing. Here we go. Let's listen to this.
And to hear the crowds cheer, regardless of where you are in terms of how you feel about this case, this moment is one of for the history books. Alan Jackson speaking. Let's let you listen in for a moment.
What is your message to all the supporters?
Looks like
Oh no!
You are in terms of how you feel about this case. This moment is one of for the history books. Alan Jackson speaking. Let's let you listen in for a moment.
What is your message to all the supporters?
Ah, no.
Looks like
Let's see if we got it over here.
Difficulties
That's
there.
like television. Every now and then, the
Every
camera
now and
will
then, right?
disappear on
Well,
you.
and there's Bill Reed, Karen's father, speaking.
Let you listen in.
And looks like you don't have audio on Mr.
Well, I may
Reed
have
there,
it over
but
here. Give me a minute.
as Karen,
Criminal charge that mattered in this case. Operating under the influence is the only one that they found her guilty of. Matt Johnson on the street as well. Matt.
Bringing this to the forefront.
Yes, I can tell you that we just got a comment from Mr. Reed. He's making his way to his SUV as they're all making their way out of this situation after the verdict. And he was saying that he was thankful to all the supporters and thankful to the media for drawing attention to this case. Dominated this community for more than 3 years. As for Karen Reed, I was really trying to get a comment for her about what life will be like now that she is no longer a
She
murder
won't know.
defendant.
Don't ask.
She had no comment. I asked her probably 4 or 5 times. She did not make any comment other than what she said.
Right now, it's survived the mayhem. Yana, have a good night. Thank you so much. We'll be signing off in a little bit.
At the podium, really thanking her supporters out here and also thanking all of the media that have been out here and her defense team that have been working on this for the past 3 years. And then she's added to that for this second trial, adding Pro Vice Robert Alessi, and also adding a former juror to her team, a lot of interns that were also researching and doing a lot of work behind the scenes from Harvard University. This defendant waving and making the love symbol in sign language as she drives past all of the media and drives out of this courthouse after being. You can see the sea of pink out here, all of these supporters. Many of them were in tears during this process when they were reading the verdict and cheering, and just jubilation from these supporters that always believed that she was innocent. I'll send it back to you.
Unbelievable scene. It's like, now what happens? What happens next? Right? The rush of adrenaline, unreal. We'll be back.
Okay, while they do that, I'm going to do this one more time. I think it's very important. We're going to take another moment of silence to remember the true victim in all this. And I pray that the federal government decides to step back in and do their own investigation, or somebody somehow finds the real killer. John J. O'Keefe III, born 8th of December 1975, end of life 29th of January of 2022. May God bless you. May God bless your family. May you rest in peace. And thank you for your service. All righty. So what I think I need to do is we have about another hour and a half. And it's only 2:45. So we have about another hour and a half of this trial to get through that we have been watching. So I think what I'm going to do is we're going to get through this. And then I got to hop off. Uh-oh. I know where I'm at. I know where we're at. Then I need to hop off. And, okay, so here is where we need to be. That's where we need to be. I think we were at 2 hours and.
Did you have an occasion to be called to 43 Laurel Glen on that day?
Yes.
And can you please describe the circumstances surrounding?
Okay. This gentleman here is accused of stabbing and unaliving. He was 16. The other person was 17-year-old. And causing, he was a lacrosse player.
And you're responding to 43 Laurel Glen.
You can hang with us, or I can call you
I
when I'm
believe
ready
it
to
was
do
the
homework. It's up to
15th of
you.
May. I got a call a little after midnight.
What?
I was asked to respond to 43.
I got you. What?
I said, I'll sit here. I'm reading a transcript, but I can be listening.
Laurel Glen. I was told that 4 persons were stabbed, 1 potentially fatal. I did respond off duty. Upon arrival, I was briefed by the patrol sergeant of what occurred. It was a very hectic scene. There was dozens of juveniles, party attendees running around. The yard was already cordoned off with police tape. There was clothing and random items scattered across the yard. There was also a patrolman.
Oh, sorry. I got to get his name. I got to get the name of the dude. The Emmy is off the stand. So now we have an officer coming on.
Are we ready to proceed? Retrieve the jury. Proceed. I'll ask the state to call its next. Good afternoon. Please take a step up into the stand. Remain standing. Madam Clerk will put you to oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, as well as your badge number and business address.
Sergeant Richard Bango, Bango, badge number S10. Business address is 85 Wheeler Street, Shelton, Connecticut.
Thank you. You may be seated.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you're currently employed by?
The Shelton Police Department.
And how long have you been employed by the Shelton Police Department?
A few months shy of 25 years.
And what's your current title?
Right now, I'm a patrol sergeant.
And did you have to go through any training to be a police officer?
Yes, I was hired in 2000 where I went to the police academy. After graduating, I went to patrol. In 2010, I was promoted to detective, where I served in the detective bureau for
Call
14
me
years until I was promoted to
later
sergeant.
tonight.
And what kind of things did you investigate? What kind of crimes did you investigate in the detective bureau?
In the detective bureau, mostly felonies for the most part. Things a little bit beyond what patrol can handle.
I want to direct your attention to May 15th of 2022. Were you working for the Shelton Police Department on that day?
Yes,
In what capacity?
I was a detective.
And as a detective in the Shelton Police Department, are you on call 24 hours a day?
Yes,
And were you, did you have an occasion to be called to 43 Laurel Glen on that day?
yes.
And can you please describe the circumstances surrounding your responding to 43 Laurel Glen?
I got a call a little after midnight. I believe it was the 15th of May. I got a call a little after midnight. I was asked to respond to 43 Laurel Glen. I was told that 4 persons were stabbed, 1 potentially fatal. I did respond off duty. Upon arrival, I was briefed by the patrol sergeant of what occurred. It was a very hectic scene. There was dozens of juveniles, party attendees running around. The yard was already cordoned off with police tape. There was clothing and random items scattered across the yard. There was also patrolmen guarding the yard to make sure that that area stayed secured.
Now, I want to direct your attention to States 1 that's behind you. Is that the, you see the house with the red circle on it? Is that the area that you responded to on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
At what time did you arrive at the scene?
I can't give you the exact time. It was somewhere shortly after midnight, maybe 12:30. So I got a call right at around midnight.
And showing you States Exhibit 2. Is that the home that you responded to on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
And what were the lighting conditions like that night?
It was dark. It was dark in the yard. The most of the light that we had was illuminated through what we illuminated.
Was it pitch black though?
Not pitch black.
Could you see?
Yes.
somewhat?
Yes. Yes.
Show you States Exhibit 5. You had mentioned just now in your testimony that when you arrived, there was some debris in the yard.
Yes.
Is this the debris you were referring to?
Yes.
And who taped off the yard?
That was cordoned off before I arrived.
Okay. Why would the Shelton Police Department tape off a certain section of an area? What would be the purpose of that?
Well, those items there is potential evidence. So to cordon it off, we don't want all the witnesses or the attendees to walk through it and trample the evidence.
And when you got to the scene, what was your main purpose when you got to the scene initially?
After finding out what occurred or what was, what the other Shelton Police Department members found out, I was trying to locate witnesses of what occurred.
And with regards to the items of, you determined those to be evidentiary value potentially?
Yes.
Do you know if those items were seized from the lawn?
Yes, they were. So the night of, photographs were taken where they lied.
He's a communicator.
They stayed that way till morning until Detective Nugent arrived to assist me. He took daytime photos, and after taking the daytime photos, he seized everything in the yard.
I'm going to give you a minute of my soundbite right now. I need
Diane, I
gonna
hear
give it
that.
for what I just said.
I'm gone.
Tell me the difference.
Call me. Call me. I will have my phone on my person.
Yeah, right.
I will. I promise.
Okay.
Bye.
take a look at them and refer to them, please. I have 21. Is that what number is this? 22. Okay. So I'll just note for the record that states exhibits 21 through 29 have been shown to defense counsel. Defense counsel has no objection at this time to these particular exhibits being marked as evidence as for ID only, counsel, or for full?
No, Your Honor, it's full.
Well, all right. Court will take the exhibits in as full exhibits at this time then.
Thank you.
Are they marked appropriately?
I believe they're marked full.
All right, so let's get them marked as full and then we'll move forward. Thank you.
I'm taking it off. We won. My head hurt. I've been dethroned.
Sergeant Bango, with regards to the pictures that that were taken in this case, specifically state 5, what did you take these pictures?
I did not.
And what would be the purpose in taking pictures of the scene when you go to a scene?
Illustrate where everything was before it was seized.
And do you have information as to whether or not the items that were on the front lawn were in fact subsequently seized, subsequently to this picture being taken?
It was seized that morning.
Okay, so the pictures were taken, then it was seized?
Yes, pictures were taken first.
And when items of evidentiary value are seized by the Shelton Police Department, can you just speak to what is done to, I guess, establish some type of chain of custody and how you take it into evidence?
So we would first take a photograph of where it lies undisturbed. Like I said, it was protected all night. After they're photographed, they would be, you'd put gloves on and you would put them in an evidence bag and seal it. You would date and time, exactly what time you seized it, and then you would enter it into evidence at the police department.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 21. It's been marked as a full exhibit. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's 21?
That's a shirt that was seized in the yard that morning.
And obviously, this is a picture of what was seized, not at the yard. This picture wasn't taken at the yard, right?
That picture was not, no, I'm sorry. That was taken after the fact at the police department.
My approach, Your Honor. Showing you State's 22. Do you recognize State's 22?
I do.
And what is State's 22?
That's the shirt that's illustrated in the picture.
And this was the shirt that was seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen on May 15th of 2022?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I would ask if it's appropriate if you allow the witness to open the bag and reveal its contents.
All right, sir, you can open the bag, reveal the contents. I do see that you have gloves available for your use, so that's fine. If you feel comfortable, go right ahead.
Now, with regard to this particular piece of evidence that was seized from the front of 43 Laurel Glen, why was this seized? Is there anything on this piece of evidence that would indicate some type of disruption in the fabric?
Yes, there's a defect in the shirt.
Counsel, are you able to see?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can feel free to relocate if you want.
Thank you.
In the shirt in the lower left side, right here.
Can you kind of hold up?
Yeah.
So right to the left side of the shirt, so it would be mid torso potentially.
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. It's been marked as a full exhibit. Again, is this a t-shirt that was seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Again, was seized in the normal course of packaging, how you would package items of evidentiary value.
Yes, it was seized, photographed before it was seized and put in that bag, and then later at the police department it was photographed again.
And when things go back to the police department, how are things secured? Does anybody have access to your evidence?
No, only the evidence officer. It would go from the seizing officer, detective, right to the evidence officer into evidence.
I'll show you states 24, that's marked as a full exhibit. Again, with these items that were seized from the area of the yard of 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And with these seized, again, in the same manner in which the previous two exhibits that we just spoke about were seized by the Shelton Police Department.
Yes.
I'll show you states 25. These items in states 25, items that were also seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you states 26. Does this appear to be the same sweatshirt and t-shirt, just maybe flipped over from states 25?
Yes.
In states 27, again, same t-shirt and sweatshirt.
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to this area here where you see this, the individual who took the picture, I assume their hand is here.
Mhm.
Can you see whether or not there are defects in the clothing there?
Yes.
And again, that would be, for the record, I'm pointing to what appears to be a defect in a black shirt where the individual who has a black glove on middle finger, just north of the middle finger there. And there's also a defect on the green fabric just north of the index finger of the person's gloved hand in the picture.
Court will let the record reflect same.
States 28. That would be a picture of the same black t-shirt that was in states 27.
Yes.
That's just an up close picture of the defect in that t-shirt.
Yes.
In states 29, again, up close picture of the green sweatshirt that was in states 26, I believe. Again, the defect in the shirt.
Yes.
Now, when you got to the scene, you said that you were there to investigate a stabbing that had occurred. What things did you do that night when you got there?
So that night, myself and other members of the Shelton Police Department interviewed witnesses, attendees of that party.
Now, when you interviewed these witnesses, let me take you back. When you got there, what was the scene like?
It was very hectic. There was dozens of kids running around, their parents showing up looking for them. Hard to keep everybody, kind of trying to keep them off the yard, trying to ascertain who saw what, who was at the party, if anyone arrived afterwards. So we did our best to try to speak with everybody there.
Did you have it when you spoke to many witnesses there?
Yes.
And when you spoke to the witnesses there, did you have any indication that alcohol may have been present?
Yes, so there was a bottle, I believe it was a bottle of whiskey, if memory serves, in the yard. Also, upon speaking with a lot of the juveniles, it appeared they were drinking. I didn't feel sobriety anybody, but I was more concentrated on the stabbing, but it appeared they were drinking.
And prior to you interviewing any witnesses at the scene, did the Shelton Police Department have body-worn camera at that time?
So this was right at the time, just before the body-worn cameras was mandated by the state, and they were just coming into our department. So even though we had them, they weren't issued to all the members of the department. They were equipped in a few cars, and a few of the administration had them, where we can use them if we needed an interview or something like that.
And did you in fact use any body-worn camera when you interviewed witnesses in connection to this case?
In this case, yes. That night, no. This I didn't have one assigned to me at that point, so I would have to use only audio.
Okay. So how many interviews would you say that you conducted that night when you got to the scene?
Me personally, or all of us?
You personally first.
Me personally, that night, 2.
And collectively, how many of these interviews did you say you?
Dozens. Me personally.
And based on your interviews of those witnesses, what, if anything, did you do next?
So I interviewed a witness at the scene. I believe his name was Enrico Fiola. After interviewing him and his mother, we ascertained that just prior to the incident, a Honda Pilot arrived on scene with a group of St. Joe's kids. Also, after the incident, they fled in the car. So we were able to get the occupants of that car. From that point, we went and interviewed a Mackenzie Trefficante, who was also an occupant in the car. After members of the police department spoke with everybody else there, and I spoke with those 2 witnesses, we developed Raul Valle as a suspect.
And is Mr. Valle in court today?
He is.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a blue jacket.
And can you point him out for the court, please?
I can. He's sitting right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Court will let the record reflect that the witnesses identified Mr. Raul Valle as the defendant. Thank you.
Now, based on your interviews and your development of a suspect and identified a suspect vehicle, what efforts did you take at the scene prior to leaving the scene?
So before we left the scene, we knew that a knife was used in the stabbing. We did look for the knife on the exterior property of 43 Laurel Glen and the road and the surrounding roads. Very difficult that night. It was dark. There was a lot of people around, and we didn't have any information exactly where the knife was at that point. But we did look with our flashlights, with our car spotlights. That carried on into the next day. Moving fast forward, we
Love you, Haley Mouse.
we had
Thank
two
you,
state police
Haley
cadaver
Mouse.
dogs
You go have a
arrive
great
in the
evening.
daylight, and they searched the entire area, the surrounding streets, the property, with members of the police department looking for the knife.
And if I direct your attention to States 1, can you indicate on States 1 where the general area you conducted the initial search for the knife you just described?
Sure. So here's the property with the front yard. We started here, but we actually looked all up and down the roads. This entire area. We also did a neighborhood canvass and spoke to all the neighbors. One, did you see a knife? And number two, if you do find a knife, please not touch it and call us.
Now, Your Honor, if the record can reflect, the witness has indicated on States 1 the area including all of Adams Drive, all of Laurel Glen to Farmhouse Lane, and up Farmhouse Lane in that general area.
Any dispute with that summary, Attorney Smith?
No, Your Honor, no
All right,
objection.
court will allow the record to reflect. Thank you.
Now, after you did the initial search that night and the next day for a knife, what did you do next?
So after we did our interviews that night, the sun was coming up. I interviewed Tom and Charlie Connery at their residence with their parents present. After that interview, we were able to develop probable cause for an arrest warrant for Raul Valle.
And was an arrest warrant applied for and signed?
It was applied for that following Monday.
And contemporaneous with the signing of the arrest warrant, were you able to locate the Honda Pilot that was the subject of your interviews?
So we were. So that night, if I can back up a few of the steps we took, after we knew who the occupants of the Pilot were, we went to Milford and we attempted to speak with Mr. Valle, but nobody was home. No one answered the door. So then we went to another occupant's residence, Tyler Da Silva. When we arrived there, we were unable to speak with him also. We reached out to the driver of the Pilot, Jack Schneider. We were unable to speak with him. So then we went back to Mr. Valle's house and still no answer. I obtained his cell phone number and I called him numerous times. I wasn't able to get a hold of him. So we moved on with the investigation. The next day, we sent Norwalk Police Department out to Jack Schneider's residence and asked if they can locate the car. When they arrived, it was there, so we requested that they tow it, and they towed it back to our secured Sally Port at the Shelton Police Department.
I have
Certainly.
FYI, everybody has the same idea I have.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, you've had the opportunity to take a look at them, Attorney Smith?
I did, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So court will go ahead and allow in as full exhibits with no objection 30 through 33. On behalf of the state, I will properly mark as full. No ID, we'll just hand it back to Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Now, when you were able to secure the Honda Pilot that was the subject of the investigation, you said you secured it in the Sally Port?
Yes.
And do you know what pictures were taken?
Yes, well, we applied for a search warrant first when it was granted. Then once we executed that search warrant days later, we took photographs, the interior and exterior of the Pilot.
Show you States Exhibit 30, that's marked as a full exhibit. You recognize States 30?
I do.
And what is States 30?
That's the Honda Pilot.
And what is the purpose of taking pictures of the exterior and interior of the motor vehicle that seized?
Well, to show the condition it was in when we seized it. And
Showing you States 31. Again, what is States 31?
that's a picture of the windshield of the Pilot.
Showing the defect in the windshield?
Yes.
States 32. Picture of, what does this picture show?
It's the interior of the Pilot.
What would be the purpose of showing, taking pictures of the interior of the pilot?
Well, the state of it was when we took it, and if we were going to seize any evidence, the state of the evidence it would be in.
This would have been taken prior to any seizure of any evidence?
Yes.
States 33, this is obviously the driver's side again, picture of the driver's side of the pilot.
Yes.
Now, once you were able to seize the pilot and apply for a search warrant and execute a search warrant, you indicated prior in your testimony that you were able to secure an arrest warrant for the defendant.
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what steps that you took after that arrest warrant was signed, what steps you took to execute that warrant?
After we secured the arrest warrant, I believe it was the Tuesday of the 18th, we spent the day into the night searching for Mr. Valle. We were unable to locate him. We reached out to both his parents, but they were uncooperative in helping us locate him. It turned into the following day. We could not locate him until about 3 in the morning he turned himself into the Shelton Police Department.
And when he turned himself into the Shelton Police Department, what was done as part of the booking process of the defendant?
Well, the standard booking process, and we took, the booking photos, but I believe it was Lieutenant McPadden who was on scene when he turned himself in. He took photos of Mr. Valle because he had some apparent injuries on him.
Let the record reflect 35, 42 exhibits coming in as follows. Thank you.
Don't want to listen to all the exhibit. We're zooming.
After the himself in on May 18th?
Yes.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 34 as a full exhibit. You recognize 34?
I do.
And what is 34?
That's a picture of Raul Valle at the time of booking.
On May 18th of 2022.
Yes.
States 35. Again, what does States 35 show?
A picture of Raul Valle on that date.
States 36.
Same. A little closer.
You can see the
You can
eye
see
looks
some
like
marks
it's
up
been
there
punched.
near his forehead. Light marks.
States 37.
Looks like he's got a black eye.
That's the back of Raul Valle's head. Raul Valle's head.
Does there appear to be any injuries to the back of his head?
I can't see anything from here.
States 38. Showing you States 38. That's the back of his head again.
Acne.
From here at this angle, I can maybe a little bit of redness under the hairline.
States
That looks
39.
like acne. There you go.
Mr. Valle's right arm. There seems to be some light scratch marks.
That is what a scratch mark looks like. Ooh, like he fell in.
It does appear that that's his right
Abrasion.
hand. It appears that it looks like it's scabbed over a little bit.
States 41. Left hand.
That's his left hand, a scrape on his palm.
States 42. Any markings on his hand there?
Some light marks on his outer wrist. That's really all I can see there.
States 43. Again, this is his left hand. Any markings there?
I can't see any.
Now, once the defendant turned himself in on the 18th, pursuant to the arrest warrant that you had secured, did the investigation stop there?
No.
Can you please tell, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, what, if anything, you did after that point in time?
So myself and members of the Detective Bureau located every attendee to that party and the party that was connected to this at Lazy Brook, interviewed all of them, some of them multiple times. At this point, I did have a body worn camera, so most of them were interviewed on video. Yeah, so we interviewed everybody there at that point just to strengthen the case.
And what, if anything, did you glean, not what people said, but what, if anything, did you glean from those interviews with regards to the connection to Lazy Brook Road and maybe the entire street of Laurel Glen?
Well, we learned that there was a fight that preceded this incident at Laurel Glen at 5 Lazy Brook. That was predominantly a St. Joe's graduation party. A fight occurred there.
Thank you, everybody who was
where
watching. I know a
members
lot
were
of people
attendees
are
that
jumping
party got
off.
into the Honda
It's been a
Pilot
long
and
day.
Arrived at Laurel.
I have a lot of people jumping off. It's been a long day. It's 3:15. At 3:30, I do need to end the live because I have probably got about all day tomorrow. We'll be live with this tomorrow, but I've got a ton of homework that's due tomorrow. And so I need to have time to do that. So in a few minutes, we're going to go ahead and end this live. I think 13. Yeah, 3:30. I'm going to end the live. I've got a lot of work to get done,
including Mr. Valle. So during the investigation, we had a concurrent investigation into the Lazy Brook party. Yeah, so
Did you interview anybody from the Lazy Brook party?
yes, everybody.
And subject to that interview, were you able to secure any type of video evidence from that party?
Yes. After interviewing the attendees at that party, we secured a video of a fight that occurred in the garage of that party in the driveway, I believe from Isabel Molnar. That was seized and taken into evidence. Also, during the investigation, speaking of videos, we secured a video from the fight, from the incident that occurred in the lawn at 43 Laurel Glen. That I believe we seized from Tanner Tchaikovsky. That was seized in evidence also. Speaking of videos, we were also able to secure videos on the street from ring cameras and dashboard cams from the night of the incident at 43 Laurel Glen. Starting with Laurel Glen, there was a ring camera right on the driveway above the garage that would have caught the entire incident. Unfortunately, it only captured live video, not recorded. With Ring, you have to pay a service, and if you don't, you can only watch it live. You can't retrieve it. We retrieved other Ring videos from the street, right across the street from Farmhouse, but they did not yield a lot of information. They weren't very helpful. We did obtain a video from 36 Laurel Glen.
Directing your attention to States Exhibit 1, can you please tell us on States Exhibit 1 where 36 Laurel Glen would be located?
36, I believe, is this one here. I believe it's that one there.
And why was 36
Oh, True Crime Hockey Mom. Thank you, Ada and the mod. See y'all tomorrow. You know what, guys? I got to be honest. I'm fading. I'm fading so fast. It's like, I got to get up. I got to walk around. I'm going to go fall asleep. And it's an energy dump. I need to get myself awake. I need to get me some real food. And I need to be able to get my homework done because I don't want to lose my 3.9 average. So why don't we do this? I'll pause this here. And we'll pick it up tomorrow. I'll leave this on the taskbar. Again, thank you guys, everybody, for joining me. I do want to have one more moment of silence for this wonderful man who lost his life after taking up the care of his niece and nephew when his sister and brother-in-law died. He took care of his community, and he died needlessly at the hands of someone that was not named Karen Reed. So one more moment of silence for John O'Keefe. With that, everybody, I want to bid you farewell. Good evening. We will see you tomorrow morning, probably 9 o'clock. I will double check. For now, 9 o'clock for this trial. Hold on. Yana, Veronica, that is funny as shit. And I said it. That's good. That is real good. I don't know where you find those, but that's good. So, everybody have a wonderful evening. Get some rest and love on your loved ones. This has been a long 36 days of trial, but hallelujah, it's acquitted. All she got was operating under the influence. That outside of 100% not guilty across the board is the best that she could have gotten. So once again, I want to say thank you so much for your support. And y'all have a blessed evening. Enjoy your family. Get some good food. Get some exercise. Get some amazing sleep. And join me back here tomorrow. Ronnie, my ride or die, my queen mod. Thank you for all you do. Haley Mouse, you're rocking in there second, girlfriend. And also in second is June. Y'all have done a fabulous job with this trial. Go to Mod Chat. I did send you a little note of appreciation. We will see you guys. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.